Hello, what is up, everybody? By heavy matches, heavy. आज टेक्सचर मारेगा, लग रहा है.
Pacific by storm during kickoff, and since then, GenG has been one of the best in the world. They nearly won
भाई मेरे को
Pacific
कौन सा गाना
our
याद आ
first
रहा है पता है?
championship, and you can
हम
be rest
भी
assured
सोए
that Tiger Nation isn't
हैं,
resting until they do
हम भी
exactly that.
जागे.
They want that spot to Shanghai for
अभी तो
another
सोया
chance
था
at
मैं.
that glory, but after their 2-0 victory yesterday, T1 are back in the top 4 for Pacific once more. They've got some of the most powerful puzzle pieces in valorant.
Red Chili.
And now it's time to see how hard they fight against the giants in the tournament. Can
Pinky
they
के
take
setup
down
से आए
the
हो नहीं
Tiger
तो?
Nation? The reigning Pacific champions, that's the big question here, Paper Thin.
I really think T1 can do this. I know I predicted GenG, but I don't take the percentage difference to be that large between these two teams. I think it's maybe 5 or 10% in terms of the difference. I think for me, this is gonna come down to today is how well has GenG been able to get a read on Xcurit's play calling style. Like, are they going to be able to react well to that decisiveness, no one to play for retakes, no one to contest, some executes, things like that.
Red
I
Hot
think it's going to be
एकदम
the biggest factor.
love you.
And you got to be ready right from the get-go. You don't want to have
Good
any
morning,
maps
hi
that
बोल दो,
go
कैसे संकल्प?
crazily to one side. We saw
Xcurit
13-0
मारेगा
yesterday.
नहीं.
Don't want to see
आज
that again. I want this to be
GenG
a
day
close
है.
match between these two teams, and everybody's got to be ready right from the get-go.
सफर यहाँ तक का ही
And
था.
that's
आज
also
GenG day है भाई.
GenG, right? T1, they had to play yesterday, but sometimes that can be really
GenG
good
ने
prep
इतना
for
आराम
the next
किया है,
day.
इतना
Yes, you don't get
practice
to
किया है.
prepare
Last
for
GenG
your
का मैच कभी देखा
specific
था? 1.5 साल
opponents,
पहले.
but you're really warmed up. Everybody's very confident. You're ready to go. Whereas GenG, maybe a little bit cold. We'll have to see them coming in here very
Meetup करो
strong
ना,
right
शायद
from
से
the
घर
first
पे
map.
meetup करना
Are they coming
पड़ेगा.
in refreshed or are they coming in cold is the question, right? We've seen it before. Even the best of teams, sometimes, you know, you get into those first rounds in the first map and maybe they just need a little bit of time to warm up.
नहीं,
It
कल
happened
रात की
against
टी-शर्ट.
Talon yesterday,
नहीं.
or it happened with Talon yesterday.
सुबह तो
So
डाला था
it's
मैंने.
very, very possible that this could happen for GenG as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's tough as a coaching staff and as players, is to keep yourself in that game day
GG
form.
for GenG.
It's such a challenging aspect
नहीं
because
बे,
there's
GenG
nothing
2-0
else
लग रहा है.
like playing on stage. I mean, you'll hear so many players and
GenG
coaches talk
2-0
about how the
अंदर
best
से लग
practice
रहा
is
है
actually to
एकदम.
just play matches on stage, especially when it
आज
matters.
गुण
So
गुण आने वाला है क्या?
I think that gives T1 a little bit of a slight boost here coming into today. I think most teams like to play warmed up. They don't want to come in cold. So this definitely could be a challenging start for GenG.
Oh, challenging indeed is going to be the name of the game for this series. So let's get into it. GenG versus T1. Over to William and Achilles. Take us into Ascent.
Thank you very much.
Xcurit one side मारेगा देख लेना.
Now in our day, this is an SK Telecom versus Samsung Galaxy matchup, but now today we've got T1 going up against GenG, Korean Esports El Clasico in its own right. Let's see who is going to be keeping themselves in that upper bracket, who's going to be having Match of Shanghai qualified, you know, just get that ticket booked right off the rip, and who's going to be falling down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be huge, I mean, for both teams, right? GenG, obviously, most recently going to Masters Madrid, the first time they're going as that GenG squad, and really being able to uphold that name. But if they aren't able to qualify for Shanghai right away afterwards, that doesn't spell such a bright future. Meanwhile, T1, obviously, they're now trying to get back into the upswing. So there is a very big rivalry going on for sure between these two squads.
And I think especially if you're GenG, you're watching the happenings around the world, and you're saying, okay, there might be something in the water, something that we are trying to avoid. We want to be at every single international. We want to be at that back-to-back. We want to try to make a run, try to get that trophy that very narrowly eluded us the last time out. We don't want to fall to the wayside like some of the other representative squads have done. Now, we'll take a look. Nothing shocking. We're here on Ascent. It's all stock standard.
Yeah, we're back to everyone playing just meta compositions. Even T1, obviously, they tinkered with the Viper for a little bit at the beginning of the year, but now they've decided to put Rossi back onto that KO, and he's been looking better and better every time they play it, no matter the map. And of course, Izu going on to that comfort pick of Open as well. So GenG, the big question is how much have they changed their defaults, right? Their tendencies to over-rotate, their tendencies to play with a number advantage, because that's surely something that T1 and Xcurit have a good read against, just like every other opponent has now caught up to it during Stage 1 here in Pacific.
See how it does fare, but a lot of this is going to come down to that ingenuity, those micro plays, that aim. Everyone knows widely how these comps do play out on this map. This is something that has been, in quotations, I'll put it solved for a while. Very few teams like to stray away from this every now and then. You get the Stray Viper.
Top
PRX
three.
kind of maybe the most creative, at least out here in Pacific that we have for this map.
Pacific, yeah.
At least where they were playing the
So
rain
we
and
ask
the
you
harbor on
winners
this
nahi
map.
jayenge.
In China, you got the
The
Yoru,
grand
right?
finals mein
FPX
wo
bringing
aur
that
jo
out to
lower
take down
bracket
ETG.
finals
So
ka
there
hai
are a
wo.
couple
point.
options, but it is the solid formula for sure.
Nahi, top
Well, widely, things have stayed the same. An eternal matchup here in Korea to kick things off in this upper bracket. Let's go ahead and jump into the action. We have Ascent for our
Oh,
first
हाँ
map
बे।
in this series.
आज के विनर जाएंगे
As both of these squads vying
सिंगल
for that slot
एलिमिनेशन
at
है
Shanghai.
आज
in that upper
के
final.
विनर आज के विनर जाएंगे आज के विनर
As
आज के
already,
विनर
we're hearing
शंघाई
the fan chants. Hopefully that's going through. Over to you guys watching at home.
अभी देखा ब्रैकेट
Yeah, today's
Quite
a
loud for the GenG camp.
huge day for a lot of the Korean fans, right? Obviously, all three Korean teams playing, but even PRX having a huge Korean following as
Oh,
well.
we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this is
DRX
the
का
top four
following तो सब
continuing
जगह है
once
बे।
again, and right off the rip, GenG
Korean छोड़ो,
just going to
किधर
put some
भी
fake
जाओ।
pressure on to be with the Silva, but they have their
DRX का
eyes trained on
following
A, and I
heavy
feel like T1, they have a decent read against this, right? Obviously, you have the numbers stacked, you know, ready for the anti-flash as well over on B, but look at the
कोई
Killjoy
नहीं
setup.
T1
That
से,
is just
कोई
meant to
नहीं।
absolutely disrupt the entire plant while you still hold on to tree with the alarm bot.
तो अकेला
Smoked
फेंक
out
किया
for now,
लेकिन
Izu. Setting up
इसको
the
फर्क
one
नहीं
way,
पड़ा।
looking to keep him staved off for now. No one making any noise here on the side of GenG. T1
स्लो खेल रहे
basing everything off at
तब
the game
15
sense
round
here
हो
for
जाते
now
थे
as everybody's
PRX
tucked
just
back,
saying।
not really peeking any angles. Izu, the
That's
only
का
one who's
आवाज
really trying to
ज़्यादा
hold the GenG. Look like they really want to just wait out both of these smokes.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get one timing, you know,
कम कर रहा
as
हूँ।
you have to wait for those cooldowns a bit more and more, even if you try to stagger it as best as you can. So
अभी
he's
ठीक
just
है।
going to try to wait for it as long as possible. The real question
Knockout-
is even
knockout
if they
again
push
नहीं,
him
जो
back, the
हारेगा
turret's
lower
still
bracket।
there to help delay them even further. So I don't know if this pinch is going to work out the way GenG wants. And if they rotate, that's exactly the trap that T1 has set.
Paranoia set up the dash. They get ahead of that one, though. Not caught by it. Only Munchkin there in main as Izu tries to hold the line, but as he turns away, he ends up getting taken down. It's going to be trade out. That was the Omen's fall. Excurate. Able to find one with the Nano Swarm. The lurk from Lakia, though, absolutely gorgeous. Catches the timing on a Saya player. Caught Dart getting a decent reveal, spotting multiple players. Munchkin going to be dropped, and that's now the spike on the
Ayo,
floor.
IKEA
Dropped
side
down off the
पे।
top of Heaven Meteor, trying to hold this line, trying to keep
Buddy।
himself alive. Needs to find one, but he cannot. Now it's all on Lakia. The headshot on the one, but cannot find the other. Carpe
भाई T1
and
अच्छा
Extra
खेल
will
रहा
be
है
left standing as they go ahead and pick up the pistol round win.
Such a good pistol from T1. I mean, the setup is
Sound और
perfect,
कम
right?
करो।
The original intention is that you're trying to just force them to go through mid to B. You're already ready with the
इससे ज़्यादा
anti-flash,
नहीं,
things
फिर
like
मजा
that.
नहीं आएगा।
But the biggest thing that caught my eye is when Texture gets taken out in mid by Lakia, they immediately execute the
T1 का
flood
classic
retake
अच्छा नहीं है।
before the spike
तो
is able to
इसको
go down,
hide दो रे।
before GenG is able to regroup.
इससे
You
बड़ा
know that there's
hater
still one
ना।
member out in mid. You
जिंदगी
know
में
you
नहीं
can match
देखा।
the numbers. It's a good retake here from T1, and that puts them in a very good
एक
lead.
राउंड भाई हो गया रुको
Going
भाई
with
जीत गया लग
buys
रहा है T1
across the board, including a Vandal. I mean, it's the absolute variety pack for sure.
3, 2, 1, go. Does get pushed off the angle. There's the entry,
Oh.
but able to stabilize it. Pass enough.
क्या
Extra
घूम के
take
ढूंढा
it
है बे
down.
उसने।
Rossi finding Munchkin, Extra at Meteor. As Extra will be able to find Lakia as well, and suddenly that does leave just Karen alive. 2 players tagged
T1
up.
बंडल का बात कर रहा हूँ
Would be
चुप रहो
able to
तुम
potentially
पंडित
find those
चुके हो
kills. As for now, it's just going to be a grab on that orb.
मैंने उठा हुआ था ऐसा
Widely around. Done for here. Karen just wants to see if he can try to deal a little bit of additional damage.
किलजॉय को
Yeah,
मार
you
सकता
have
है
Excurit who's low, but the angle he's holding is not an easy one for Karon, and now he's spotted.
Ooh. Back behind the box
30
once
बुलेट
again.
बचा है
Down to
You see him
64.
smiling. I mean, he knows. You know, this is him just trying to do as
मेरे
much
को जानना
damage
है
as
वो
he
ओमेन
can.
उधर क्यों देख रहा
But
था
with 64 HP, I think he also
अभी तो
knows. Right
scan
now,
हो।
if anything, he's also just buying time for the extra comms. Ooh, Excurit actually going for the peak despite being so low.
Bolt peek out is the most at risk. Carpe the next most as he tries to push up, but Excurit will just go ahead, spray across into the smoke,
Jad
just to
bolte.
find himself a 3rd elimination in the round. So 4 charges towards the
तो
ultimate,
इसमें
2-1
Spectre
off
में
to
क्या
a
मारा
2-0
स्प्रे
start
लेकिन
as we now go into their bonus.
So right off the bat, obviously they didn't get to really see the setup from T1 over by B side on the pistol, but something you're realizing both on A and B in these first 2 crucial rounds from GenG is that they should understand that just cutting audio
भाई
and
वो
going
लोग का किलजॉय
for flood execute isn't going to
Heavy
work
इधर
out.
उधर
Right?
rotate कर
I
रहा
mean,
है।
T1
वो
is
लोग को पहले
prepped for
देखना पड़ेगा
all the
अभी किलजॉय
possible
किधर है
sets that could come through. So you really do have to try to do a little bit more push and pull with the util. Go for a little bit more util trading if you're a GenG right now.
हमने
Early
जिंदगी में
warning
नहीं किया
shot
पुश
dart
एंड
there
पुल
from
हाँ
Carpe. Nothing going to be
लोअर
spotted.
ब्रैकेट का एक
Taken down off the back of that.
फाइनल जाएगा ना
now, once again,
दूसरा
GenG
टीम तो यहाँ से
getting everybody clustered
गिरेगा
up over towards this A site.
Top 3 में
Smokes
रहेगा
continue
वो
to come through. As Izu not going for the peek on main, is just spotting out, waiting over in tree. Drone over the top, checks down towards wine. Nothing spotted.
Did see that the turret's in the same place as the pistol.
Tree now coming through. Texture gets himself on top of Gen. Skirt still just tucked away here in hell. Takes a couple shots. Now they should know that he's going to be there, but no, still managing to swing out, catching him off guard. Texture gone. Munchkin will fall. The full flash connecting onto him, and he cannot stabilize at all off the back of that. Now it's suddenly just Meteor. All on his lonesome. And this has been a massacre at the hands of T1.
These Killjoy default setups are really messing things up for GenG.
Oh, just
It's just a confident peak right there. And this is one of the things that Data actually talked about when he was over on the analyst desk for that pregame interview, right? When you're in the server and you're only able to see it from your POV, your teammate's POV, and obviously when the timeout comes from your coaches as well, it might not be as easy to realize what exactly is the default and what is it meant to deny. But right now, it is meant to deny any sort of site execute that allows the Jet to get into quad, right? It has the armots, it's got the turret, everything is there to make sure it's delayed, and then they swarm and cover the right side of the site. And I don't know if GenG's going to be able to catch on to that fast enough.
Still putting a decent investment in. Stingers, Sheriff, Marshall there. Still looking for that win, looking to do some damage here as the coffers get very much lined with gold here for T1 side. Smoke dissipating now on short. The swing in coming through. A little bit of damage going to be found there, but they do force them back. Texture trying to chase in, but blinded up by the paranoia.
Nade OP tha Berosika.
Ends up getting taken down. Plant can come through though. Munchkin that one down to the floor, but now Meteor gonna creep his way forward. Ends up getting caught, and that sends Lakia around to try to lurk his way up. Cat.
Oh no.
Flash game ready to come through. Karen trying to get in front of it. Does so, but cannot find any kills. Smattering of damage as Izu gets chipped away at down to 61. Munchkin now gonna try to hold this with a stinger at range. Does have a fragment to buy maybe a little bit more time, but with the door shut, the defuse held to half, and the push coming in. It's gonna be more than just a couple of kills. As the turn of the flash not gonna happen. Rossi deja vu as he picks up a 3K out there in main. As T1 will get the defuse and move up 4-0 at the start of this map.
T1 is looking just smooth as butter. I mean, Rossi breaking the window to allow for Izu to maybe combat another peek in. The timing on that is perfect. Obviously, the paranoia coupled with the fragment means that they're safe. We're not going to see the window shot. I think that might have been the highlight of this round. But Rossi now 9-2. An incredible start, taking down the anti-bonus or the bonus against GenG as well, and then chaining it into 4. Got the null command. You've got your weapons of choice, you've got the operator, and they even switched the Killjoy default there in that previous round. So now GenG's really scratching their head. Huh? The Killjoy wasn't on A this time. What exactly is the rotation right now?
Press on the 1. Would have heard that.
Hello, Bungs. Hello, Prem.
So not going to be the most surprising, but Isu changing it up a bit. Sets up for the smoke here to just completely cut off his main access, and now he's going to creep back over into wine.
Yeah, the drone first is so risky because Izu could just spray through that if he knows that he's in danger. They're not even going to check for it!
He will strike! 2 quick kills. Yep, they completely ignore that position. Lakia falling as Rossi swings out from back Gen. And everything that GenG tried is just getting absolutely swept aside.
I don't know what's going on, but GenG is trying so hard to save Util until they go in for the site execute. Yes, I understand that they're not able to have full buys for the past couple rounds. It doesn't feel great, but they're just hoping that, again, the numbers formula is going to work out. If we go in as 5 with a flashbang or 2, that should get us around, and T1 is just ready for it every single time.
And, the timing. Carpe spotting him out. He's able to find him. Meteor trying to be elusive.
हल्का सा वो यूटिल ने लेता तो निकल गया था वो.
Widely will just have to tuck away, hold on to this rifle
Timing अच्छा था.
if he can. Cash a pound. I mean, T1 no reason to not chase for this one. He already has the ult online.
Yeah, I mean,
will start swinging out. Advantage going to be there.
Oh
my God, the whip!
आज के
And
winners
that, I
सांगा जा
think,
रहे.
is a strong summary for how these first 5 rounds have looked from GenG. Carpe, dead to rights, but comes away with that round win.
GenG का first map is going to warm up, easy to win.
Yeah, it has
the
to.
coaching staff
मारेगा तो warm up होएगा
Yeah,
ना.
I mean, I don't care if you've talked for an extra 20 seconds on that one. First of all, you just need to calm everyone down because GenG absolutely flustered. I've never seen an Odin be this nimble.
5-0
I don't know if
be.
Carpe does it. But he's able to stay alive, keep the Odin, don't have to reinvest. You're now 1 point away from the Hunter's Fury. Oh boy.
Nimble, I'm not sure if that's the word I would use. The
Language.
nimbleness of a semi-truck barreling down the highway.
Well,
It's just that
one way or
Munchkin
another.
decided to just dive in front of him.
You know what? I didn't really want to focus on the other
Language.
side of it, but you're
We
right.
forget,
You're
थोड़ा सा,
absolutely
we
correct.
forget. कोई scene नहीं.
I mean, this is a bad sign for GenG, and the Des talked about sometimes it is beneficial. We've heard countless teams talk about getting that stage time.
ऐसा
Sure, it's
जेल
grueling,
होना.
sure, it's tiring, but it keeps you in the zone, it gets you going. And T1, they are showing no signs of stopping for the time, and GenG, they've got to get into it. They've got to get into that zone, into
एक
that
ये
level,
है coach
into that
camp और एक
focus.
कल का था हाँ एलेक्स वाला
A lot to
ऐसा लग रहा
discuss.
था दोनों कोच
Quite
एक
a bit
दूसरे
more
को मारेंगे
conversation coming out of the T1 camp, at least from the coaching perspective.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm
Autumn
grenade.
2-1 किधर
having to
दिखा
be
रहा है बे
absolutely ecstatic with how things have started here, but those not to discredit GenG. I don't want to count them out quite just yet.
I mean, yeah,
हम भी
obviously it is
सोए
set.
हैं
Plenty of time still for
अपर फाइनल जो
GenG to
जीतेगा
crawl
वो
back in,
शंघाई
and
जाएगा
they do
इसका
have two
विनर नहीं
crucial
इसका विनर
ultimates.
जा रहा है रे
Quite frankly,
मैंने
ult
brackets
rotations be
देखा.
damned. Just trying to get around on the
caster
board would
ने
be
भी
so
बोल दिया.
important right now. Lucky is just waiting to
इसका
see
winner
the
जा
spray
रहा है.
first and try to counter it with the tracers, but he's
आज
not
दो
gonna get that
टीम
gift for
जाएंगे
free.
वो शंघाई जाएंगे फिर बॉटम में जो दो टीम्स रहेगी
There's some util
वो
counter
लोग में
spray.
से जो
Carpe
विनर है वो
blows back
शंघाई
off that
जाएगी
angle.
टोटल 3 शंघाई जाएगी
Meteor down to 7, so Carpe still getting the better of the exchange. Izu looking to creep forward, spots out Karan, who will just go ahead and make his quick exit.
So Texture is just waiting to break
जाएगा,
this
हाँ.
alarm bot at the prime moment, but it's so far forward
वक्त ने
that if they
हाँ
wait too
बे
long, it might just not have any meaning, right? T1, they can still sit safe, and look at this, the push out from
This
Izu.
is so
Elimination
much
नहीं है, नहीं,
information.
Yeah, and now that alarm bot really holds so much info, you're like, okay, maybe it is a pinch. Doesn't matter, we've got 3 on B. I mean, where's Izu going? He's
भाई
just
मेरे
cleared
को
out
फॉर्मेट
everything.
पता है
If he
अभी
swings wide enough around, works his way into mid, he might actually be able to catch Texture completely unawares as well. But there's the null command coming through, side player.
क्या टाइम पे
Set up
दिया
on the
है
angle, holding. Flash finds him. Izu able to put Munchkin down. That is going to be resable. And Izu trying to go for a bit of a cheeky play. Does end up getting caught. Not reading the Texture was going to be
Hey,
in that
Khali
position at bench. Now smoke down across onto mid. Excurate cutting his way back across into heaven. Footsteps going to be heard as the recon goes out over the top, swinging to the back, and Texture this time is able to find the
ऑलरेडी
jump.
साइड पे हाँ
12
किसको
seconds
पता
though
नहीं
remaining
चला
as they start bringing the spike
10
forward, but this
seconds
plant can come through unhindered.
They still have the Hunter's Fury as well. This should be GenG's round, but Texture goes down. They don't
भाई
have as much space
रोस्सी
as they
को क्या
originally
हो गया
planned.
कोई
They also just
बताएगा
don't have the money, so they need as many players alive as they possibly can. The drop down, Rossi beating Lakia to the punch.
One suppressed.
As he will fall. It's 1 HP.
क्या हो गया
Carry
रॉसी
the
को बे
headshot. Just for good measure. Quick drop down, an attempt at the flick. Saya player not able to come away with that elimination, but Carpe does find Karan. Meteor though trades it back, and now it's a 2v1. Saya with the op in hand, seeing what he can get done. Wants to try to hold this one a half. Gets off of that fragment. It's quite a bit of damage, but now he's right back on it.
They don't know that half
He
is
can do it.
done.
He's going to be holding for it. Meteor gets there
ओह
with less than a half a second to spare. GenG will get themselves on the board, but at the cost of 3
क्लोज
players.
था
I mean, the number of individual heroics that T1 was trying there, but it's not them
भाई,
just
इसकी रोशनी
sending
को
it,
क्या
right?
हो
There's
गया?
always this backup plan. I mean, you see Saya go down,
Crispy
jump
मार
down
रहा
for
है.
the flick, things like that. He's not trying to get the kill, he's just trying to make sure he confirms. If he gets the kill, lucky, great. But if not, he's able to dash out.
ठीक है
So that's what makes it so costly. But at the end of the day, Texture opening up the
got
site
it.
single-handedly. That's what gets
ठीक है.
such a desperate round. You still have the Hunter's Fury to match. You've got a couple options.
Standing ahead.
Fury opened up. Carpe
Buddy.
finally limb. Munchkin gone. Another rough start here for GenG.
No flashes, no 0 point. You're not
जो
denying
करेगा
that
यही
Dojo
करेगा
util. And for some reason, Texture scratching his head. Where's
Texture
that alarm
पूरा
bot?
वो
It's just sitting right at
साइट
the
ओपन
entrance to the
करके
site.
देता है
T1 understands that if you wanted to run fast, it would have just been the 0 point the Killjoy needs to avoid, so the positioning is good. Oh, what in the world is
Saya
this?
just coming away with the headshot even.
The fuck
Now shifts his sights back over to main. But too much movement there. Able to find the kill. Lakia poking and prodding, but needing to back away. But now Meteor in a very committed position. The smoke there to maybe try to bail him out, but
क्या
So
spam
players
दिया?
hovering around this side of the map, so they may just end up trying to play this through into B or just backing away and trying to go for the save.
क्या spam दिया
I don't know
उसने?
if we've really seen Saya play this confidently, maybe ever since he was on the guard. I mean, sure, he's had highlights, but right now, the movement makes it look like he can do
30 seconds
no wrong
कैसे?
whatsoever.
Definitely fearless. Albeit the shots, he's keeping them
Save
at base. It's
करो.
not like even with the whiffs, he is still finding value.
6-1 भाई घर जाएगा?
Absolutely. And even that from the shadows. I mean,
उनके
this
map
is
में
T1
भाई.
understanding that they
10
want to
seconds
snowball
left.
things as hard as
GenG का
possible.
best
It's not
map
about
है
the most
ये.
ideal way to win, but it's understanding that we can basically waste resources to stay ahead and we'll still get it back faster.
Izu going to be noted here, but I mean, you can see nobody really feeling confident enough to try to peek out onto that one as the rush attempted to come through, but they run out of time.
लकी
Show me the
बोलते
replay. Show me that Saya shot.
शर्म करो
I'm pretty sure
शर्म.
he just pings it. He hears the knife and he just fires through the wall.
मेरे ख्याल सिल्वर गोल्ड लॉबी
We
में
have to
हैकर
see it.
आया. हाँ क्या?
Because, I mean, if you're
Production.
textured,
Why
you
वो
have no
shot
idea
दिखाओ?
why you just died. It did not seem right.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
I can already hear them scrambling. I can hear the keyboards clicking, but the replay's just not coming through.
Bye.
It has to come at the end of the match. I don't know. Whatever it takes.
We'll see it eventually. But for now, Carpe shifting position. Moves over at base of stairs. Gets a decent amount of damage across there. Texture going to be taken down.
Lord,
Karen notices.
dude.
Tries to TP his way into bones. Texture is able to find that kill, but still at decent cost. Falls down to 20 health. Side player in the meantime still holding main, so it's just Texture in sight. Drone leading the charge, but shoulder will have been spotted. Still going for the peak.
What?
Goes for it
फिर
again.
भी
Has the
clear,
dash available.
फिर भी.
Musket's just out there in main. Taken
फिर
down.
भी
Lucky
peak
able
लिया.
to trade one back, but now it's Texture.
जो
Down to
side
20
में वो
HP, which
side
of
पे ही
course
है.
will have been calmed over to his players. The side player watches down that back ramp. Shot goes wide. Can't find him quite just yet, but it feels like it's only a matter of
मेरे
time.
पैसिफिक से आ रहा लग
Could
रहा
be
है
such
मेरे
a
को.
miraculous clutch for him.
Blocking
He
sight.
has been able to deliver on it in the past. There's the first.
Dash about to end. He's not going to get the peak he wants.
Dash gone. They both cut down back ramp now. Creeping back forward, ready to double face. And there you go, Izu. Not gonna fall.
7-1 उन लोगों पे पैसा नहीं है
Trumpets will
अभी.
be recovered the top of the
8-1.
road and carried into this next round. 7-1. T1 looking absolutely
GenG
incredible so
पे
far in this defender's half.
I mean, the reads are perfect.
जो last time
Timings,
unbeatable थी.
knowing how to work around their own util and
PRX को
understanding
10
that
बार
even if
हराया.
Texture is through, he's weakened, he's not going to be able to go for the trades, and you can just hold them off. I mean, you're holding them at market. Texture's not able to come around for the flank. You still got people watching from defender spawn. The setups are so good, and they continue to
Placing
change.
swarm grenade.
Not a single identical default 2
10
rounds
बार
in a
अरे
row here
मतलब
from
2-3
T1.
बार.
Swarm grenade
And a
out.
swarm to clear the turret. That's going to force GenG to have to use util if they want to keep a hold of B main, especially on an eco. You know as T1 that you have the advantage right now.
Texture just holding a hard angle.
Jard,
Here,
Jard.
slow swinging in. Taken down his Texture now, wanting to try his luck. Says, well, I've got the Guardian, and he is able to put it to good use. One more
Opposite,
taps through
opposite.
Carpe. Oh, I was
अयो.
going to say he's lucky to avoid the lineup, but he just manages to trade it right back.
भाई A पे तो 3
Also only
बंदे.
taps once here as Karen desperately tries to open things up over at A main, give them some sort of approach. As Munchkin slipping the net a little bit. Carpe, though,
Rotation
seemingly wise. This is actually
होना.
playing in B. Back not exposed here.
And they're not
Can
going to
very quickly turn.
Yeah. This is rough. I mean, sure, you don't have the
Free
numbers to
kid.
pinch onto it either for
Carpe को free
GenG, but
kid.
still going to lose one more.
Well, now it's very much confirmed as Karen does fall. Lakia trying to creep up from behind.
30
Carpe's got a
seconds left.
timing.
Oh.
The gun coming through. He's playing up close, tries to rush it down, and Lakia does manage to win out on that exchange. Carpe dead. Brings it now into
थोड़ा
a
सा
2v3
lol
for
हो गया.
GenG, but Munchkin doesn't have a rifle quite just yet.
Recon
Still just
करना
holding
था
on to
ना.
that sheriff.
ड्रोन हमेशा ड्रोन की वजह
Because
से
of the
कितने
post-plant
बार
positions,
सो
this is
मेरे
still
मतलब
one of the best
कितनी
chances that
बार.
GenG's had, as ridiculous as it sounds. That alarm bot not going to catch Lakia on the lurk. And it's actually going to take longer than it normally would because he had to stop for a little bit off of that 0 point. So they don't expect it.
Catches one. Now the 2v2.
एक
Tariq
साइड
Ahmed, he's thinking about even just going back across into B main once again. Izu now here on the site. Shots flying, swings out. Munchkin trying to clutch it. He swings to the boat,
T-shirt
gets taken
से
down.
था.
Now it's all inside player. It's only got 40 HP.
भाई
They
ये राउंड
cannot
क्या
get it
दिखाना?
done. Munchkin will be able to keep them in this one. Grabs the op, knows he's not going to be able to carry it over, just in case. But GenG will find their second round win in a thrifty fashion. GenG, maybe they're coming back online.
Yeah, you know, it's always the thrifties that get him back in the game, keep him in the game. It's what got him all the way to the grand finals of Masters Madrid.
And
you can't count him out just yet. It doesn't look great. It doesn't look clean. It's heroics for sure. But that's what this team is built off of. You've got 5 members who can pull things like this off whenever they need it. It seems like he was actually asking Texture if he wanted the op, and that caused the delay a little bit further as well.
Either way, thrifty attempt doesn't matter too much if you go down to the spike. Obviously, the carryover weapon would be nice, but ultimately not too bad unless they lose this round as well. So they have not been able to bank up anything at all. Texture, right side bench. Saya holding, swinging across, and oh my God! Oh, the adjustment is swift and it is on point.
I don't know what I'm watching right now. What in the world? These shots from Saya, few and far in between, but all very impactful.
They have been. Izu noted, just going to be TPing back over onto the site. He's got no presence over at main. This is a very bold position for him to take. No one there to try to back him up, and Rossi thinking about swinging the angle. Does so. Takes it down, but oh, now. Util out in hand. Munchkin gone. Izu. That 0 point across.
Love you.
Ping's coming in. A smoke sent over towards B to try to fake that presence a little bit. Matching smoke now. Expended by Izu.
So Izu's just holding the off angle, obviously main is held up by Saya. But at the end of the day, this site hold, it's mainly all up to Saya player. Izu's meant to just get one on a cheeky kill.
God. Well, push up into the corner. Lockdown does get invested. Lockdown able to find Izu. Saya player still holding forward, looking for a little bit more. Sees that gun barrel, wants him to peek out, and he does. Lockdown taken down, but now they have to make their exit. Aaron all on his lonesome in a 1v3. Lockdown clears the way for him a bit, but it just doesn't really have time to try to go for any extravagant, any big setup here. Just a smoke down fake on the shadow step.
He knows he can't stay down here, so he's trying to go for the early peek, but they just don't drop soon enough.
Drop down finds one, but Saya peeking into hell will find the other. 3 for him in the round. As GenG will be denied their 3rd round victory. 8-2 now. 4 rounds to be played out in this half. T1 maintaining a dominant lead.
And like you said, they haven't been able to string 2 rounds, so the Creds not banking up. Still no full buys across the board. Here for GenG in the coming round.
Some of these adjustments from Saya.
Sara flick ही मारता क्या? Normal shot मारता ही है.
GenG in the first half.
I haven't seen GenG really feel the need for this in a long time, and you
Mumbai में aim
imagine,
था, पुणे में
and
flick मारा
I
था.
think this probably goes for a lot of us that predicted GenG, that you imagined that they still had more left in the tank, right? That they were trying to get through with the basics as long as possible. Obviously, they didn't have much time to readjust after Masters Madrid, so they're sticking with their fundamentals. They're still cooking, but they don't feel confident enough to have to bring it out just yet. And surely they've got a bit more. And you look at the draft, and I'm thinking GenG probably felt that they got away with just enough where they should be able to have the edge. But not with Ascent going this way. This was not in the books for Solo and HSK. T1 being this prepared, going on the defense, the early rounds. And I was going to say that before it started. I mean, when you have 2 teams that are pretty evenly matched individually like this, those pistol rounds are so crucial, right? The potential 4 rounds advantage that you can have pretty much makes or breaks the game.
I mean, you look at the impact here, the kills. Sure, side player, 5-4-0. But like you said, every kill that he's gotten, impactful. He's been buying up so much space and deterring GenG at every twist and turn. But Rossi out there, 13-5-3. It's not often that we see Locky as the top fragger for the side of GenG.
Sentinels out.
Everything right now for them looking very disjointed as they scratch their heads and try to figure out how to work their way around this defensive setup from T1 that has just been widely gorgeous.
With the KO and Omen being tagged, even if there's no Jet, even if there's no Silva, you kind of imagine that you're okay to hold this default.
Well, now there's no ambiguity. There's the entry, 1 tap from Rossi on the Karen to shut him down. Munchkin trades it back a bit. Izu tagged up, and oh, the
बाप रे क्या मार रहे बे लोग, क्या मार रहे बे, दोनों शॉट जो मारा T1 वालों ने.
Fragment up the top side player, knowing that there's still going to be some players lurking here over at main.
Texture has no help. And he basically has to open things up again for his teammates.
Starting to push his way up. Drop down, it's gonna be a very close angle, and he swings it right in. Saya player gets the headshot once again, puts him down. Spike does work its way forward onto the site. Can be planted here. The door nearly broken. Meteor getting himself aligned here alongside the switch. Lockdown from Extra available and invested.
They
Now
actually,
Munchkin's gonna have to figure out how the hell he gets out of here.
yeah, they actually wait all the way to the end to make sure that they're stuck.
He's dead.
And Munchkin said, yeah, I mean, this is perfectly
Oh, no.
timed, and no, not like this.
Oh, dearie me.
Wow.
The stare down. And then finally the mercy shot delivered. A monstrous mistake from Meteor.
Round in the half.
And even if he doesn't have that happen, does he clutch the round? Unlikely.
Very unlikely. Would have been a miracle.
But the fact that we're seeing mistakes like that occur tells you all the more about how GenG are feeling right now in this game.
Oh, he's not even going for the shot on Texture on that one. That is, I mean, they try to swarm it. Scarrett's been really enjoying the matches here in playoffs.
We've had him on cam twice now, and he's been singing both times.
Yes. This doesn't bode well for GenG when your opponents are that lax. As if he's streaming range right now.
भाई मैं समझ गया ट्राई हार्ड नहीं करनी गाना गाने हैं
GenG looking
Top
for the
trending
9-3,
songs
looking
गाएंगे
to
अभी हम
believe in curses. Saw 9-3 run back yesterday, but right
guaranteed
now,
पैसे
given the
मिले रहेंगे
scenes
हाँ तू नहीं दिया ना
we're
उसको
witnessing, feels all the more unlikely. There's the entry though, and Texture able to start things off nicely. Does find the kill. Saya player
क्या हो गया टैग्स भरा करके मारेगा उसने
has the dash at the ready. GenG seemingly cognizant of this, are just going to be waiting. Now that Jet stranded in position.
Oh, they even check for it.
That's 0 point from Rossi, so that will note Texture here in Wine. Oh, and that hand now spotted. Nobody else getting ready to counter swing on the angle. Lakia starting to creep forward though, and the drone will help force them back. Texture keeps his life for now. Up over the top, for that third kill, can't quite find the Saya player. Goes down, Lakia sniping in with the Hunter's Fury. Carpe was holding across, somehow drags it, gets the headshot on the Munchkin. That's nasty, but still, GenG are finally in an advantageous position as the spike gets ready to be planted. Tap onto it, baiting out this Hunter's Fury here from Carpe. They get rid of the util, but Texture unable to find the shot, and next year suddenly looks to try to keep them in this one. Gets a decent amount of damage across, but cannot confirm the kill.
10 seconds left.
As it's all on, never mind. It's all on Carpe, but Meteor makes his presence felt there at the very end. So 9-3 on the half. GenG unable to string together any rounds consecutively, and now need to have absolute perfection as they get ready to go on to the defending side.
Yeah, the adjustment in that last round was some of the best, right? If you're going to try to deathball it, you got to find these off beats. And they're able to do it with the Blade Storm. Really push T1 just a bit quicker. Realize that T1 has been holding things a little bit closer based off of their util. But the adjustment's a little late. Quite frankly, given how all those rounds looked, I would say GenG's lucky to have 3 on the board. It almost feels like it should have been an absolute 10-2, if not worse. Now you switch sides.
मेरे हिसाब से 11-1 तो हो सकता
for the pistol round. See if GenG's brought out something new that T1 could not have possibly anteed for.
11-1 वो 2 राउंड टाइमिंग वाला सीन हो गया लेकिन 11-1 तो हो सकता
from both camps, but GenG, that fandom
even
right
looking
now,
super strong,
needing to be the loudest in the audience if they want to try to spur these players on to a map victory. Because I mean, reminder, this is their map pick of Ascent, and yeah, I mean, we saw it even just yesterday. The PRX Talent series. Sometimes you do just over-prepare for your opponent's map pick because you have a decent idea of where they're going to go. You end up dropping your own map, but then you beat your opponent on theirs. That's usually closer when things like that do happen.
See what the adjustments can be here for GenG. So not sticking with anything like the mid push out with 3. Stick for a heavy short presence over by A. But B left open a little bit. You're relying on that 1 nano swarm. The Killjoy in mid won't be 0-pointed. So that's the good news, that your util will still be available on both sides. I like the setup from GenG, but will T1 respect it is the big question, even on the pistol. They do have 2 members, both with dashes that can get over that with half armor.
0 point noting just about everybody theirs. Oh, straight shot. Pink
Recon.
catching him. A side player going to be taken down as Meteor does find an opening.
इसका job था Recon
Across
तोड़ना.
everybody shifting from T1 across mid. Texture going to be hearing a decent little amount. Now spotting even more of it. As Heron is the first to arrive. Paranoia to try to slow them up. Spraying out of the smoke, but
Side घुस तो गए.
nothing really going to be found there.
Not ready yet.
It rotates quick.
They're basically being matched here. Now they're excited to turn back over towards Tree. Kill's going to be found as Munchkin
Clean,
cleans up
clean,
two. Texture
clean,
getting a piece.
clean.
Rossi will be the last one to arrive. Swings up into heaven. Is able to find one with that frenzy. But Texture will
Clean,
go ahead and get the
clean.
headshot as GenG will equalize pistol round count.
A really good pistol setup from both teams on their defense. I mean,
अगर आज
I
के
hear
winners
that
upper
music.
bracket,
All
final
right.
bracket.
That
As
was
Texture
kills.
has hit 1,000 kills.
Still
Oh,
wants to celebrate it. You'll have to see that
उसको
energy.
बोला है
Yeah,
लिख के आया
told him.
उसको.
He's like, "Oh, me."
Oh, hashtag OP.
See if that breathes a little extra life into him, because
Upper bracket
GenG
पहले
fans
पहले
know
top 3 में
that he
आएंगे.
needs it
Lower
right now.
bracket का match इसके बाद होएगा ना, तो पहले lower bracket से खत्म हो
I
जाएंगे.
believe he was 9 shy, so now is at 1,001.
Upper
there you
bracket
go.
के winners
See if
जा
he
रहे हैं
can
ना.
try to overtake some of his teammates throughout this match.
Shanghai. Losers थोड़ी जा रहे.
Texture working his way out. Doesn't manage to find side
1001
player.
kill साया पे.
Have that staple Marshall in his own hands.
In-game chat में बोला
Got by it.
था.
Lockett thinking about the swing and ooh, a little bit faster. Xcure looking like thought it was going to be a slow
एकदम
peak, but
serious Shanghai वाली
Lockett
match
gets
हो
out
रही
in
है.
front.
ए
Headshot
तूने 1000
cannot
kill
be
मारे.
found. Drone not gonna spot the
Congratulations.
rotating members though. But he can safely grab this orb and then just back away and allow for this KJ util to basically play contact for him.
Gun here.
इसमें कोई
So
हारा
Meteor
तो
2
बाहर का
rounds in a
lower
row,
bracket.
sticking by mid, making sure that he can leave util on both sides of the map. That's going to make things a little bit harder to read for T1, and the whole
Cold drink पिल
decisive
नहीं
calling
है.
may
पानी.
be a little bit detrimental, because there's
पानी
always
पीएंगे.
going to be util available to delay.
Okay, well Lockett
Spike down.
able to take
B.
one down with him, so Carpe gone. Weapon
Rossi का हो
potentially
गया अभी
recover a
कुछ
pull,
तो.
but as I say that, Meteor will just swing out from alley to clean up
इतना
the
नहीं
rest.
मारता था
So
Rossi.
GenG back-to-back rounds here for the first time in the second half as they swiftly deal with that anti-eco, but now they have to
थोड़ा
try
लेट हो गया माफ कर ठीक है.
to convert this bonus.
Yeah, this will be pretty very necessary for GenG. I mean, thankfully,
चाय
they're
पिए
able to
मेरे को
close the gap
कंपनी
up
दो.
to 4. They're
Third
going to be
time.
able to hold down to that defense, but obviously, if you falter here, the Odins and Operators will be delayed. And you don't want that on Ascent. Two crucial power
खुश लग रहे,
weapons.
खुश लग रहे. जिंजे वाले
The
खुश
smiles
लग रहे.
returning. The joke's returning here for GenG.
And an operator in the hands of Texture.
Okay, they'll just buy up to it.
Oh, oh,
He can
and
only
it's
click
gone.
heads. That's why.
Yeah.
You know? The recon boat's not so
The
much.
dart's too narrow.
क्यूटी पाई. मंस्किन भाई सुबह सेंटिनल्स के मैच देख रहे थे मेरे हिसाब से.
Just a standard clear here with a double peek. I mean, especially with the Bulldog peek out this early, you surely suspect the operator.
Oh,
and
and
you
Xcure
win.
does. He does indeed. Oh, picked up though. Lockett gonna just make sure that that can't go into the enemy hands. Oh, Munchkin trying to intercept, ends up falling down, and Charon not realizing that they were just gonna be pushing forward into the site. Meteor considering trying to get underneath the door. Easy gives a little bit of spray. Just go ahead and confirm, check for that.
Yeah.
Guardian to good use. Wallbang shots to go ahead and clear one out, but given that they have
भाई ये
operator
वॉल
that they
बैंक
want to
चाहिए.
carry over, not sure if they're realistically going to be able to try to play for this one, especially now that
ये
Xcure
wall
is
bank
getting ready to have
चाहिए.
to jump on Meteor, and he does. Easy kills found, and Lockett, it's an easy decision.
Chat.
We'll just have to back away and try to hold on
उसने
to this.
पिंग किया है.
Yeah, curious to
Spike
see
पे,
if
जिधर
maybe
plant
they'll
होता
send
है.
one member from T1
और
to go on
spam
the
मारा
hunt just because of
उसने.
the value of the operator, but obviously T1, they'd be happy to make sure that the snowball just gets bigger and bigger for themselves.
उसने
So
पिंग किया
Xcure
कि
going to clear
स्पाइक
close,
इधर
but it doesn't
प्लांट
look
होता
like they're
है.
going to go on a map-wide hunt,
और फिर
wisely
मारा.
so. Operator will stay alive. Xcure's going to keep
हो
inching
गया.
forward,
बेराइन
though.
गेम में हो गया.
Lakia does have to understand that there is this possibility.
Oh, for sure. It's
The
way more
green
damage
box भी
done
लगेगा.
considering the lead that T1 have of themselves as they hit double digits
ग्रीन
now.
बॉक्स नहीं जेन के उधर
Even
मारा
if they
ना.
do
जेन से
lose an
straight
extra
line.
player, lose an extra rifle, being able to deny the operator away would have been an immense amount of value.
वही
Could
straight
be
line में
a
अगर
little kickback here
पीछे
on the
साइड तो लगेगा
GenG, but
लेकिन इतना डैमेज नहीं
Lockett will be able to
लगेगा.
go
कम
ahead and hold
लगेगा.
on to that one. It's just a very great headshot coming through from Xcure. Just fully anticipates that aggression. Seems like he
देखो.
anticipates the, the
सिर्फ
weapon
जेन
of
जेन को
choice.
लगा. सिर्फ जेन को लगा.
And he is able to deliver.
Middle,
So
thank you
now,
for the membership.
doubling the score line.
Here.
T1 just a few rounds away from taking down GenG. One step closer to knocking them into that lower bracket.
दरवाजा बंद वाला भी स्पैम होता है वो पता है.
Golf clap as Munchkin is able to clear out the dart.
लेकिन ये स्पैम पहली बार मारा.
That'll allow them to hold a little bit safer, but you didn't contest for main control, right? And that's the entire purpose of that recon bolt.
Like करना बोलना भूल गया, like करो. उसके बाद full screen में जाओ.
So that's already a little bit extra space.
4,500 लोग देख रहे हैं, like करो. इसके बाद PRX versus DRX match होने वाला है. घमासान युद्ध.
Texture popping the dash, ready to swing, and is able to come away with a kill. Actually readjusts for Saya player.
हाँ बहुत ऑफ कर रहा था ना ऐसा बोला उसने
शायद ping there onto extra at Meteor wants to capitalize and he does.
इसका भी चिपक रहे हैं मैं भी.
Snappy with the phantom headshots finds that.
भाई सच्ची प्रैक्टिस था क्या ये?
Flash out over the top. Rossi now having to just tuck away behind the stairs for
12 के बाद.
Yeah, the timing so far have been very good for GenG. I love the push out with the recon on B right after you get the kill because you didn't spit all 5, and now the paranoia and counter.
Did get the spot onto one, but Munchkin swinging back out from Switch. Takes down Izu, who's just trying to get in on top of Karan, but they keep him alive.
आज दोनों मैचेस दिल और दिमाग वाला मैच.
Strong responsive around here from GenG. 5-2. The drift back here. Carpe not going to be able to do too much.
Yeah, just going for the save at this point. Obviously, not everyone on the side of T1 as wealthy as they are themselves, but on the other side as well.
आ रहा है क्या comeback?
The chances are so slim. You're not exactly trying to press to make sure you take away only a couple weapons. Unless you take away the operator, the value's not really going to be there. The extra ult orb zap might be the catalyst that allows GenG to catch back up. So I like the patience. Okay. You know, get it out of the system when it's this part of the round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the fine time to whiff.
Exactly. When it wasn't like he whiffed a lineup or anything, you're just trying to go for a jump peek. So we'll excuse him on that one.
One down.
Wow. Both duelists in this game. With the operators, the flicks have been absolutely gorgeous. And that's the thing. So the peek out from Munchkin that round and the previous round as well with the Guardian. The previous round, T1 was very well prepared for something like that. They know that Munchkin, that's how he'll create those openings when GenG is down on numbers or when they're holding on the default. So we'll have to keep our eye to see if T1 continues to try to punish this KO.
Chance a blind timing spray there from Munchkin. Presses 2, hasn't spotted out some of the rest of this, but should be suspicious about that presence there at Wine. Fragment gonna come down. Smokes are flying, drone up over the top, Karan gonna be noted. He is just in such a poor position. Swing out from back, Gensai player able to find the headshot, takes him down. Spray up in towards Heaven. Tries to find any connections. Texture able to answer back a hell of a lot of damage there onto the enemy jet. Sai down to 18. Null command now gonna be invested, however. This Fragment. Bouncing up behind the block. Meteor still going to be flushed outside player, able to find that headshot.
Saya so
करेंगे क्या
trying to make sure that he's not in a position that
करना
usually
पड़ेगा
be
मतलब ज़्यादा rounds बचे नहीं हैं.
Both he and Rossi avoiding this spray, but quite a bit. But Lakia eventually able to hound him down. Does find that headshot. A 3v3, but time ticking, dwindling here from GenG. Lakia now picked off, swing around the side of Gen, and Rossi get with a headshot, puts Texture down, and given that Munchkin only has some HP, he's going to have to hightail it the hell out of here.
Holy,
11-6,
I mean,
no comeback,
everyone on T1, obviously a couple members on GenG as well, but everyone on T1 is so sharp today.
सारे
These
मार
reactions
रहे,
are just near instant.
सारे.
They'll take away the operator as well.
पांचों मार रहे.
Texture will reinvest for another one himself. But again, T1, they wait to see, right? They respect that Munchkin might fill the smoke, but as soon as they hear that fragment come out, they know they're safe to push the smoke. So they go in, wait for the second ping on the fragment. As soon as that pulse goes out, they swarm, knowing that no one can be able to get close because of their own fragment. And GenG's tendencies are absolutely getting picked apart, especially Munchkin's right now here on the defensive side.
Slow start here from both sides. Sai with the operator in hand. Himself boosted up here onto the wall. 0 point though. Spot him out. Answering 0 point from Rossi. Not going to be catching anything.
So much early util was being used on B main right now. And normally GenG, they would do that so that they can over-rotate. I wonder if T1's going to punish this, because this might be GenG just defaulting into old habits right now.
It's coming down. They expect a player in this position. Turn for the flash. Munchkin able to find two, cannot get the third. Rossi does put him down, but the man advantage there for the side of GenG, but now taken away. And Saya gets a shot here on the texture. Lakia lurking at Excred, asleep at the wheel a little bit. Not prepared, ends up falling with Saya. Keeps him in it, finds himself a second elimination. There's Fury now coming through. The swing out of the smoke. Karan trying to find it. Lakia will be able to take down Rossi, and suddenly it's a 1v1. Lakia,
30 seconds
high
left.
talent, getting his way all the way across
thank you
through
for
into
the
Gelato.
$2.
When does he cut the footsteps?
Thank you so much.
Be soon, but look at Saya.
Full support,
Having the
Monk.
read.
Love you.
Knowing, expecting, and delivering.
Bye.
A 4K from Saya player gets T1 up to map point.
Bye. Offer to hai.
Just
Offer
an
to hai.
absolute trademark Saya player round. All with the operator on the attacking side.
Dude, he just
Gets the
sleep.
absolute necessary kills
Yeah,
at the right
Piro,
time to
die.
keep them alive. I mean, all these off angles, he's just out in the opens. For some of these, you don't expect that with the operator. And even the read on the wrap around. Because the kill happened in mid,
chances
you're not hearing
नहीं
the door
करने,
being broken, you're not hearing footsteps up in heaven. It's a good timer.
भाई इस बार
in his
Pacific
heart.
winner हो
And
सकता
now
है क्या?
GenG
Please
one round
यार.
away from losing their map pick.
Pacific winner हो जाए.
Knives pulled from texture. Scraped together by here for the side of GenG.
So the push out on A main this time. Trying to hold
आपने
a
कब
little bit more
tuition से
aggressive
आया को?
control. That way they can rest easy. Just waiting for a flood retake on to be.
Off-stream,
This is
off-stream.
where GenG thrives the most. Even though weaponry doesn't look great.
मैं और साया
Women actually
1v1
just fill the
off battle
site
करते थे
early
off
on, not going. They don't want to get counter read by T1 on the flood
Turn
retake.
over the top. Texture thinking about it. Goes for the jump. He's able to find one, but
बहुत
Saya
ज़्यादा
able to
चाहे
snipe
वो.
him out of the sky.
कोई
So
सीन नहीं,
doesn't go ahead and
उसमें
equalize
sugar
that. A
नहीं है.
1-for-1 exchange so far. Double stack though here on the entryway as Paranoia crashes across. Meteor not clipped by this. Found Lakia. The 0 point does not scout. TP to check. No TP down into the side. The pop flash. Finding Meteor, but no one checking the right hand side. Meteor able to gun down two. Up shot point blank.
भाई ये
Saya comes up with the goods there.
शॉर्टी वाला ऑफ चला रहा है बे साया.
Karan does fall.
शॉर्टी वाला ऑफ चला रहा है.
Working his way across, arriving now into market.
One enemy
Gets a
remaining.
jump, Saya dead, no command now
30
used.
seconds
Izu. See if he can try to clutch this one out. Keep them in it. Munchkin tries to keep them in this series.
Spike planted.
Plan through. Izu now spotted. Has to be wary. That Guardian
The
can
reposition.
wallbang through boats, but yeah, he's going to reposition the 0 point. However, not catching him. Tells Munchkin all that he needs to know.
Hey.
Sends a flash. Knows that he's here on the
Oh!
side. The headshot will come
बच
in.
गया. एक और
Kill
round.
found, up, recovered. GenG hold on by a thread.
Oh man, Munchkin, he's always still good for the clutch. I mean, even accounting for the possibility of that reposition. That's a hard one to read. Obviously, you know, when we're watching it, sure, you think, yeah, of course he could have left, but you're so concerned about the 50-50 between the two doors at Boathouse. Now that's a hard one to think about, but the pop flash is there. And this, a crucial mistake from T1. They've been so good about checking their corners all the way up to this round. But when they could have closed it out, it bites them right back.
मेरा वैलो ऑनलाइन कोच बन जाओ. कितना लोगे भाई? सिंपल है.
Not done yet
1
here,
lakh
GenG.
per minute.
I mean, if T1 loses this, they're econ. I mean, it's
That's
already
it.
not
क्योंकि आपको
perfect,
2 ही
but
मिनट
it's
लगेंगे
gonna
मेरे
get
जैसा
broken if
pro
they don't
बनने
win
के.
here. We could very well be
मेरा
looking
2
at an
मिनट का जो
overtime.
स्पीच है ना,
Flash of TP
उससे
forward. Izu
minimum
taking a hell of a
immortal.
lot of space.
Minimum.
As Karan just looking to get flush against the wall, the judge in hand.
क्या बोलते
This
हो?
is not
Chat, do you
something
agree?
GenG have been showing. So T1, do they have any
मैं कैसे
expectation,
खुद
any
immortal
read
हो
for
वो मत
this?
पूछना बस.
As he's waiting to swing, and there it is. They all line up. Judge Collat, not something that you always see, but
Shotgun
there
की
it
वजह
is.
से
Rossi
comeback होने
noted.
वाला है.
Going to eat a smattering of damage on the exit.
जब
But
तब
already-
होगा.
नहीं
Such
हुआ.
a huge
Wow.
start
साया प्लेयर ने वो
to this round here for GenG.
बराबर.
It's just Rossi and Excurate left alive. Because of the economy, they might just
Yeah.
have to try to hold on to these weapons.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, sure, yeah, you'll get an ult or two online if you go for it, but you have to consider you have a
आज
lot
रात
of
को भी
rounds
2 matches
up. So
है
there's
मेरे.
2 ways to think about this, right? Just get the ults up, forget the next round, and move on.
का.
One enemy remaining.
1-2. Swift as ever, Munchkin.
तेरे बोला तो
Helps
मैं
to
डर
deliver a
गई.
flawless round here from GenG.
They
So
by
this is
where
very,
were
very
you,
big for
dude?
GenG. Again, going for it just because you have the
भाई
round
का 1
advantages,
लाख
maybe you just
घर का
make sure that the ults are going to be there
EMI
whenever
की
you
वजह
want.
से
It puts a
बोल रहे
little
हो.
bit of extra pressure and the possibility of getting that third kill in
EMI
the
को
next
2
round.
जाएगा शायद.
So I don't think you blame them, but the save wouldn't have been bad either.
The conditioning was there.
Absolutely.
Looks like GenG starting to get heated up a little bit. T1 though, still at such an
Munchkin
advantage.
not losing
Multiple
today to T1.
attempts,
नहीं
multiple
ये गया
chances
ये game गया.
to stop this, but Saya
भाई
swings out of top.
क्या
He will
flick
get taken down.
वापस.
Texture snapping with the shot. Finds that opening elimination. Munchkin can
भाई 1v1 off battle कर दो. जो जीता वो जीता.
Rossi strikes him down. Karen now trying to hold the line, trying to backpedal to Rossi. Just a little bit faster. Top shot from Texture peels back some of the pressure as the flank is coming through, and then Carpe will play off that 50-50.
Big fan.
Still found out from Meteor. The reveal in now. Excurate cut off away from the spike, even though he's all on his lonesome. That will be the lockdown infested, just shoving away from the spike and making this round damn near impossible for him. We'll see what Excurate tries to get done here. What kind of magic he can potentially work, because for now, he has an operator in his hand.
Yeah, the op, and then the lockdown as well. So he's going to try to dwindle the numbers, but GenG's very well aware of this. They know the spike is still down, that he has to recover it. They've got the turret to wash main. The only place he could be coming from is heaven with the door closed.
2 minutes में coaching हो जाएगा all day for easy.
Cross, Meteor just around the corner, and he's not ready for Lakia up on top of the generator.
Deal done.
Close
पहले
but no
मुझे
cigar
1
there,
घंटे का advance
14-1.
दो.
GenG continue the run back, but they still need 3 more to force this into overtime. And look at the ults stacked up now here for the side of T1.
Yeah, Excurate's going to be very thankful that Meteor pulled out his own lockdown
छोड़ो,
first.
मैं
That way he
Pinky से
didn't really
सीख लूंगा.
commit his.
नहीं.
He's able to carry it over, now chain it in for a near
पर
guaranteed
पोते
round.
सीखेंगे तेरे पर पोते.
Charon, I mean, we're seeing some of the same things that we saw when he first debuted. They're trying to just delay, trying to be maybe a bit too much of a team player. Maybe his teammates,
make that
calling
first
for the
now.
op. Maybe his teammates and the coaches have to remind him to maybe shoot his gun a bit more. That worked during kickoff. See if it brings the same magic here.
Smoke going to be thrown in. There's the null command to start things off. Lakia, does he push up in front of this? Yes, he does. Swing out though, and he tucks back into the smoke, cuts off his own vision. He ends up falling down.
By heavy ult.
Lakia, Meteor both
Ult heavy मारा.
dead. Is this where it all comes to an end? It certainly is seeming like it as Izu finds 3. Texture now, last one standing.
GG.
The fragment to hold him at bay. The op in hand.
Ah, GG.
Would be a monstrous clutch, but it seems nigh impossible. TP now used. There's the first shot though. Finds one, picks up the Vandal. Spray across, just a hair off of finding Rossi. There's one over at main. Decent idea about the positioning here of the others, but there's so many angles to try to isolate and pick off. Spot one, there's the counter swing out. Izu with the 4K will put him down. GenG, they get close, but not nearly close enough. 13-9. T1 will take away GenG's map pick of ascent.
Very, very well prepped and polished T1.
Rice ball 1 घंटे का.
Few mistakes as a team, sure.
1 करोड़ है,
You lose a
लेकिन
couple
अभी
duels,
कोड
but
चल
the
रहा है
read, the
मेरा.
prep was
Binks
perfect. And this is an absolutely
QT24.
revitalized
तो
T1.
उससे
GenG,
50
meanwhile,
lakh discount.
haven't really seen too much new on that ascent. You're open for more on Sunset.
Well, that'll do it for us here. Now we'll pass it back over to the analyst desk though to break down all the action from our opening map of the series.
100% agree with what William said there. T1 was very much prepared for this, and we heard it from Data as well earlier, right? They really knew what they had to work on, and I feel like there were such minimal mistakes here for T1 on this map. Usually it would just boil down to timings or, you know, just maybe some rounds being unlucky, but this was pretty much a very big improvement for them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they had a good read from the get-go, really understanding when they could harass and stop the executes on their defender side of GenG's. They really had great timings, great reads on all of that, so that really made it difficult for GenG to get into post plants. And even if they did, they were very low in terms of numbers. That's why the post plant percentage is very weak here for GenG. And then they just made good adaptations all the way through. The rest of the map, they did a good job of readjusting to any changes that GenG was making. So this was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think that T1, they just feel like they've
DM
brought what they had
chat
yesterday, and they immediately brought it into the next day. Like everybody's on fire.
DM bye.
Rossi once again putting
Binks भाई GEELI चुम्मी दे दो. आज मैच है. Love you DM.
So ready for this? GenG came out a little flat.
DM कैसे जा रहे मैच में? Last time देखा तो अच्छे गए थे.
So it wasn't very close early on, and
Question ये है कि हेल्फ भाई कभी मारेंगे?
but it was just a little bit too far ahead for T1, and these guys are on a roll. It feels like everything is very smooth.
ऐसा पिंकी पूछ रही थी मैं नहीं. I am never toxic.
GenG are playing up against a really strong team today. That's why we said, you know, maybe we're predicting GenG, but on paper it's probably like 55.
और टाइम चल रहा है Binks भाई. मेरा सैलरी से भी.
almost
मिस्टेक
C1
कर
favorite.
दिए क्या ही
It
बोलूं
certainly is, and of
अभी
course,
याद आ रहा रहेगा ना सारा सुपर चैट हाँ देव भाई तो 10-10 करके मुंह पे फेंक के मार रहे थे अभी सारा याद आ रहा रहेगा मैच नहीं मैच खत्म हो गया हम लोग टॉप सीड किया इस बार ऑनलाइन हेलो बैलान पे मारेंगे कांग्रेचुलेशंस गाइस डीएम को पप्पी हो जाए लव यू डीएम
Mommy wants to know your location.
लव यू
pointing out, you could see it the way he
Mommy
was
wants
positioning
to-
himself,
किसकी
the way
mommy?
he was reaggressive,
अरे
those
अंकी को
waves,
mommy
all the
बुलाते हैं ना।
angles.
अच्छा।
They had really
अपने
confident
लिए।
reads on GenG's
मैं टेंशन में आ गया मतलब
punish that time.
पुणे है
Yeah,
नासिक है
I also
मैंगलोर
wanna
है
say
मतलब कौन
that particularly Izu and Rossi did a really good job of making Karon's life an absolute nightmare on the A
Confused
side
हो गया
when
था
they
मैं।
switched over to defenders. Like every time I'm just watching Karon, I'm like, he's screwed, he's dead. Like there's nothing he can do.
Oi!
He's getting smoked, paranoia, flashed. I mean, he's just absolutely just getting
थोड़ा
destroyed.
डिले
by
अभी
utility.
उठी ना नींद से
That was a big reason why they had some more success on their attacker side versus what GenG could pull off.
Yeah, I think the
Congratulations,
the
DM.
paper thin, like, we were
भाई
gonna
इस
see
बार
some of the
जीतना है
more
ठीक है
obvious great things that T1 were able to do
इस
specifically
बार
with Sia playing,
Ascension
like, some of
पूरा
the shots
जीतना
were
है
just absolutely bonkers. You know, just getting a sliver of sight and then shooting him through the wall.
Hello,
Doing a
Rio.
crazy flick. Near
Thank you
pizza
so
that
much
one
for the
time, just
membership.
insane stuff. GenG did have some moments where it looked like, okay, you know, T1 weren't
Ring नहीं है।
quite crossing all their T's and
नहीं
dotting
है।
all their I's, but at the
Huh?
end of the day,
नहीं
you
ring
know,
है।
even some of the
नहीं
clutch
ring
power
दो।
from the GenG members were not enough. Even some moments like this.
ऑलरेडी जो
to
10
fully
है
come
अंदर
back.
उसका
It
क्या
interesting
करने
towards
का
the end, you know, picking up a bunch of rounds in a row, but it was just too far away for them to actually come back. Much like Talon against Paper X yesterday.
एसेंशन का तो पता नहीं बट कब तू लैंड पे फोकस है भाई फोकस हटा दे तिल लगाने के कब तू एसेंशन चाहिए क्या करेगा प्राइस मनी का पार्टी करना तेरे को बीच
It feels like, you know, you have the very flashy plays from Saya player, you have the sneaky attacks from X-Rater as well, you have the utility from Carpe. Izu,
देख रहे हो ना चैट इसका फोकस
if you need to prove
प्राइस मनी पे
they're there. You know, they're gonna
प्राइस
run
मनी
the
करके
gun,
इसको
they're gonna
30
go in
60
and
90 करना
change
देख रहे हो
up
ना
what GenG might expect of them. And I think that's what makes
Clubbing
T1
करनी है
as well
इसको
so dynamic, right? When you need that little bit of unpredictability, you have these players that can bring that out. Going
आपका
into
क्या
Sunset,
प्रीमियर
though,
से
this
वीसीटी
is
जाने
going
का
to be their
सपना
map pick. GenG, I mean, we
भाई
have
मेन
seen
प्रॉब्लम
them
कि
on
2 ही
Sunset.
घंटा
It's
सो रहा
not
हूँ तो ज्यादा सपना
spectacular.
देख नहीं पा रहा हूँ मैं भी
Yeah, I mean, they're only 1-1. They've only ever played a
स्टेप
twice,
बाय
right?
स्टेप
So,
फोकस कर रहा
and the
हूँ
last time
भाई
they
अभी
played,
ठीक
they
है
lost
ठीक है
to
ठीक है
PRX,
ठीक है
which, you know, it's a pretty good map for Paper X.
It's
So,
Paper X.
Primesh, thank you for the membership.
as big of a
Screen
deal
देख,
here, but
क्या
yeah,
देखने
going
का
up
है?
against a
खेला
T1
नहीं है वो
who's
लोग
really
ने।
confident. You know, Rossi on this KO has really come into form. You know, like not only is the team kind of clicking at
First time वो
home,
लोग sunset
switching
खेल
over
रहे
to X-Carrot as the IGL, but Rossi's really starting to get it figured out. Not just being a Viper one trick, he's got the KO now. Not only does he have the KO, he's insane with it. So I think that's a big part of Sunset here for GenG is really avoiding those flashes, avoiding that KO utility.
तेरे इसका न्यू वीडियो देखा मैं एकदम सेंटी हो गया नहीं मेरे को होने क्या सेंटी मैं देखूंगा बाद में
particularly on their attacker side.
Speaking of GenG, by the way, we do have to congratulate Texture
दिवेश
still
गया
for
रे तू
joining the 1,000 kill club.
प्रीमियर
I feel like,
सिटी
you know, there's
सीन का
a
क्या हो
pretty
गया
decent
बंद
number
पता
of,
नहीं ठंडा हो गया ना
players now on
कुछ
there.
अपडेट ही नहीं आया
A lot
उसके
of them
बाद
just you mentioned on the GenG side, but yeah, we saw that little celebration that he had earlier where he was like, "Oh, it's me! I did it! Yeah!" And a little, you know, moment of applause there for our members in that prestigious club. But now going over here, of course, we are going over into Sunset. It is a 2-site map, and that brings us to our guess and gain game here. The question for today is which site will have more spikes planted in map number 2?
The look he just gave
Yeah, I know.
क्या हो गया ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो फिर से प्यार हो जाएगा
I'm just sitting in Radiant, hanging
you
out.
just, like,
You have
But now
opt
I need to defend the throne, right?
Yeah.
I was actually one above Radiant.
Right.
It wouldn't let me stay up there, so
Yeah.
Oh.
now
No,
I just
I was
have to
suggesting like
maintain
I was
Radiant.
just suggesting that this is a circle and
Yeah,
the world is not
prestige.
8 मई को है
without
प्रीमियर
Iron and
कैसे
join
पता चला
Black and Achilles over here.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा ले
But
सुन
yeah,
ले
so
सुन
we have our viewers who are suspecting
A
that it
beauty
may
at the
favor
end.
A. Let's bring out our. We actually prepared our
We did.
answers
We
beforehand.
did it ahead of
We
time.
were.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
were.
yeah.
What did you write there?
I
Okay.
wrote something.
All right,
wrote
right.
something.
Let's reveal in 3, 2, 1. I'm guessing it's gonna be B, but B as in Valorant.
Yeah.
B as in Valorant. Yeah.
Valorant बोल
B
दिया
as in Valdez.
Yeah, they're going to be Valdez
Valdez,
someday,
yeah.
yeah.
Give me 10 years.
It works. But I don't know. I'm feeling like they're gonna favor
ए जीजू है क्या बाजू
but I
में
feel like they're
DM
gonna be more successful in planting the spike on B. So that's why I think I'm favoring B. But like as you
जीजू को बोल दे
mentioned,
अभी
they need to
ऑफिशियली
do the
नाम चेंज
composition
करके
as
जीजू
well,
ही रख
but
दे
like what's I know you have your
Yeah.
own
थोड़ा
logic,
रूट
but
करने को
I
मजा
picked
आएगा
against what I think would
Yeah.
normally really happen.
इधर
Yeah.
इजू उधर
It'd be
जीजू
harder for
it's a
So
paper
normally I
thin
would say
meta.
A. Yeah.
Yeah, the paper thin meta. It's
पीछे
your
बैठा
ball
पास
is
देना
set
तो
up.
फिर
Yeah,
पट
I
से
mean, A is just generally an easier site to plan on. So, A.
प्लीज
That's my logic.
That's
you know?
great. That's Valda's logic
तेरे
for
लिए
you.
ही
But
सरप्राइज
yeah,
था
you mentioned
बग्स
right,
भाई
it
सैलरी
might
से
boil
भाई
down
तेरे को
to the
जल्दी सैलरी मिलेगा
composition
सच्ची
as
बोल
well,
रहा हूँ
especially if,
जल्दी
you know,
मिलेगा
we're
तेरे को
gonna see T1
सैलरी
potentially bring out the
तेरे को
Gecko,
इस बार
for example,
डबल मिलेगा
or if they
सैलरी
switch things around,
डबल
which they might be liable to do
पाँच
actually, you
मैं तो
know,
बोलता हूँ
at
जिस
this
कंपनी
point.
में
I
काम
wanted
कर
to
रहा है ओनर ही
ask
बन जाएगा
there
तू
to bring out something new, especially since, you know, going into playoffs, they seem like a team that does a lot of homework. They could have had this strategy prepared, especially for GenG.
Yeah, GenG's had a lot of time since we last saw them on Sunset, so they could absolutely be cooking here, trying to come up with something different. I would
मैं
expect
जा रहा
that we're
मैप
going to see
वन
a texture on the Rays
मैं
for sure,
मैं
but after
मैं
that,
जा रहा
you could convince me of
मैप
a
वन
lot of
देख के
different
आओ
comps
तो तू जा रहा है या
on
आऊ
both
है
side of GenG. So certainly the Gecko could be in play. We're pretty certain we're going to see the Gecko, considering we saw it yesterday for
ऋषु भाई नहीं मान रहे ऋषु भाई थैंक यू द 5 pounds फ्रॉम देव भाई ना मान रहे तू उसका सैलरी ना मान रहा तू ऋषु भाई ना मान रहे वी केम अ लॉन्ग वे यार हाँ देव भाई को सारे फ्लैशबैक्स आते रहेंगे इतनी वॉच पार्टी में 10-10 पाउंड फेंक के मारा कम से कम 3-4 हजार पाउंड उधर गया यहाँ पे सैलरी अटक गया बेंच देव भाई बोला था रुक जाओ ठंडा हाथ रखो नहीं
But as you mentioned, not sure that they're actually going to go for that. Probably just the raise
Zara
is going to be interesting. Definitely could be a nice time to pull out some.
Zara
pocket
बोला क्या
picks
Zara
if you
बोला हम
wanna
लोग
do
को समझा
something
नहीं
crazy.
पिंकी तक
And
समझा
I
क्या
don't
बोला
really feel like though as GenG you have to be feeling desperate, even though you did lose that
समझा
last map.
नहीं
I feel
जरा या
like
जरा
just a little bit of perhaps nerves, feeling a bit
एक
cold.
वॉइस नोट भी होना
It's just going to be interesting to see what they have prepared for Sunset though.
Well, wait no longer as we jump
Rizwan,
into Sunset.
thank you
We're
for the
gonna toss it back to our
5.
casters, William and Achilles.
Yes, thank you very much. We are ready to go into this second map. Let's take a look at what we
शर्म
have
करे
here.
शर्म
Wait,
And okay,
we did
have-
tell GenG that they don't get to rematch on Ascent, right? Because this,
जारा ने
Yeah.
ऐसे
we
में बोलते हैं
haven't really seen this on Sunset. We've seen a lot of things on Sunset,
अब जा रहे
but
हैं हम
not
शॉपिंग
this.
करने
And mainly the
मैं
Jet,
पहले ये
right?
चेयर
The
से ऊपर
Silvas,
तब
the
जाऊँ
KOs,
अभी
yeah, that's all great.
सुबह
The
को
Cypher
किया
all
मैच अभी
perfect.
कर रहा हूँ रात को भी
But
कर
the
रहा हूँ
Jet,
मेरे को नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम भी
knowing
करना है एक
that T1 uses that Cypher a lot. I mean,
कैसे एनर्जी कैसे
Vodka's going to have to be on
कैसे
point if they ever want to hit that B site.
No,
Let me
they
tell you
really
that.
do. I mean, it's widely, it's going to be on Munchkin and Lakia to try to clear out these trips. Texture, not having that rage.
Let's see, hopefully जल्दी क्या पार्टी का पूछा उसने
that sort of stuff to try and
ठीक है
destroy that Cypher utility. So, maybe the guessing game people who
डीएम ओ डीएम तेरी टीम में अभी रिसेंट मैच में एक न्यू प्लेयर क्यों था जरा बता इधर बता लेकिन व्हाट्सएप पे नहीं इधर राहुल लेमन कैसा है मेरी जान की मीनन थैंक यू फॉर द 80
trying to keep themselves in this series. T1, however, in the position to maybe have
उसको रिवेंज लेना था
2-0
क्यों रे ऐसा
victory
क्या हो गया था
and advance
साला
forward into
बोलते
that winners final.
Yeah, curious to see, again, what the choice is here for the Jet specifically. The Silva KO, all of that, it all makes sense. But why the Jet over the Rays? Unless, it just might just be a comfort thing. At the same time, I mean, Texture
मेरा
has Rays
holiday
always looked
पे
fine,
नहीं
but the
आया
Jet's
मेरा
always been a
holiday
bit
पे
more impactful,
जितने
so to
में
speak.
टोटल सुपर चैट के
So we'll see, obviously,
आता
starting
है
on the
हर
defense.
साल सच्ची
I think this part they're
Happy
less
holiday
worried
to you,
about
यार।
than the second half. See how many rounds they can
मैं
chain
चाहता हूँ तो
together.
काम कम करे हॉलिडे ज्यादा ले अभी
Force surprise.
Get ready for the pop flash, sends it out. Texture able to find that
Whoa.
first kill. Talking about re-swinging as he does still have the dash available for a little bit of time, and then decides to just go ahead and back away. Dizzy up over the top. Munchkin not being spotted there, but now does reveal his position.
हरामी है
He's
BC।
Karen able to find two. Texture finding himself as
देखो
second.
लास्ट टाइम मैं चेक किया था बी और सी में गैप नहीं था
Aaron playing close. An easy target as he is down low on HP, and eventually
Typing
Texture
mistake
able to
हो गया
drag
मेरे
that
हिसाब से
cross arrow
ऋषि भाई
and find
से
that elimination.
मत दो
Picks up the
मत
spike.
दो
no pressure from behind, so flank not going to be coming in. He gets
Love
himself
you,
into a
Rushbai.
winnable position in a 1v2.
Taxi फंसे
Yeah,
हो
so
आप.
GenG,
Love
you still have
you.
the Cypher set up on A. All you have to do is make sure you stay grouped up, right? There's no reason to hunt for
Red में
this.
cute
There's
लग
no
रहे हो.
reason to put
भाई ये
yourself in a
T1 जीतेगा मेरे
disadvantageous
को लग रहा
position.
है. फील आ रहा है मेरे
Obviously,
को.
they don't have any knowledge of mid. There's still 40
लगता
seconds.
है,
If
Binky,
they have an
तेरे को क्या
internal
लगता है,
timer on a
कौन जीतेगा?
potential flank all the way through the map. But for now,
What
they're
are
just
your
focused on
flat
that B.
analysis?
And now Texture will turn his sights. Yeah, they'll start
गया GenG.
to swivel on a timer, see if it's a wrap all the way around mid.
GenG गया.
And otherwise, if it's A, it'll just be a two-man retake.
Cam is set up, can be toggled there from Meteor.
हाँ?
2T1 के साथ है.
मैं उसके
So
तरफ.
while Obscurate goes in and will most likely get this, he'll hear the
King
cam.
इधर है. दिमाग उधर.
Quite scanned for it just
ऋषि
yet.
भाई, thank you for the 50 gifted मेरी जान के
Plant the cam, Texture playing away
टोटे.
from it, so won't be able to spot him out. He's going to try to intercept. Texture draws out the weapon.
क्या जिस
Expecting
को
that
भी
he could be in
मिला.
that
Oh,
position.
no.
There's the
उसको
first one
पकड़ो.
Meteor tagged as well.
Clutch it, clutch it, clutch it, clutch it, clutch
Headshot
it.
to be the difference maker here. Texture right now pulling away from the angle. I don't think he saw the re-peek.
Clutch
Worry
है.
about the approach from defender spawn. The
Clutch
time
है.
is ticking. With every second that goes by, X-Ray
Clutch
the stop
है.
goes up.
This cam could be huge. They
Now
both
Cam
hit
is
each other.
in. Oh,
Oh!
dart removed. Swing it.
Oh!
X-Ray good for it. The 3K to clutch the pistol. T1 start off Sunset once again
Hashtag
with a win.
OP.
My vision to your advantage.
Wow.
भाई
Obscurate.
क्या
clean
राउंड
with it. I
निकाला
love
बेटी
the
वन ने.
push.
नो वंडर है
all the
GenG
way
बैन
through.
करता है मैप.
Ace short all the way towards
फिर
mid.
से बैन करना चाहिए था.
He escapes being potentially spotted by any Cypher util. He makes sure that that's the part where he
कुछ
can
भी
get a
टाइम आउट नहीं
1v1. I
लेगा.
mean,
कुछ
it's the
बोलता
only
रहेगा. हर
part
बार
that he
बैन
can
किया.
potentially
इस
get a
बार क्यों
1v1
नहीं
because
किया?
they would still be running, considering that they think they're not going to be heard. It's an excellent call. And then just the Cypher duel as it comes down to an aim fight.
क्या?
देव भाई ने पूछा जीपे बेटर है.
Back away from the
नहीं
0
नहीं नहीं.
points.
सुपर
Cam
चैट
still being play, side player.
एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए ज्यादा बेटर है.
We're trying to clear that out.
भले
Oh, man,
30%
what a
यूट्यूब पे
one-tap.
जाता है
Meteor
लेकिन
does put him
गम नहीं है
down.
उसको.
Marshall
इसको गम होता है
हाँ तो भाई.
not needing to be picked up as everybody
ये
else
मेरे
has
को
a bit more firepower behind them.
क्योंकि मैसेज ज्यादा
Right down
टाइम
here.
तक दिखता है.
As
मेंबरशिप
Shocker will
सबको
find a
मिलता
decent
है.
amount of value.
मतलब
He's
बहुत
takes a couple
कुछ है.
shots into the
समझ रहे हो?
shoulder there from
Membership
Locky as
nice,
well,
it's
so
sad
finds
about
himself
this.
now at 50 HP.
Yeah, so this should already give a bit of information that there's probably more than they bargained for from T1. And GenG, they're just going to try to play for the numbers. They've still got Texture watching for the rotate. Obviously, T1 not going to take any chances for that because they have the surefire information that no one has actually pushed out
आपको
from the
देखकर लगता
extremities
है
with those
हमें भी
trap wires
कोई
still
मिल
being
ही
online.
जाएगी.
Scurit's still alive. He's got full armor as well.
मेरे को लगने रहा है
All
ये
going to come down to
compliment था.
Texture. And GenG, I mean, it's an eco. Doing the
Entertainment
best
के
you
वजह से
can with the tools
30%
you
क्यों
have.
वाइट को
Why?
करना है?
First and last line of defense here is
Sensible
Texture. Is the orb going to be taken by
Sensible.
Rossi? Texture
क्योंकि मैं
forward.
कैसे एंटरटेन कर रहा हूँ वैसे ही
Dash
समझ रहे
now
हो?
at the ready, gets himself
YouTube
behind the
ने
box here,
platform
back
दिया.
side, looks for the first shot, dashes over into the smoke. Does take a little bit of damage, but Wiley is
ये
okay.
hilarious भाई ने
Here's
मेरे
that
गुंड
wingman
मारे
cutting
मेरे को लग
across,
रहा है.
but can't quite intercept it, so Plant will come
Huh?
through.
Spike planted.
One
सार्कास्टिक
with four
स्माइली
players.
इमोजी वाला फील आया मेरे को यहाँ तक.
Looking to defend this
हिमांशु
spike.
भाई MLX spitting facts.
Yeah, we have quite a heavy buy here from T1. So GenG, if they can take down 2 more people, they'll make sure only maybe 1 Vandal's carried over and another weapon. It's not so bad.
अंकी के चैनल
Trap
पर
is
भी
going to be
famous
triggered
हो
on the
गई.
backside, so they have to start to watch for their
ये
flanks.
बिकिनी क्या है बड़े
There's the
भाई?
reveal, Locky with the beat with that Marshall
ये
able to
बिकिनी
find
क्या
one.
है?
Mizu gunning down the others with that
ये
Spectre hand
dinosaur
in hand.
extinct
Swing out
होने
for
वाला है
Munchkin
भाई.
had been noted. Ends up falling. Now it's all in Texture to see if he can deal some additional damage. And it's
God
close,
2-0,
but
clean
not
2-0.
close enough to find the shot there while full blind. Rossi will
Pinky
find
करे,
the
head
3K
करे
as
dinosaur
T1
को.
move up 2-0.
You're going to carry over 3 of those
हाँ, एक
rifles,
chance.
so
ठीक
both the
है,
Vandals
final
and the
chance.
Bulldog. That's a fine piece of weaponry here for T1. They'll actually match
लेकिन
with
वहाँ से
all
यहाँ
5
तक कैसे
rifles, so
जीपे
this is
करेगा?
no longer a bonus round. It's a buy round
राजा
for
देव
buy
भाई,
round. Just
बोल
with a
रहा
couple
हूँ,
half
1 करोड़
armors
ही
across the
limited,
board.
ठीक
But
है?
same for GenG. They invested in that Marshall.
प्लीज उससे ज्यादा मैं नहीं ले सकता. टेबल के
Rossi
ऊपर
has
से.
been firing today.
Man's been absolutely on one.
सॉरी बिंकी, दीदी बोलने वाला था. मैं भी
So
हाइट
one
देने
thing
वाला
with
था.
the Jet is, well, okay, this time they're going to commit to the push in. I was going to say
Almost
one thing that we saw
almost.
during the
थोड़ा
pistol
ऐसे
that I
चिपक
imagine
के
that you will
right.
continue to do is you can actually push out aggressively but not have to commit to it like you
एक
would with
बंदे
the
से
Raze,
पूछा था
right? You're
पता
not
है,
having to
जो
commit with
हमको
something like
दिखता है
a
वो
breach raise
opponents को भी
combo,
दिखता
things
है
like
क्या?
that. You can still set the Jet up. They still have the option to dash back towards
10
their
के
own
10
site.
wall करके
But this
मारो.
time they'll invest into it. I don't mind it. 'Cause you
Crazy
don't really
question
expect
था.
that too much with the Jet. So now you have full
Big
B
guys, this is
control. The
knockout game.
smokes
No,
will
no, no.
dissipate. That
Knockout
cooldown,
game
I
कल
don't
था.
think it's going to be ready from Karon. So Texture, it's all on him. And T1, they're looking to regain control.
Here's the one holding the line. Man in that paranoia, helping to force him back. Rotations now coming back through for GenG. Try to reinforce this site.
आप लोगों का लोअर बैक पेन नहीं होता इतना बैठने के बाद लोअर बैक है ही नहीं ना मेरे पास
Very deep lurk.
लोअर बैक है ही
Already
नहीं
tucked in over by Ali. Doesn't know if the rest of this position is cleared though, so has to wait.
आज रात को एनए मैच
He
के बाद
says,
मेरे
I
को
can get you this
याद भी नहीं
close. I've
रहेगा
got
कि
the cam
बुंड
to
है
check
मेरे
the
पास
opposite side. We can look to try to attack this A site. And right now for T1,
यूपीआई डाल
as the
के
gamble's
रखा
concerned,
करो
it is in
हमेशा
their
स्क्रीन
favor.
पे वो ज्यादा
30
बेटर
seconds
है
left.
it's only Meteor and Lakia
UPA
in
के
position
number
here,
डाला तो
ready to intercept. No command coming through. Cam gonna get shut down. TP forward. Lakia tucked away here. Inside of that smoke, but now Meteor gone. Lakia
Go,
now
go,
on
go.
his lonesome.
भाई
Yeah, and a
ये
bit
भी
of an
क्लीन बे ये भी
overextension here from
ये भी
GenG. I
save
mean,
वाला
everything
लग
was
रहा
set
है
up for a retake on A. That's the standard rule on Sunset.
ये भी
And
सेव
sure, I mean, you
लग
get
रहा
no
है
commanded, fine. You know, let the Cypher util just die out. You could have waited, but now it's a weaker retake for sure.
Oh my God.
भाई इसका आज
Rossi
दिन है
just
बे
spamming
आज
through
इसने
the
जो
box.
खाया
Finds
ना
the kill. Side
breakfast
player
में
just get taken down.
वो
Hotline to be
चाहिए
sent.
One enemy
Carpe
remaining.
reinforcing Rossi's position. Comes away with 2 kills. Lakia now just has
Hi,
to sit
Binks,
back
my
here
school
in the defender
friend.
spawn. See if he can hold on to his weapon because now he has been spotted. The flood is coming. He gets swept up in it. As T1 drowned GenG here
Hi,
in round
Buluche.
3, converting the bonus into a win.
क्या बोले थे
I mean, GenG, they're not even
10 साल
playing
छोटी होगी
how
तेरे
they
से।
used to at the beginning of the year, right? They used to play so safe, make sure they always had numbers advantages. I mean, Meteor's just out in the open in the site, being null commanded in 0 point, and he's getting pushed out, and he just wants to hold on with no other util to back him up.
टपकने को क्या
Fuck
बोलते
yeah, at
हैं
the very least, I mean,
Flunky.
fine with that. Yeah, we can tell. Carpe.
हाय हाय
We can tell
टपकना
visually
मतलब
that the
फेल
comms
होना
are
होता है
good.
अपने लैंग्वेज में
Is showing.
डाइंग बोलती है
Whereas right now they are severely lacking.
हाय हाय बेसिक्स ने मालूम बे मैच में टपक गया बोले तो
all of that right now is just severely
Yeah.
lacking. Looking very disjointed. It's Meteor looking to go for a
हाँ
bit
ना
of a peek
अपना
here,
language
get towards
बचपन
mid.
से
Does have that
ऐसे रहा
marshal
है
in
ना
hand,
यार,
but
चैट।
everybody gets in front of him.
Oh.
Smoke now dissipated. Lakia turns his
Mom,
sights
Dad
back
ने
and
values
gets an
अच्छी
idea
दी
of
थी।
this and spots a bit more than he
Language,
bargained for.
left,
Doesn't
right
get taken
दिए।
down. Fragment now finds some
Yeah,
early
yeah,
damage here on the
तुम लोग
counter as the pop
देखिए।
flash gets ready to come through.
ये बोल
क्या है क्या समझा ही
Texture
नहीं
in the
था
meantime though, getting pressure.
तो
There's an
स्कूल वालों ने
approach.
समझा है
Does
टपकना
manage to
मतलब
find the
फेल
second
है
shot.
स्कूल
Dashes
वालों ने
across.
नहीं,
Does
तेरे
grab that
दोस्तों ने।
vandal.
जस्ट गालियां मेरे को मेरे भाई ने
Thrash
सिखाई
goes on the hunt.
एनी
She
कमेंट
knows he's pinched.
Clears it. Paranoia coming down, sets up the cloud burst, trying to keep himself protected, and Texture somehow comes away with
भाई
those 2
टेक्सचर भी
kills.
मूड में आज
Gives them now a man advantage, but
लेकिन T1 के
weaponry
सारे
still here in the
प्लेयर्स
hands
ऑन
of
है
T1.
सारे
Paranoia's
Flash
good
to
on
delay,
Nova.
tap on the spike, forces Meteor back. 2 sheriffs and a marshal to try to pull off yet another thrifty as there is the Thrash back into play, the dive forward. Clear out coming in
By
as he just swings on the
Oppa,
corner.
by
They will be able to help
Oppa.
rescue the round.
ओप्पा खेला कर पे
Absolutely
हाँ
perfect. Detains both members on the site. That
Oppa
explosion
खेला।
radius just wide enough. And he's
टपक
just going to be
गया
able to
उड़
swing
गया
on it
अपने
now.
में। हाँ, मतलब
6
वही है।
and 1 himself. Rare that we see a controller with no assist in all the kills, but it's working out for T1.
दोस्त है तो मजा है
I mean,
मेरे
Texture,
से
he does
बेहतर है
what he
कोई नहीं
can.
जान सकता
But you didn't really account for that second Thrash. I mean, you didn't have the weaponry to stop it
I
either
suppose.
way. And that's rough. And now back on a buy. You have the operator. All right? I mean, you got a jet, you got an operator. If you can't make
मतलब
something
कुछ
work
अच्छा
on
काम
this
किया है
round,
मैंने life में।
GenG, this comp has to be thrown right back in the bin. Because we haven't really seen any advantages that this agent
आज
composition
भी एक
brings for
दोस्त 5
GenG's
साल बाद
defense
आया लेकिन मैं मिल नहीं
over
पाऊंगा
what T1 has to show on the attack.
उसको बोला मैंने सारी
T1
दोस्ती
now
कर
targeting
लेने के बाद
market. They targeted top mid
दे रहा
earlier.
दे रहा
Really using the map wide, but Meteor, it's only
क्या हो
good
गया
for
ऋषि
one.
भाई
Just find the one. Least is able to equalize the
ठीक
count.
है
Much
ओ
The quick 3K looking for the floor. He puts extra down to 30.
क्या मारा
He once again comes
Vandal.
alive when the team
वैंडल मारा
most certainly needs it.
भाई
What a hold. As GenG will get themselves on the board there
घर
in
चाहिए
round
मुझे भी
5.
ज्यादा सेल्फिश नहीं बनने का
I feel like 90% of Munchkin's highlights are 3K
ऋषि
holds
भाई
on the defense.
And they're just so
सेल्फलेस
quick.
बनेगा
Yes.
तब सक्सेस मिलता है समझ रहे हो? पहले
It is
दूसरे का घर
very impressive.
Like, good lord.
देव भाई ने मेरे ग्रुप में देख एक वीडियो से
Goodness.
हाँ
देव
I mean,
भाई ने
almost
मेरे
gets the
ग्रुप में
fourth.
एक वीडियो से-
But the
Get
matter
it.
still holds that they're scraping by with the skin of their
Only
teeth,
way
right? It's
I can
heroics
get
that are
your
keeping them in the game,
attention is by like
but T1's not going to feel too bothered by it.
Hi मेरे नर्सरी के दोस्त.
No
Excuse
command
me.
coming through. Dizzy connects there
Call,
on
right?
Delakia. T1 will just back away. So this bit of util for the get-go. Going to be left on the
विपुल
floor.
करके तो
Side
दोस्त
player
था नहीं. विपुल ली
makes way
करके
back
थी.
across now through mid. This texture holding
किधर
kind
भी
of what
कुछ
he
भी
wants.
लड़की बना
To be
देना
ushered over towards him with that AWP in hand. Wingman expiring.
जब इंस्टा पे कोई कुछ भी कर
Now
सकता
Dizzy
है.
to try to clear the
मैं
angle.
स्ट्रीम पे क्यों नहीं?
Broke down, but now dash.
चुप रहो आप.
Expired. This becomes all the riskier for Texture to try to hold this position.
Yeah, he's going to back out on a timer, but here's the thing. T1, they have the choice to rotate back if they wanted, right? They drew out the null command, so you know the retake's going to be weaker than originally planned on A.
पिंकी दी को
You've got a
फ्रेम
couple
में क्यों
options.
नहीं
You're
ले रहे?
hearing the
अभी
door
भी
being
उठी
closed
ना.
as well.
चलता
Not in a
है.
position to rotate, but they do have mid control.
Orb's taken. Saya, he's got a showstopper. So they decide to go ahead and pull the trigger on that one in this round. There's the flash. First shot sent out. They do interrupt that one. Good timing as knives come here from Texture. He's able to find Rossi.
ट्रिप
More
बोलते,
Meteor.
ट्रिप
Takes down the
बोलते.
enemy Raze. Pink's coming through. Meteor. getting
भाई
caught
ये
there.
कैसे मारा बे
As
इजू ने?
Texture still within his own hands, trying to close it out.
भाई
Did not.
इजू ने ये कैसे मारा बे?
As Izu and
पूरा
Extra
साउंड
will
आया
be
था
left
उसको.
standing.
ये उसकी
They
गलती
will
थी.
once again deny GenG from stringing together 2 rounds consecutively. It's just the
बंक्स का
one round
बैक
so
और
far.
चार का बैक
Yeah,
सेम है.
that's with an
मतलब?
amazing 3K from the IGL himself. Those are the only 3 kills
Increase
Munchkin's
your
gotten
mic
so far.
volume,
that about
cannot
sums
hear
up
you.
This map so far, maybe even this match.
Ah.
This execute onto the site. They almost play it as if they had a Sage, right? They save both smokes, and it's
मीटियर
just
को
going
मारना
to
था
be
इधर
used
इजू को.
just to cut up the map in half. Make sure that they just have a
Ban
single
करना चाहिए था
line of
chat.
sight
क्या बोलते
towards
हैं?
market that they have to worry about. Makes things a lot easier
ये आपका
despite the
वॉक
flying
वॉक
jet. And
सुनने
now
में
it's a fast hit,
language.
Munchkin.
Oh,
Does
great
he
with
do
the
it
shot.
again?
Finds one, jump in the corner, and he does manage to crawl down fast enough to find Rossi. Extra, however,
Accurate
applies
में
for 2
कैसे
kills
दो
of his
मार
own.
दिए
Munchkin lock
अभी?
in, both going to be taken down. Just waits, playing patiently. There's the reveal. Karon noted. It's still able to find one before falling. Keeping things at this 2v2.
ब्लाइंड उठा.
GenG now have to re-aggress their way into the site.
भाई
Spike
इसका
planted. The thrash
ये
back in play
वो
already.
हैगा.
Carpe's been having a hell of a day so far.
Yeah, and they realize that they're not over by
इसका वो
alley.
उठाने
So
वाला
now
है ना
Crosshair's
पोकेमॉन.
trained.
टाइम बढ़ेगा मेरे हिसाब से.
And on the angle, Texture, trying to go for something a little bit cheekier, and just ends up falling the double face around the corner.
Hello.
As Meteor will get picked off. 6-1 now. T1, scrappy, but still winning the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're still holding the advantage every time as well. And
Eyes
like you said,
on
a
the
big part of it is
future,
those
eyes
ult
on the
rotations
future.
coming through.
बात
The
तो
showstopper
है.
earlier helps
बात
clear out
तो
the
है.
entrance into the site. This time it's going to be the neural theft
Eyes
now
on the
into
future
the
तो
thrash.
है.
That gives them knowledge that
हेलो
it has to
पाकिस्तान.
be a
ये
wraparound, or at least it's
जेंजी
very
बुरा
likely.
खेल रही है. T1 कुछ ज्यादा अच्छा खेल रही है.
Yeah,
T1 ज्यादा अच्छा खेल रही है यार.
No, not
आज
seeing it anymore. He knows it's
T1
close.
is doing all the right things. वो लोग का
Close to being
rotations
over.
on point था. Aim on point है.
Just about halfway there on
Hopping
this
on
map.
point है.
Already the first one in their back pocket.
सब
T1
on point है.
Gotta be feeling good about their odds right now.
ये मारेगा
Texture
ये.
thinking about going to the peak, does so, finds the punish there. On to Rossi. Scarpe gets a bit of damage. Working his
दुख
way
दर्द और
across.
पीड़ा है ना यार ऑप लेकिन.
Solid early pick found here for GenG.
पिंकी तू भी सीख. तू भी immortal जाएगी अगर सिर्फ ऑप आता तो.
The 0 point from afar. That's good support, and that makes it a little trickier for T1 to figure out exactly how many might be on B.
ये
Obviously,
सब साल
it's
practice
past, so
कर
they
ले.
can't really account for anything. They'll be able to
फिर-
keep Izu planted there. I wonder if they use that to their advantage for alert.
नहीं 6-7 दिन में बोला मेरा ओपन क्या डायलॉग बोल. अरे माफ कर पकड़ो.
Texture
क्या आज
clipped by
सोफा.
that.
पिंकी सोफे में नहीं सो
That'll
सकता
probe
मैं
up, and
आज.
Flash pack entry. Not checking that left-hand side. Side player, an easy target. Gets taken down extra
You
10 as
both
well.
childi
But
करने
Carpe looks to break over the side a bit, but Meteor will be able to say no.
Nice.
Finds
Let's
the
not
last
make
2 players. GenG will get themselves a second round win on the board.
And this was what the first round, quite frankly, that we saw GenG
लगता
play to their
है
strengths, right?
रात
With their default, with the ability to
सच
go
में
for these lineup
PRX
supports
और
with the
T1
Sova
के
and
साथ
KO,
में पार्टी
make
गई
things
थी.
a little trickier for
लग रहा है
T1 to
ना?
read,
आज
right?
भी
How many
जाएगा,
people are
लग रहा है.
exactly in there? Because we look at T1's comp, you have the 0
उस
point, but
दिन
that's
का
the only way
पार्टी
you're
अधूरा
getting
था.
really
आज
hard
देखो.
information. Obviously,
ये
it
गेम
gives
के
you a
बाद
little bit
PRX
easier to
जीतेगी.
navigate around as the opponents.
फिर से
So,
पार्टी.
forces
आप सोते हो?
T1 to have to go for contact a bit
ये
more. I think
question मत
Extra does
पूछो
his
यार.
best by pressuring mid, but GenG, they're able to keep the spread nice and even. But it all starts with that op.
This time, yeah. noting it nice and early. Still wanting to push into the site though, as spray through, decent damage. No, not really even any found. Looked like he had the lineup, but just can't quite get those connections. Texture, however, will make that shot connect on the Saya player as well, he does fall. The rest of the team are able to just go ahead and mow them down as they try to push out here onto the site. As that is going to be first consecutive round wins here for GenG. They have been whittling away because the rounds haven't been clean for T1 at that bank. So Cash not in the greatest position.
Of course, he has to dash into danger a bit more, but Meteor's there to trade. And GenG, much earlier adaptations than we saw over on Ascent in that first map. So they're in a better position, try to stabilize, and then they'll be able to take the initiative on the attack. Now T1 trying to pick up the tempo again, but this time on the A side.
Me and my girlfriend both
GenG, they're just going to leave it open. I mean, they see the no command. They're just keeping everybody far away.
Love your way, bye. Love you.
Which is trying to fill it with
love you, and you love your girlfriend, okay? Love you.
Try to intercept here and slow things up. Meteor able to find X-Curate. Hero Theft now invested. There's the reveal. Izu going to be noted up on top of the box. Meteor creeps in. Avoids that paranoia. Just stays tucked behind the boxes. Swing out. Rossi not ready for this position. Very radiant. Meteor comes away with the kills. As they clean up off the back of that will be Swift. Walls here from GenG. 3 rounds consecutively. Seemingly this theme
3 राउंड का लीड है अरे 6 राउंड का लीड है मतलब ऑलरेडी 6 राउंड अटैक में जीत गए ना
they're going positive.
एक और राउंड अगर जीत गया तो टीम जीत गया ये लोग
they're feeling a lot better, but the positioning is better. The reads are good.
But मतलब taking for granted 10 more for hearts एक पेटी
so he's not in danger.
कैल्सी अंदर रखो ना
by that KO, and that allows Meteor to now
अरे
get blended in,
अंदर
right?
रखो
If you do something like that, fine. Filling it back with one person, I like it because you've already eliminated one angle. You know, one of the earlier rounds, it didn't look as clean.
Arun bhai coming up huge. ये मेरे ख्याल से highest cast dose membership रहेगा highest.
First of the map. T1 wanting as many advantages.
Arun bhai, can you tell the advantages of being the most experienced cast dose member? Most experienced. Can you tell my chat the advantages, disadvantages कितने हैं?
One side at a time. Kind of just going for a bit of a Hail Mary at that point. So T1, the adjustments has to be a bit more unique.
Sure.
Something they can do, obviously, with the util they have, with the composition they have, is try to scout out that site for a bit earlier. Try to force that util out of place, make sure that the default is disrupted. Because right now, I don't know if T1 would have identified this from their own POVs, but it's been a very evenly spread out 2-1-2
next month
at the start of every round for GenG in the past couple.
GenG going to be fine cash-wise for these final rounds.
मुझे पता है
T1 needing to try to find some stability for that
80,000 की membership
of the half.
On the push
how about I take one shoes?
The adaptation off the timeout.
It's similar.
How about I take one घर जाएगा shoes?
They just heard, I think, a lot more presence over at A that really encouraged this. But similar fan out taking some space here.
Binks.
Trying to get as much information as they possibly can. 3 ults available at the moment here for the side of T1. X-Curate just 2 away from that next neural theft.
आप Dino family से हो.
Amount of tools for them to work with.
दिमाग
मेरा
बड़ा
about
है.
this is the Thrash and the no command aren't going to find as much value, right? I mean, sure, Meteor is in range of a no command, so he might have to back out and let go, but that cam is used for the retake for sure on that elbow position. Even getting an early read with that drone.
Shock start to clear it out. Texture now playing forward. Dizzy sent, no command used. Shot goes in. Rossi gonna be put down on the floor. Locking up, finding one. Now gonna be blinded up by the paranoia. Tries to backpedal. The res comes through, but Texture managing to find Izu. Can't quite set in the aim to find another. Kills found, but suddenly, as the dust settles, it is just X-Curate left standing versus 3. GenG wants to try to take away the value from those timeouts, and they have.
एक राउंड बस T1 को एक राउंड
distance 5 to 6
एक राउंड
look to
जीतना
have an evened up half.
So GenG, this is a slight adjustment from their old style, right? Rather than over-rotating based on information and utility, they try to get a read in, and if it's not a rush, then you have to be stacking, but they had already taken B main control. You can see on the minimap here on their own player cams that Munchkin's holding onto it deep in. So you know that that has to be a prep. So the operator's there, but you imagine if it's a no command, he can't dash out. So then there's backup and lock. You have to go for the trade. He can just run away. It's a good setup. Instead of going and letting them have a free sight, you're able to shut it down nice and early.
Again, here's that mid presence. Something that they haven't necessarily been noting on the side of T1. Now they are feeling it as they're caught with util in hand. The read completely wrong. GenG strike, and they strike swiftly. Carpe now last man standing, and he won't be able to find a single kill. A flawless round to end out what was a flawless second half of the first half, I should say, for GenG. Tying us now up 6-6 after 5 rounds consecutively won.
Yeah, 5 rounds in a row. That's how you know that the reads started to come through for GenG. And you can tell it on the minimap as well. I mean, like we just mentioned in the past
Membership
couple rounds,
floor,
going
खुद
for that
जान
mid
जाओ,
push out
fun
and
तो
recognizing
है,
that because they weren't spotted, they
love
keep doing it. And I love the fact that Texture always had that support from Lakia. He's always got some
भाई सिंपल बात है गाइस, अगर तुम सुपर चैट नहीं कर पा रहे हो सपोर्ट करने के लिए, मेंबरशिप नहीं ले पा रहे हो सपोर्ट करने के लिए, तो एक चीज से सपोर्ट कर सकते हो, लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। समझ रहे हो? लाइक करो बैच। 4700 लोग देख रहे हैं, आधे जन ने लाइक किया, शर्म है? जिसने लाइक नहीं किया ना, तुम सबका दिन अच्छा जाएगा, याद रखना पावर्स का यूज।
For all the marbles, I mean, so far,
Love you,
T1,
Arun bhai. Thank you for the
as far as
$1,800.
the pistol round wins in the series are concerned. If they can go ahead and further
Paid super
extend
chat.
that lead
Sharam karo.
away from GenG, be a solid start. Try to get that breakaway. Try to get
Hello
the lead
Caroline.
back under their feet. Get that wind in their
How's you, my
sails.
school friend?
Try to close things out with this
तुम लोगों
2-0.
को क्लोरीन दिखता रहेगा, लेकिन
We've seen
actual
what
में
GenG can
it's
do when they
Caroline.
start to warm up. They really
Thank you
start
for
to get activated.
बगला सुकून है, love you Bunks bhai.
Morning breeze is
ना
going
किसी
to
को
be
में डिस्काउंट
something
चाहिए
you
तो
want to do at
बताना,
all
बस
costs.
100%
for
मिलेगा
T1.
क्या?
Yeah, I mean,
100%
while T1
discount मिलेगा तो
had
बता।
great prep and great execution on Ascent, we'd be lying if we didn't say
That's fun,
GenG looked a little
तो
off
है,
individually at the
love
beginning
you
of that
ऋषि
map.
भाई।
So now, seemingly both teams back in their prime condition.
अक्षुदी तो है।
On the attack, we got 3 ghosts on the side of GenG. All eyes trained on mid. Obviously, a little bit easier to take
Love
at
you
the
ऋषि
start
भाई,
of the
thank you
round
for
for
the
the
10
attackers with
pounds.
just the angles that you can
Pay
hold,
for this watch party.
creating the
काम
crossfire a
के
bit
साथ टाइम
easier.
पास। क्या काम कर रहे हो?
See how this Jet does on the attack now. Recon.
Thank you guys, thank you for the
Up
body.
Try to check. Execute pulled back around the corner. However, not going to be spotted.
इतना
As Texture
जल्दी
takes
वो
a
लोग
very
mid
far
लिया
forward
फिर।
presence. He's trying to hold the door there at market. Is going to be taken down.
चलेगा,
Side
चलेगा।
players able to pick up 2 before falling to lock.
ये
him.
नहीं चलेगा।
Here, intercepting.
वो
Rossi as he
चलता था।
tries to get out to safety.
Yeah, Meteor
वो
coming in
चलता था, ये
quietly
नहीं।
through main allows him to still hold on to the site, so they don't have to worry about that right side by Boba. Will actually clean it up for them. So
अपने
now a
real life में
3v2
क्या
should
किया
be
है?
a pretty easy
शादी।
hold for GenG. T1, their best option might just be to creep forward.
Execute was able to win it in that 1v3 last time. Why not a 2v3? Tag up there on Alakia and Texture. Clear on the wingman does make this a hell of a lot more difficult for the defenders. Dizzy sent cleared, swinging extra, eating quite a bit of damage.
Nail.
Texture finds the headshot. Carpe finding one, but is running out of time. 5 bullets left here in the mag. So he waits to see if anyone's going to come peek him first and foremost. He knows the round is over. Wants to try to take somebody
ये भी
down, try to
ठीक
get
है।
some ult charge, but Lakia will say no. Denies that pleasure away from him. We'll find the headshot as GenG tie it up 2-2 in pistols.
That's just, very clean pistol here from GenG. You take mid control early, you draw out the paranoia,
6-1
and
score
then you'll
था
send
ना?
the drone in to check how many there are. They don't really account for Saya. He creeps in by the stairs afterwards, so it's a good
6-1
attempt from
था कि
T1 on the trades. But it's just too many. And of course,
Bang
GenG,
bap,
they've
the shoe
always
says
been
bata
known
do.
for the good
Sachhi
trading.
nahi
That's how they
bata
were
ta.
able to best PaperX at kickoff. They'll be able to carry through. The smiles are returning.
ऑफिस का काम बंक्स भाई, weekend shifts. Oh.
He's finally happy with
This
that
is my
pistol
current
win.
के inside भी
begun.
मिलने वाले ग्रुप पे
Texture,
heavy leaks मिलने वाला
that
है।
personality starting to show a little bit more as Execute. Just straight up
Heavy leaks
spotted
मिलने
there
वाला।
on the site. Does drift away. Doesn't take any damage.
कोई
Great
फंस
rifle
नहीं रहा
spot
यार।
up for GenG,
ऋषि
so
भाई।
they're looking to match the buy going into the 3rd round of the half. They can still drop 2. They'd still have the credits banked up. Of course, full armors for a couple members as well, so really trying to snowball any advantages they can get.
Heavy stack though. I mean, everybody from
Hi,
T1
Bugs,
covering
hello.
on this side of the map. Side player now starting to work his way over towards Marco, but he's going to shut the door
UK
rather
8
than
है
go for
बंकुड़ों
a
का
peek.
size, UK
And
8
I
नहीं
think
है।
overall, GenG say, well, thank you very much. We're going to keep inching our way over
10
towards A.
या
Things have been
ऐसा
very
कुछ
quiet
पता
overall.
नहीं मेरे को।
Yeah, so, you imagine
Members
from
का पता
T1's
रहेगा, मेरे पास
perspective,
2 जूते
all
members
right,
ने gift
no
किए।
audio, no info.
दोनों
I'm just going to
Jordans।
close the door, force him to come
तो
back
उन लोग
into
को
B because it
मेरा
makes it seem like A is the heavier
ज़्यादा
stack.
पता है।
But GenG, they'll just go for a slow creep to clear.
Texture lingering in this position is potentially worrisome though. As he does have the Phantom, but he's starting to back away rather than advance
सब
forward into the
जगह
side.
GenG,
We
सब
heard the
जगह.
toggle there on that camera, knowing that he's not going to catch a big lurk timing.
Cypher को
Just go
मिलेगा
ahead
kill.
and slowly drift back. Meteor, though, all the way
दो
forward. It's
मारेगा.
3 players getting ready to
एक,
swing here into that
दो.
defender spawn, but he
Clean.
still comes up with 2. And all he's
दो
giving
चाहिए
over
था.
is a ghost.
The
ये
most
दो
ideal
मारेगा.
scenario, Munchkin, that
एक.
Guardian, always true.
एक,
Excurate now.
मार, मार.
Spotted, forced away. He's just trying to get in a position to die to the spike. Going to prove to be difficult. Lakia will get dropped, but those are just the pistol members taken down now on the side of GenG.
अपने head बताओ.
Real damage
दूसरा
could be
इसमें
dealt to
बताता हूँ. 8 teams.
get rid of some of these rifles, but as Karen does fall down to 20, he still will
अच्छा,
remain standing as
इसके
GenG
कारण
close out the
जीत रही
18.
है.
I mean, a very clean round. The only thing GenG could have wished more is that the kills went over to someone else that would have had an impact ultimate, but otherwise, you
देख
only
रहे हो?
dropped the 2 pistols.
क्यों दिखा रहा है
Still have to
bells?
carry over the 3
ताकि
rifles. Now
तुम
you
लोग
buy
bell
up 2
icon
more.
on करे.
So you're
Love
matching
you.
rifle for rifle into the buy round. Huge 2K for Meteor.
ये round मेरे को बहुत
Now
अंदर
you
से
can
feeling
see
आ रहा है कि
the
T1
calm
जीतेगा.
aim returning to some of these players like Meteor and Munchkin.
Nice there.
ऐसा.
That means nice.
It does, in 2 different tones as well.
कोरे के
Really
ये
made it
क्या है
known.
बे? ये क्या है?
Made the force Meteor back away. Tripwire as well, taken down.
वैलो कोरिया
That's
में
a
हो रहा
lot of
है?
investment. I mean, you know that's 2-3 people over by the B side. It should be a fast hit onto A.
Already working their way around through elbow now. Izu. Look to try to hold this. Paranoia at the ready, but it's waiting for any kind of information, any kind of noise that gets made.
Yeah, and the no noise is so good from GenG. They don't want to take the risk of someone popping out of that smoke. They're now already in position to catch it off guard.
Side player, depending on his approach, might actually be able to get the interception there onto Meteor as he creeps his way up the mid. In the meantime, though, Izu able to find texture, takes one down. Fragment does clear out Execute, but Carpe finds Lakia. Things look a little bit decent for him, but Karen!
क्या?
He's backpedaling with a bulldog and he just guns down 2!
क्या?
And now he's got backup. They're
Full
all
blind
around the
में
side.
मोनगो
Izu
करके
finally
दोबारा
clears it,
उसने.
but I don't know. Oh,
Saya getting that
और
catch.
फिर भी हारा GenG.
Leaves it now to Munchkin, but he's been the clutch king for the team. The hole coming through, and Munchkin says, I'm an excellent fisherman. I'm going to get you out of that smoke. Takes him down, and GenG. They convert, and they now are very firmly in the lead.
Wow.
I mean, that spray with the bulldog, like you said, backpedaling as well, and he just holds it.
हाँ?
Eyes up on the
क्या ये
BMX.
game?
He's
Make
not
sure
even
he's
surprised.
Yeah, I mean,
ऐसे things ना
There's
करो.
no reaction from Karen. He's just
69
getting
shout
the
out
job
दे
done.
रहे थे. I
Round's-
love you.
round's
Shout
still
out to you.
going.
I mean, there's something about Karon that's always been, you know, somewhat charming for a lot of people. And the fact that, yeah, I mean, he doesn't seem like a rookie at all, right? He seems like he's been playing for years. He's had so many clutches under his belt. But it's only his first year in VCT, let alone even in Challengers. He's never made it to the main stage. Went through the qualifiers once, didn't get very far.
ये सब details बताना जरूरी है.
Full share of investment here from T1, a showstopper. If they can
Demonetization
start
कर रहे हो.
working things to their advantage. As the suppression does come through, spotting out 2. Flash in, looks to just go ahead and force them away.
दो
Trying to
suppress
keep
हुए
the
फिर
far
भी
angle
लड़ते
as well.
देखना कैसे.
Make sure that you keep your weapons
इसमें तो भाग
advantage. It
जाते
is
थे. अरे
just
भी
5
चलो.
shares on the other side. However, Showstopper online, so T1 are able to get a numbers advantage. We'll put it past him.
Excurit trying to creep forward, does end up falling, and that's going to draw an immense amount of attention here. Everybody from T1 now starting to shift, but so too is T1. Spike is being brought back across. Extra gets himself into a deep position, but then does fall, and that says, okay, nope, shift the Spike right back over to A. Meteor's in deep enough, clears the way.
Spike by
Weapon
full
can be
marathon.
recovered.
Yeah, you are just gonna have to give up that Phantom. You're already taking that risk when you planted
30
the
seconds
you know, the jet in there or the texture. There is only one of them. But overall, I mean, sure, you give a weapon over, but GenG, they were playing for absolute guarantee that they could get the spike down and still have a numbers advantage. Now, you still have Lakia far back, watching for the flank, because you know that you have the weapons advantage over here on the front.
Try करेंगे लग रहा है. साया के पास ulti है.
Anticipating it would seem, but so too is Lakia.
Try करेंगे लग रहा है.
Online now.
Finds it. Rossi does get Meteor. Push up though. Munchkin striking down one, striking down the other. Just been so
अगर साया
quick and
ulti
clean
मारता
with these headshots here throughout the series.
तो
Is Munchkin. It's GenG now up to 10.
लेकिन उसने
9
अभी
rounds
बचा
in a
के
row
रखा.
from the first half, continuing in. GenG, the flow
चार
is good, and
ulti है
now
भाई
they've
GenG
got
के पास.
And they
By
were
map
getting
3.
ultimates too.
Yeah.
It's time for
They're not
map 3,
too far
bro.
behind is T1 in that regard. collectively about 4 charges, and they would have
Time for
all
map
5 ults available to themselves.
एक अच्छा है ये लोग स्लो खेले इसके बाद PRX
Right
फास्ट
now, I mean,
खेलेंगे
they
मजा
need a
आएगा
bone, and GenG, they're not throwing them one.
See if the Thrash comes out early, but not in a position to do so from Carpe. So the thing is T1, they've been waiting, assuming that with a composition like this, that you're going to use util early to signify where you are. And in the first couple rounds of this half, GenG has it. And in the last one, they used it, but they still went for a fake over to B. So T1 just doesn't have any information to get the read on what is GenG's tendencies right now here on the Sunset.
ट्राई का पहले निकलता ना इतना क्लोज रेंज में
And now they just go back to cutting audio. I mean, this makes it so difficult for T1 to have the right reactions.
दरवाजा भी बंद नहीं करते भी लोग
Love to see the cam set up there.
नहीं इसमें कोई दरवाजा बंद नहीं किया गया है वो 4 जनरेशन गाली खाते हो
man now coming through. Dark to try to clear on the corner. Texture being elusive, not giving line of sight over despite the pings. Meteor now approaching in from market. Strikes when Cyan least suspects it.
करने का ना
Hero theft now sent. Everybody going to be spotted, and Meteor just looks to reposition, gets himself the hell out of market. Thunder's Fury now coming through, swing onto the corner. Rossi going to be taken down. Fury's still going to cross. Izu taken out before the TP can come through. Quick toggle on the cam, swing onto the corner. Meteor trying to clear out Carpe. Drag across. Carpe's going to be a little bit snappier there, but
well, it looks like a map 3 and GenG will win.
GenG. Now 10 in a row.
Number बन गया कैसे पता नहीं.
11 in 6.
And this is the GenG that everyone around the world praised early on. I mean, look at the timing there for Meteor. The fact that you have someone so reliable on the lurk, sure, he eventually goes down, but then everyone else, the angles are holding, it's perfect. And quite frankly, I mean, Texture staying alive for criminally too long after he goes through that trap wire. Lucky, I think, actually steps through it again before GenG finally clears it. But it doesn't matter. I mean, he uses everything in his arsenal to stay alive. That's what matters here for GenG.
10 rounds जीते वो लोग.
It's just excellent timing from Meteor, getting himself into position there and unspotted. And then as soon as that side exec comes in, expecting to have that presence in mark and says, okay, attention should be tied away from me. Goes in, and Saya player was none the wiser.
Yeah, I like that he doesn't try to go for a pinch either. Like you said, he waits until you're absolutely certain that all attention has to be drawn because no one was seeking out. The main force is too strong.
Map 3 पे focus.
And if he does go down at that point, of course, his teammates still ready to swarm into market. So T1, I mean, the most information they have right now is, again, that audio's been cut. It's been cut every time that GenG's been successful, except for that one fake over to me. So ideally, you would want to get early information. You would want to push out, but unfortunately, you don't have the weaponry to do so. You even have a Thrash and a Showstopper to do it, but that seems like an overinvestment without the weaponry to back it up.
Well, basically from this point, there's no such thing as an overinvestment. If you want this 2-0, you have to start running it back right now. One more round win, GenG will at least be guaranteed that overtime. If you want the 2-0, you need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at GenG to try to come up with these wins.
मजाक सेट कर. सबसे best right है.
So GenG this time just using a little bit of early info, but in positions that can't really give the read, right? It's all centered somewhere around bottom mid. Just clearing out main control. Just waiting to see, does T1 have information or not? So the only thing that T1 really has is a main with that one way, and GenG knows that.
Support किसको कर रहे हो?
Still play with time a little bit. They can still cut audio. They can still fish for more reactions.
Trying to lead the way. Saya just sat within the smoke now. Spotted. Does look to reposition, just wrapping back around over in towards mid. Excrit with a fantastic headshot though. Does take down Texture, the neural theft now being sent out. Things revealed, Thrash coming through, Excrit snappy with it, finds himself another shot as the Tane comes in. Munchkin able to find one, a Showstopper into the corner, will take him out, and now it is all on Meteor. Previously noted over in mid, wraps around now into B main, 1v4. I believe the noise was just made there as he did jump. Swing around into the back, does find the first. Can he do what Mind Freak has done before him in this very same position? Seems like the answer is going to be no. Thrash once again going to be sent. 9 seconds now left. As Meteor says, well, at least I could try to play to
मैं
take
तो
some
चला
weapons
गया।
out of your hands, I suppose.
वह तुमको
You won't even
लड़ना
be
है
able to do
मरना है
that.
जो
Sion will
करना
find it. It's
करो
going to be
मैं
a
तो टाइम
thrifty
खेल रहा हूँ
for T1 to break this monstrous win streak from GenG.
Yeah, and a crucial round to do it on because map
दोस्त
point
को
not
तेरे
given over
ज्ञान
just yet
हटिकल
for
वाला डायलॉग
GenG.
बोलने का कितना
So
चीज
you
है
use everything in your arsenal. It all starts with a clean
क्यों
peek
कर
out
रहे
from
हैं
Obscured, but
दोस्त
then
वैसा
the backup's immediate. The thrash to make sure that you're clearing one side, Obscured still peeking around the other. And sure, Meteor gets tagged, but they just don't worry about him. They say if we can clear out this force, then we have the numbers advantage against just one guy. And T1 knows how to set their eyes, and now the operator in Saya's hand.
Confirming match
This was an
point में भी
absolute thorn for GenG on Ascent. See
डिफेंसिव
if we
वाला
can
आड़ी
get by
था
it this
वो
time.
Texture working his way forward. So there's the swing out. Side player getting the angle, getting the
चालू हो
kill.
गया
Texture
base
taken
का
down. Null command.
इसका
invested
चालू हो
here.
गया अभी बीटी
Rossi
में
just looks to
जाएगा
save them
लग
all.
रहा है
That
जंजी
will reroute GenG for now.
Oh, the positioning is a little too good for Obscured. Yeah, that's hard to read for Meteor. Doesn't exactly check both sides either. So that's a shutdown. Obscured now. He's still got the trips to work off of. One gets cleared.
The other one's over in market, and there's no approach from GenG on that side. Not spotting much there. Execute does
फिर
manage
भी
to find Rocket before
मारा
getting taken down. So
फिर
overall,
भी मारा
still not too bad here for T1. Give them an
can Steven
advantage.
still do it I mean
4 to
they
2.
need to win 2 gun
Is
rounds
Caron considering going all the way around? Because that would be an absolute curveball if
Here's
Munchkin
the
can stay
footsteps.
alive.
There's Izu. He's going to get caught.
Player standing.
Hands down, but Carpe counter swing into market. Does manage to find him over in mid. Now Munchkin. He's been so damn clutch. But surely this is too much to ask of him. The 1v3 as the wingman leads the charge. Gets cleared out. They confirm his position over in main. One flash, a fragment available here from Rossi. The paint shields as well. They can just split the difference. They need the Mosh being invested here. He still holds his ground. Baits out the off shot. Pop flash coming through. Pulls back off the angle, but the punish not going to be found. Now the fragment in, but not deep enough. But as he tries to get himself an angle, Rossi will be able to find the headshot.
बिग
Narrow
बाय मिस्टर
margins.
स्ट्रीम एमबीबीएस के लिए जा रहा हूँ
T1,
टाइम
they
ही नहीं
hold
मिलेगा
on.
कोई सीन नहीं
Oh, I absolutely
Thank
held my
you for
breath when he
staying
survived
so
that
long.
mosh. I mean,
Bye-bye.
I
Best
thought that
of
might have
luck.
been another
अच्छे
crazy
डॉक्टर बनना
3K in
ठीक
the
है
making. But this time, good cash with the operator and a good adjustment from Obscured as well to hold that flank. They just empty mid, or they just empty B for a retake. T1 starting to get the
ये
better
round
read
और
rather than
next
trying
round
to play
जीतने का
a widespread default like
और
GenG
ये round
did.
next round जीत
They
गया
understand
तो
if GenG's
comeback
going to
possible है
constantly cut audio, try to play the numbers game.
तब तक
They
रेस का
also
भी अल्ट आ जाएगा
have to
गेको का
start
भी
to
अल्ट आ
bank on one
जाएगा
side of the map.
और
This time it might just be the Dizzy
फिर
and then the
level
hold
11
with
के
the
बाद match
operator as
point ये
well.
लोग पहले जा
Carpe
सकते
should
हैं
be looking to exit. Not going to have time to pick up
कुछ
Dizzy
भी
either.
करके
He'll
2
go
बाय
back.
राउंड जीतने के
That's
अभी लोग को
refreshed.
Quick
क्या
clear,
लगता
but a
है
lot.
पॉसिबल है
Space taken here. That smoke. Not catching Saya, but he splits the difference between Munchkin and Texture. Kill not yet found, and the op noted. Carpe pulling
मारना
back
था ना
away.
एक को
Space has to be given up. It's about to be 5v5.
Munchkin
Attempted
ult
a retake here from T1, trying to deny GenG
Baap.
from getting themselves up to match point. The null command starts
Baap.
things off from Munchkin.
अभी सिर्फ एम फाइट
They have to just charge through.
Carpe puts Munchkin down. Spamming across, finds one, but Meteor holding here an elbow.
4v4
Strikes down to Izu. Looks for a little bit more, and it finds it. Gives him an
3v3.
advantage here as Lakia catches Saya player unawares on the approach. Recon at the ready. The Dizzy over the top. The defuse being started. Texture dashing his way in, trying to catch some with util in hand, and he will.
ओह मेरे को
Texture
लगा
gives his life, but
केओ
Karen
मरा बे
finds
मेरे
the
को लगा
2K on the
2
back
जन ये
end
लोग
as
कैसे
GenG.
मरे
They will get themselves now up to
चलो
match point.
जीजी
A
ना
much
मैप
more
3
comfortable position, but not quite over just yet. Obviously, T1, they close
any
the gap all the
neat
way up to
experience
4.
बहुत है
So GenG can't
Binks
rest on
में
their
बकरे,
laurels.
Binks में
Meteor
बकरे।
now 20
Yeah,
and 14
excuse me.
though. Absolutely impactful on that lurk. It's been ever so precious for GenG. Even here,
감사합니다
really crucial 2K. Because you always got to account for that wingman, right? I mean, they're not going to have to risk one person going down in a fight. They'll always be able to match the numbers on the side of T1.
Two suppressed.
Well, they watch the Zeta game. They know to count the wingman.
भाई अगर केओ ने बोला 2 सप्रेस्ड और सामने
Now
वाले ने
T1
लिख दिया कि मैं
trying to
नहीं
get
हूँ
aggressive
सप्रेस्ड
outside of A,
तो
leaving
क्या होएगा
Execute
2
the
सप्रेस्ड
IGL
नहीं हूँ
alone
मैं
here on
सप्रेस्ड
this B side of the map.
तो क्या उसका सप्रेस्ड निकलेगा भाई ये सब क्वेश्चन हमेशा पूछने का है यार
Pop now as he looks to try to slow
दिमाग
up
वाली
the
question
approach. The rest of the team now getting their way out over towards
So
mid.
Nexus, thank you
This
for the
is a very
membership.
stressful position for Execute because he's trying to hold on to Bobo, but he has to worry about Market as well.
And he needs to come away with a kill to try to get this neural theft out.
Language
That's a
आती है
big thing, but he has to wait for the rest of the squad. Lockett watching
अच्छा था ना?
behind.
Thank you.
Cypher Cam as well as a trap wire there to play off of as well.
Yeah, they're very forward too, so Lakia should have an advantage.
4 point spots, one. Dizzy over the top. Meteor in the meantime, able to find extra.
Read
Herald
अच्छा
Step
था.
not going to be coming into play here in this round. The rest of
Read
T1
अच्छा था.
now needing to try to clutch us out.
Isolate
Bucket
भी
pulls back.
कर रहे
There's a
हैं.
reveal. Swings out. Carpe strikes him down. Evens the odds as Isu strikes at Market. Even
अब
the 3v3. Full flash there on a Munchkin. Tucks back
अब
into the corner, but as he
GG है.
peeks, finds Side player stranded and all alone.
GG.
Carpe and Rossi now the last one standing. Now it's just Carpe, the former IGL.
GG
He cannot
बोलते.
get it done.
Map
Three members left
breeze मजा
standing.
आएगा.
13-8. GenG reply with a map win of their own. They take us the distance. They take us the breeze.
Oh, GenG looking so much better, and they absolutely proved what they prepped with that composition, right? On defense, in that second quarter, they go for a lot of that long-range support defaults.
बस मैं बहुत confused फॉर्मेट का सिंपल फॉर्मेट है रे ये देखो फॉर्मेट बहुत ही सिंपल है ये है फॉर्मेट ठीक है अभी ये चल रहा है इनमें से जो जीतेगा वो जाएगा अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल पे दोनों टीम में से वो दोनों क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी शंघाई के लिए क्योंकि वो टॉप 2 टीम है जो थर्ड टीम है वो लोअर ब्रैकेट के बाद जो फाइट होएगा और जो जीतेगा उनमें से क्वालिफाई होगा समझ रहे ये अपर ब्रैकेट का फाइनल्स का ही बंदा एक लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल में आएगा तो टॉप 3 यही टीम्स हो गया जो अपर ब्रैकेट और लोअर ब्रैकेट के फाइनल्स में है बेसिकली
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with what they did. I liked the comp change. I like keeping Munchkin on the KO. He's really, really confident on that agent. You can see it on the Ascent. You can see it here. So everything looking like we're trending in GenG's direction now.
मोड्स है ही नहीं वाओ है ना मोड्स चुप के बैठे हो लोग लव बंक्स में आप इतना मेहनत करते हो यार मैं इंस्पिरेशन लव यू अभी भी समझ नहीं आया तो फिर गेम देखो एक हफ्ते बाद समझेगा पिकम करो बता तो दिया पिकम करो विंडोज 11 का एफपीएस प्रॉब्लम करता है ना शायद वैल्यू इसलिए 10 है क्या नहीं पता नहीं मेरे को मेरे को तो अपडेट कुछ करने भी नहीं आता है अभी डिफॉल्ट पे खेलता हूं पता है जिसने मेरे को पीसी दिया था वही से पीसी अभी तक है
you know, 2/3 of this map, so it's kind of scary now for T1 because GenG definitely look like they're finally back in form.
शाबाश अहमद भाई एक मेंबर टूर्नामेंट हो जाए आफ्टर शंघाई डन से
There were a lot of very big individual plays. You know, you saw Extra with the lurks. He would, you know, usually get, you know, maybe 2 kills or something. But it wasn't enough to really overcome the teamwork that GenG was putting in, especially, you know, when they would go all in together. I felt that was what was missing towards the later half of the map.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think it didn't seem like they were really able to like set up Saya player successfully. He was really struggling on this map, whereas Texture was thriving on the Jet. A big part of that is obviously getting the op into Texture's hands as well, whereas you didn't really get to see much of that with Saya player. So things like that can make a big difference, but you're absolutely right. It was a coordination dip for sure. There was some really good individual moments from GenG as well, but the way they were playing off of each other, everybody was kind of, you know, peeking. There'd be somebody else there. You know, you'd see them double jump peek to break an op angle of Saya players, things like that were happening that were really well thought out. It seems like this happens a lot where players just kind of like, they're like, oh yeah, this is our game plan. Let's get back to it and let's get back into this match.
And it just boils down to the comfort level for GenG, right? Now we know that, you know, this team, again, did kickoff, did Masters Madrid. They've been having a lot of practice. And, of course, they've come in, you know, with a lot of preparation behind them. For T1, though, coming off of, like, less than 24 hours to prepare for this match. And then, you know, there is the IGL change as well. As Data mentioned earlier, this could be something that they're still adapting because there's so many layers to unpack. So, understandably, when the pressure gets, you know, intense, when they're trying to close out a series, it's understandable that maybe they'll fall back just a little bit. But, like, you know, you see, for example, how many, you know, crucial kills Munchkin got because, like, he was so effective with utility. That kind of thing wouldn't be effective if the team wasn't working so well together.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin having a huge map, Meteor also with the 7 first kills, so again, GenG, it really did feel like they just kind of woke up halfway through and their coordination was fantastic, so really got to hand it to them. This is going to be scary going into Breeze, I think, for T1. They had it, and now it feels like they kind of lost it towards the end. They were starting to build back some rounds, but not quite enough.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like it was enough. I don't think there were enough spike plants on B, for example. That was something that was
yeah, viewers.
This was
yeah,
not going so good.
It was like, you know, by round 5, we were like, yeah, no,
it's just over.
No, it's over. It's over. It's just B for Valorant at this point, but it is not B for victory.
B for bad.
So we're gonna go over to our B for board over here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put myself down in gold over here. Me and Victoria
Put
over
those
here.
viewers
We're
up.
chilling. We're chilling.
The viewers, they got it right.
The viewers did get it right, so they're gonna join you here very briefly on Diamond. You're gonna move over to Ascendant.
No, I go down.
Oh, you go down. Oh, wait, God, that's right.
Yeah,
no. It was your meta.
Yeah.
It was your meta. That's right.
Maybe you can bump my head on the ceiling again.
Question mark?
Again?
What happens? We still don't have an answer here. Steve, help me out.
I feel like no matter
this is like
what,
twice already.
I think no matter what, you get the prize.
He can go around. He can do it
I'm
again.
just not allowed to go down.
He can
I
do it
just
again. Run
have
again.
gone up too much. Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
I'd be in like gold at this point. Like
yeah.
if I started
know, if
at
you
the
did it
bottom,
again,
yeah.
You don't have like 2 laps or something. But yes, this is how where game stands at the moment. How's the view like from up there, Mr. Radiant?
It's pretty good. You
Yeah?
know, I'm
You like
actually trying to win, unlike some of some of our other analysts.
I don't know what you mean.
And
He has his own meta.
Yeah,
he has his own meta.
It kind of works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still
It
above
works that
gold.
one
I'm still
time.
above 50%. So.
Yes, yeah. Gold is like, I feel like the threshold
Yeah.
for like, you know, sucking and dominating at this point.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But as the answer was, by the way, it was 9 times on A, and we had just 5 times on B. I mean, we saw how effective the defense was, for example. It was so difficult to get onto B, especially since, like, you know, you would have players like Karen there with a 3K. What are you going to do when, it's just clear numbers advantage at that point? I feel like there might be moments like that on Breeze in favor of GenG, especially since, we had data over here a while ago. He mentioned that T1 does struggle on Breeze, especially in the practices.
Everybody struggles on Breeze against GenG
Oh,
in some way or another. I mean, you saw it the last time they played, right? Like, they're so good at making sure that you can't get onto site on their defender side. Like, generally, Breeze is a fairly attacker-sided favored map in some ways, but GenG is so good, especially Karon at the point of defense on that A site. He does so good with his stars. He's so good about changing up where and when and how he's pushing and things like that, when he's popping his smokes, when he's using the grab wells. Like, he's gotten, like, at the beginning it was really rough for him, I felt like, at the beginning of this year with the Astra, but now he's gotten really comfortable with it. He can play for himself really, really nicely. And then you've got Texture once he gets an op. He's all over the place. Meteor on the B site with the Cypher. So it's going to take another good piece of homework and planning here for T1. And with that short turnaround, again, it's going to be challenging for sure. And they got to be tired too.
कौन सा Ryzen का प्रोसेसर you would recommend? मेरे को पता है आंसर.
I've kind of,
लेकिन chat में से कोई बताएगा तो ज़्यादा
really
better.
close, especially after T1 took that first map. But now that GenG, they take
मेरे को
Sunset,
आंसर
we
पता है
weren't
लेकिन.
quite sure what to expect from them on that map. They looked fantastic eventually, and T1 have kind of fallen by the wayside. GenG already looked great on Breeze, as you mentioned. They kind of dominated RRQ on that map, and then eventually went on to lose the series. But at least they won on Breeze, and it was quite one-sided as well. So should be very confident on this map, and I would definitely favor GenG going into this one. But maybe the coaches can get T1 riled up again and bring them back to the form we saw at the first map, and maybe we have a close one. But if not, I think GenG just take it.
It's a possibility, but I would definitely favor the energy that GenG has right now, momentum-wise, and the vibes as well. Even though T1 have repeatedly said that the vibes are a lot better on the side of T1, and that's why, for example,
तो है.
place, right? For texture, that confidence is so important. And you go over to Saya player.
Weight loss हुआ क्या? कैसे पता चला?
Vibing really well with X-Crit. That's probably going to give him a lot of confidence
Ryzen
here.
7 Plus
So I'm
चलेगा.
wondering
बात
how
तो
they're
मेरे को
able to
पता था.
adjust that. How do they adjust their mental to give Saya player
Low budget
everybody else
क्या?
on
Budget
T1
high
all
उसका.
that confidence to be able to
40-80
take this.
वाला.
It's gonna be really tough.
Get him the op as soon as possible. Like,
Yeah.
that's really, I think, the best way to get Saya player fired up is to just get him that op, give him that freedom and that ability to do what he's got to do. Of course, you want to help him with some utility and things like that, or do some bait and switches with your other teammates. But
Breeze में तो op
definitely,
करेगा ही
I think
करेगा
This is one of those maps that, especially
Ritz
with these
भाई का
two teams,
gift है?
can really come down
Nice.
to op play. who's going to be able to get to it sooner and keep it in their hands longer.
It's interesting to note, by the way, in this series, all 4 members of our 1000 Club are participating. So it's, you can just tell the caliber of the players that we have here, especially as we are going to head into Agent Select right now on Breeze, our final map.
PRX आज एक hour में खत्म हो जाएगा.
This goes to Masters
तेरे मुंह में घी
Shanghai.
शक्कर.
There's a lot riding on this, especially since GenG, they want to continue their streak over on making it to these big international tournaments. So what are we expecting here, Valdez?
भाई GenG हारेगा तो भी problem है बे. PRX और DRX के सामने match होगा.
Yoru?
None, you
Oh,
know,
shit.
As you were talking about before, there is the
there
one.
you go.
And it is
Basically
just
ये
on the
जो
side.
हारा वो
As we
घर
talk
पे
about
सीधा.
Karan and his Astra looking great. We also
समझ
see the
रहे हो?
Yoru come
Lower
out
bracket
from
नहीं
the
जीत सकते.
Meteor. I think they didn't play the Yoru the last time.
Giants
they
है
played the
lower
Astra,
bracket
but
में. Giants.
trying to mix it up a bit, perhaps.
ये दोनों में योरू
Execute
भाई
on
अच्छा
that
लग रहा है बे.
armor.
EMEA वाला फंडा पैसिफिक
Can
में
look
भी
a
आ
little
गया.
shaky sometimes. He kind of goes for some big hero plays with the cascades and things like that, and that could cost T1 some kind of big rounds. So I need to see a little bit more discipline out of him.
How
With
to
that,
keep
that's gonna
wife
be the really
happy?
big difference, right? Is those two controllers. So
पक्का तेरी
how is
बीवी
he
है
going to be
ना?
able to use that extra advantage, that extra
ये क्वेश्चन तो
kind of
दूसरे को
space
कैसे
that
पूछ
you can
सकता है?
create with the
Excuse
harbor
me.
walls compared to the Astra, which is a little bit more reactive in nature.
And you see
सब
a lot of
ठीक है
teams
यार.
now favoring the Yoru as a kind of a sentinel slash controller as well, right? That's why you have Meteor on there. That's why you have Izu on there as well. So it's going to be really exciting as we step into Breeze. What could be a very, very exciting map indeed. GenG versus T1. Casters, William, Achilles, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika. Here we go. Game
Astra
three.
Astra
See
चलेगा
which of these
लेकिन
teams
सिर्फ
keep
Astra नहीं
themselves in the
चलेगा.
upper bracket. Which of these
Viper
teams
Astra problem
is
नहीं है.
getting their flights booked to Masters Shanghai? Which one is going to have to fight through that lower bracket?
Yeah, if you lose, you're going to have to obviously fight through, continue on
जानना
the
चाहता हूँ as
grueling
you are
schedule,
married.
but with elimination looming over you. That's the real threat, and
Yeah.
obviously no
Comedy
comfort
करो.
of that ticket to Masters. So we'll see. I'm glad Paper then mentioned the big differences here. Astra, being
When
able to be a
Fiki
lot
was
more
there, what gift
reactive,
did you
but
give her? My
also
time.
global presence. That's the big one, as T1 now look to just death ball towards A.
Pulse check there
पड़ी
by
हाँ पड़ी
Meteor.
पड़ी पड़ी heavy
Yes.
पड़ी. ये
There's the
लग गया.
wall coming up. Shock dart at the ready from Lakia, waiting. See if he hears anything, but Karan already able to find a first kill. I think just spraying through the wall, comes up with one. Reveal does come down off the ping. Easily able to
पीछे
find
वाला
the gear
पहले
there. And
मरा.
that sight is, they will go ahead
ओ
and flush out the
बाप
rest of
रे
the players
क्या
here from
मारा
GenG.
है.
Munchkin and Texture now making their way across. Couple players low here on the side of T1. They could even up the odds.
वाइपर का 2 स्पीड क्यों है क्योंकि
A lot of
शंघाई में
angles to
अपडेट
try to
होगा.
check.
Yeah, the positions are so far forward for T1. It's going to be hard, but Texture starts with 2.
Okay. Texture cleaning up
Clean
the low
कैसे
HP
मारा
numbers. Dash
उसने?
across. He's not ready for carpet there. Back pyramid. Takes him down. Wall coming in. Munchkin well aware
God,
of
base
execution,
accurate.
but just can't quite line up the headshot. Does get taken
Accurate
down.
का
It's gonna
aim
be
तो
T1
है बे, कुछ भी
regaining
बोलो.
the pistol round win count
हाँ?
lead. 3-2
मस्त comedy करता है Washpati के अगर.
off once again.
So T1, I think, should be happy to start on the attack as well, right? Harbor being able to just kind of push through, be a bit more proactive. Again, that's where you shine compared to that Astra. And we'll see how they can continue to manage that. My eyes are on the Euros as well. I mean, Izu, he's always been the absolute highlight for T1 to carry them through those victories on this Breeze.
This has been an immense, yeah, he's had an immense amount of impact on this map in particular. In the last couple of series from T1, Izu showing that form once again. Meteor, somebody who similarly, I think, had a bit of a soft start, pulling out the Yoru for the first time here on Breeze. That has also been very impactful in his own right. See which one is going to have the upper hand here at the end of it all. As for now, it's just full silence on the side of T1. Saya player crept forward all the way up halls.
Right here.
And they are absolutely in position to check all the close corners, right? And worst case, Saya can open up that door, provide the crossfire.
blind recon push
Road should be good for info.
Spots one, they clear it fast enough that nobody else is spotted. Seems like they're still going to be suspicious about this. Karan sets up that wall, pushes forward, does get a decent amount of damage. Play off the back of that, finding a kill Texture. Sheriff in hand, getting down one, can't quite reset the aim to try to find the second. Now, Lakia puts down Execurate. Wide swing coming through Rossi. Finally able to find the shot. Side player striking in from behind. Makes his presence known. It's all on Munchkin, who's now approaching, making his way up through shop. Quite quiet, trying to see if he can find any weapons. Does spot it out, and for now, Rossi Eyes on it. He might have caught a glimpse, and yes, he has.
AMD
Gets the
दोनों
headshot as
region में
well.
फिर
3K for Rossi as T1 will move up 2-0 here at the start, but they do suffer some heavy losses.
Yeah, that was much scrappier than they wanted it to be, and it's all thanks to the big pings coming out from Lakia.
भाई रिकॉन
Huge
सेक्सी
pings
था
bogs them up. That leads to the early kills. Texture then able to
Recon तो था
provide the backup. And of course, the weaponry at the end of the day, a little too weak for T1,
All right, let's go.
or for GenG rather, to close things out.
I don't give a fuck, bro.
I mean, hey,
The way that he's playing.
yeah. You gotta do whatever you can to
But
make
not
sure.
even
ठीक है फक्स
Maybe
में
one.
देता है वो
Maybe one. He got one in the bank. Couple stars
मैं
set
याद
up
हूँ कैसे
here.
जीरो
T1 once again
बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन
on
मत
this
पूछना
approach, just
ठीक है
cutting noise as Carpe grabs the orb. Nebula popped. Aaron does he go fishing once again. Sets up the second one. There's a drone. Starts chasing forward. Is he going to try timing it here with the wall?
Oh.
We'll have to wait and see. But for now, Lakia does shut down side
Timing
player. Carpe with that
crazy
share.
था बे
Come up with one. Couple tags here as Meteor tries to hold that back line. Comes up with one kill, but ultimately it's going to be
Heavy
Texture and
लड़ाई
Munchkin
हुई,
standing as
heavy.
Rossi now on a linger through mid.
Barely missing each other, so Rossi has an opportunity.
Ships in the night.
भाई
Texture in the
बनी
meantime
बना
jumping around on it. That's the gun barrel spotted. Rossi, no, in the position of one. Make some noise. Swing out. The headshot found.
ओ
And he expects to lurk as well. Now, he's going to be wrong on the rotation timing, but wonder if that internal clock is working for Rossi today.
Spike's still stuck. Munchkin going to be able to use that information as he gets ready to
भाई
do the
सेक्सी
plan.
रिपोजिशन किया उसने
Now he's
30
checking
seconds
every
left.
single angle. 28 seconds, Spike picked up. Rossi with another quick check. Wants to look around, but nothing spotted. Now he's suspicious about Shop. Tap on the Spike. The creep around the back. The
Oh,
Munchkin barely
एक
able
और
to come up
bullet.
with it, but finds the kill all the same.
Technically
Get
दो,
GenG
लेकिन
their first round win here on
close.
Breeze.
Rossi's just been so crisp for most of the day today. I mean,
Close
that shot
रे.
all the way to the back against
मार
Texture.
सकता था
Just
रॉसी
insane. Now, this is something that T1's been doing, both in the pistol and here on the bonus round, is that they slow creep in and then they try to dig deep in between the pyramids to make sure that they continuously have a crossfire towards the back of the site. Now that they've actually fully spotted it without the chaos,
शंघाई
here's to
बड़ा
see what
टूर्नामेंट
GenG's
है
adjustments
चैंपियन
might be
चैंपियन
when they go for these holds.
Let's see what that round, how brutal it was. What that has done for GenG.
भाई बेदोड़ा खाने का मन कर
Couple
रहा
sheriffs
है
here in place. Texture has to back away. Blade Storm at the ready, but it's going to be noted.
Bedora
Spot here.
खाने का मन
Dash
कर
forward, tries to go for the right click, but side player finds the headshot. As he's just sat on top of Charon, going to ping him out. Lakia will be good for one. Side player taken down by the Ghost. Lakia does get pinged here on the back end. Drone up
He's
over
a
the
guy
top,
still
trying
है.
to see what he can spot. Meteor finding two. Back to back. Now triple sheriff shots. Taking him down. Rossi
कैसे?
taking damage off the shock dart. Now he needs to
भाई
work
जेंजी जीत
wonders.
गया भाई
Munchkin this time around a
हाँ,
little bit snappier with it.
GenG
Puts him
जीत
down
गया,
at
dude.
GenG. Somehow, again, you put sheriffs in hands, they will deliver miracles.
चैंपियन
That
तेरे
round
क्वालिफिकेशन
just
क्या
seemed
रहता
like
है
it was
वो
an
समझ जाएगा थोड़े
absolute
टाइम
give
में
it
रुक जाओ
for T1.
देखते हैं।
Easy dug in so much information. They had a
भाई
path
उसका
clear
POV
towards the
दिखा
site for the plant. You still had easy distracting backside
Show me.
with the clone.
Show me, Meteor.
ठीक है
Thank you.
Okay.
ओ
Wow.
बाप रे
He's just so snappy with it. Now he's got
Incredible.
his own ultimate as well.
Quick clear on the recon, nothing spotted, and it's just the pendulum swings. T1 now. Onus on them to try to
यार
put up
निकाला
similar
बे
scenes.
राउंड वो राउंड एक्चुअल में T1 को होना चाहिए था बे
Don't worry about this approach here in the mid. Rossi is just on the opposite side of the wall, but accurate.
क्या
Gonna recreate some of that magic. This time with the Guardian. Comes up with two. Huge picks found.
दो गन मिल
Munchkin
गए
forward here into elbow.
He's going to try to let them pass.
Ball comes up. There's the Reckoning now invested over on the site. Nothing being noted. Rossi in such a ratty position. Comes up with two. And Munchkin the other three.
Yeah, he just lets them pass and then he wraps right around the high tide. They don't expect a thing.
The spike is
लेकिन
now
चलेगा
right
2v1
out
है गन से
front of main, right at the archway,
मेरे में भी
right on
गन है
top of that alt
दो
orb.
गन उठा लिया
Rifle picked up for Saya. You're hoping that just the double team works, but this map is so wide that you're not always going to be confident about the advantage you have on the swings.
But Munchkin does have
इतना
a
टाइम
multitude of
है
angles that he has to check. Cannons, Beach, as well as just elbow and main. They could approach from
30
every
seconds
single
left.
angle. It's constantly sussing around, but now spotted.
Oh, Rossi bolte.
But cannot get the ace clutch. Rossi will once again pick up a 3K.
Aila.
Reestablish a lead here, 14-1.
भाई एक्सक्यूरेट ने राउंड निकाला ये
almost
वाला.
an ace clutch
ये
there for
वाला राउंड
Munchkin.
एक्सक्यूरेट का है.
Absolutely monstrous. Here's CF. We'll see this. He walks all the way to the edge too, so they don't really watch for it just in case someone's holding close.
एक्सक्यूरेट का शॉट दिखाते हैं
What a
यार.
clutch it would have been, but it's, I mean, basically, yeah.
Round
back-to-back
execute ने
thrifties
निकाला,
here. One
ये
for
वाला.
GenG, one for T1. And now, we get a proper rifle round
Yeah.
exchange going.
Yeah, some proper Valorant.
जो जीतेगा Shanghai.
Got the operator, of course, in the hands of Texture as well.
Just Fury from Lakia. Should be spotted. He's just a hair above Carpe, looked like on that second shot.
Right here.
But with that, the op can now hold on to A main solid. See if T1 has to read on that.
Double approach, snappy on the first. Does he expect the second? Sets up for the clone. Swing in, Saya player ignoring that.
God,
Gets the headshot to take down Meteor and bring it back to a 4v4. Texture on a decently deep line over there by Shop. Not spawning much of anything as Izu. Being noted here just outside of Nest, but
Crucial था ये.
Munchkin able to find the
ये
elimination.
crucial था.
Lock
ये
in,
Munchkin
crept
को
over here,
मारना था.
half wall flash going across. He does catch the
20
brunt of
second
that
का
one. Now
blind
has
हुआ
to
है.
backpedal.
Spike
Percent
planted.
will get a nasty bit of damage there on the Carpe. Chunking him out to 70. Advantage. Defensive setup is here for T1. Drone up over the top. Into the spot there onto Izu. Now onto Laki as well.
टैग नहीं हुआ रे.
Yeah, couldn't get the tag, so he can't get the shots through the wall. And the backup's going to be pretty late. Time already not on their side for GenG.
Scanning ahead.
Wants to get the reveal on him. Yep. Catches it off timing there for
अच्छा
Izu.
उल्लू
to
बनाना
react.
लेकिन लाके ना.
Ends up taking him down.
One
5 bullets.
enemy
Tries to
remaining.
play into that one. Saya player strikes him down. Finds another.
Saya
Carol
भड़का हुआ
fall
लग रहा
on
है.
Texture. Just going to have to drift away. Allow for that spike to detonate.
चैंपियनशिप पॉइंट्स कहाँ
Gotta
देख
see if
सकते
that
हैं वो
operator, see if he
नहीं.
can get out for free, though.
ये
Right
लोग
now, he
दिखाते
should
हैं
be
बीच
safe.
में.
So as we see him saving that operator, off of that Hunter's Fury, you plant the op,
फॉर्मेट देखो जो
but
जीतेगा एक और
because
मैच
of the
खेलना है.
duel
अरे
and
लेकिन
elbow,
शंघाई के लिए
suddenly
क्वालिफाई
Texture's
रे
not safe
बाबा.
from mid. And so now they're going to have to split 2 and 2. That makes the hold a little bit weaker from GenG and T1.
ये राउंड
able to
क्रूशियल है
target
अभी.
weakness, Izu, of
ये
course, the
फाइनल
crispy
राउंड है.
shots
ये राउंड
help
जेंजी को
a
जीतना
ton
पड़ेगा.
against Munchkin as well. I mean, and this is just understanding Euro players. I mean, knowing that that clone or the flash is going to come out, you're ready for it. You swing wide right past it.
शॉट.
And that is going to be the timeout
अच्छा
called
timeout
here
लिया.
from GenG.
क्रूशियल राउंड में
Down by
टाइम
2, but clearly coaching staff not going to be satisfied with that.
So we've seen multiple teams, obviously even internationally,
और
try
मैं
to
एकदम
just
डटे,
target
कोई
this
डटे नहीं
A
है.
side, assuming that it's going to be the weaker one. You just draw out some of the early Astro util, or you try to get past it and you think it should be weaker. Obviously, those teams have been punished time and time again. And so now T1, a bit of a different approach. They'll try to bait that out, but then pressure mid a lot more. Curious to see if we start to see some switch-ups in the defaults from GenG. The Astra, sometimes in the past, they did send Charon back over to B. Have a bit of that extra switch. You can still activate the stars over from B as well, but still have the number stack on that side of the map and cause that confusion. I mean, that is the benefit of
Viper का
having a
क्या
Euro on
scene है,
top of
कोई बता
Astra.
दो?
You can always hide
वो
your
लोग अपडेट
numbers
शंघाई में
on the map.
भाई सेंटिनेल्स नॉट
See what
प्लेइंग
kind of
वो लोग
magic.
क्वालीफाई नहीं होंगे.
GenG are going to be able to work here
Hey,
after the
Binks, पढ़ ले
timeout.
chat,
Ults
बताएं.
abound right now here for T1.
Of the
They're
use,
pitted
I'm the
to get into a
Gucci.
solid position. Spike
मास्टर्स
planted.
के लिए टॉप 2 या
Absolutely
टॉप
coming
3
to play.
क्वालीफाई होंगे टॉप 3.
Fury as well from Carpe if he wants to try to open up aggressively.
Right here.
Meteor in the meantime, though, Mask is ready to go on.
I mean, obviously the pit online for both as well.
भाई
Something you'll need
सोवा
to
अल्टी
consider.
करके स्पेस लेके वाइपर ने
Take
अल्टी
in
मार
with the
दिया
high
ना.
tide. Now this is
Gap
obviously
लगने
very
वाली है,
visible,
gap.
so T1 has to expect that a lot of attention's been drawn all the way out towards mid. You're even going to hear the drone nice and early.
Being let out, spots one, but does not get the catch on the Saya player close, but now, yep, sends a shot over. He's got a minor connection there onto Munchkin, so he is going to be noted for the time being as swing in, Texture finding one.
टीपी डाल रहा था रे.
We haven't seen that jet yet, so they know that he's likely to be lurking still around in the vicinity.
Now they're going to cut noise, and Rossi's job is going to be really important to try to cut down the rotations a bit. High Tide comes out right away. Still util they have to fight through.
Now cleared up. Munchkin so holding close. Hunter's Fury invested. Saya looking for the opportunity. Finds it. To take down Meteor. Munchkin claims to execute it. Op shot coming through, but Saya, he doesn't turn his attention back over towards main. Munchkin's just able to take him down for free. Field does come in, but Munchkin pulls back around the pillar, and Carpe will fall. GenG, they only lose one player. Timeout works a treat. They close the gap now to 1 round.
Yeah, holding further back on both sides. Ready for the rotates as well, especially just with the potential ultimates coming through. I think trying to respect that, doesn't want to get caught in the chaos with the Hunter's Fury. A nice setup, and the fact that they actually end up trapping the attackers in mid. And we see this a lot on Breeze. You think you get mid, it's going to be a lot easier as the attackers, but sometimes you're stuck with nowhere to go, too many angles to watch for. And Munchkin feeling confident, Pits still both online, but only Meteor having that dimensional drift as that counter.
Get out of my way.
Knives pulled. Similar looks here from T1, working their way forward, taking some space here in mid.
Same conditioning with that high tide as well.
This match doesn't go to
be a lot faster. A death ball through main.
Drone coming up over the top, clear out. As Munchkin trying to get the tracking there, but Saya on top of him finds that elimination. Meteor now in a bad spot. He tried to pop the mask, but no, decides to swing back in, challenge the fight. Does manage to find it easier, but the man advantage still there for T1, and now it's a weapon recovered as well for Saya player. So isn't just playing with the knives. Still has them drawn out though as he looks to go aggressive. Headshot into the bounce. He looks for the fourth, but can't quite make it happen. That leaves Texture, however, all on his legs now.
Neck to neck competition हो रही है.
Not in hand. That shot barely getting the hit, but as it does not, he will just go ahead and pull away. So T1 will be allowed to clean up this round.
Yeah, that operator, it's starting to feel like a burden more than a blessing right now. Having to force that save multiple times. Obviously now Cred's not that stable either.
Hamlo Binks, Hamlo.
What a dig in with the Blazestorm from Saya player. I mean, 2 crucial kills. Yeah, it would have been flashy if he got the 3rd, but it doesn't matter. You got the round win. You're keeping the lead as much as you would like, obviously, on the attacking side on Breeze.
Attacking side.
The same conditioning
round.
right after, 2 rounds in a row after the timeout. And they'll get value off of it. So it's not an immediate post-timeout round win, but it does prove its impact.
Very solid from Saya. Just a hair off having that 4th kill. A monstrous highlight reel play, but clearly much more alive and well here on this map. Back on the jet we're seeing from Saya. Is that impact? That jet that can go toe-to-toe against GenG. That was lacking for them severely over on Sunset. Now he finds himself out in the lead here on the attacking side. Again, looking to maybe push forward. It's just going to be an orb take. That's online, Texture.
But to
just deep enough to be able to find that pick. So now Viper is here RT1.
Man, the idea was good from T1. So we'll open up the site. They'll even use an dimensional drift. Yeah, I guess. Viper for Viper, even trade. But the idea was good. They've been able to successfully avoid this operator. And they go for the orb, but you crash out. That allows them to check the outs on A.
members को छोड़ सकते हैं क्या देख जरा.
Flash sent, but Lakia avoiding it, managing to find one. Op shot connects there on the carpet.
बाद में तो sorry बोल देना, ठीक है? 10% तेरा.
Meteor now cleaned up from behind Saya.
इसलिए आया इससे.
Doing everything here to try to keep his team in the round.
You have to go for it.
Right back around here to the half wall. Swing out. Saya player instantly gets the headshot.
6-3 अभी लग गए. अभी equal 7-3 है.
As T1 get themselves up to 6 on the attack side.
Yeah, so obviously driving the operator, it's not great. The reason I said you have to go for it is that's, if you didn't go for it again, that would have been 3 rounds in a row where the op is now holding you back. And in the next round, your teammates wouldn't have had to realize anyway. I mean, Sayas, he even tries to go for an anti in there in the middle, yeah. So I don't blame Texture. You basically have to make T1 think that at some point you will not take it anymore and you will try to fight back. It just does not pay off, and now he's going to go for a hero rifle as he will have the Bladestorm in the next round.
ये map attacking या defense है attacking. Anna is on restriction. हाँ ना.
Thrifty territory for
Anna अभी वहाँ पे रहेंगे पूरा time.
Is way more worrisome when you're going up against this squad compared to just about anybody else. T1 knows what the buy is going to look like. They don't want to give over
किसको
any
सपोर्ट
kind
कर
of
रहे हो?
advantages. So for now,
दोनों टीम्स का यार, दोनों टीम्स
holding
अच्छी हैं।
back, trying to see if anyone comes pushing out
लेकिन
aggressively.
ये है
from
कि
GenG.
जो हारा वो लोअर ब्रैकेट में वो सीधा बाहर जाएगा,
That's a
क्योंकि
crazy
लोअर ब्रैकेट
location to
में
adjust your glasses.
PRX या DRX में से एक आ सकता है
I was watching this cam.
और उनके
taking off
साथ
your left hand
जंग
from the
लड़ना
keyboard.
मतलब
As long as the right one's on the mouse, you can still just get the
True.
one tap.
I
चलो
guess
मैं
that's the
मचा
difference between Sai
एंजॉय द
and me.
गेम, बाय
I don't have
बाय।
confidence in my aim.
Execute, getting ready
एक
here.
kill बता।
Hit invested. Really last second here from Munchkin. Sees that gate crash. Sent
T1
forward,
पे
but
T1
has not cleared
एक्सक्यूट
it
के लिए
out.
T1 सपोर्ट
Follow up
बनता है।
snake bite to try to go ahead and stave them off. Shove them into a different direction, and that has worked out.
Stewards में कर रहे लोग क्यों?
Drifting
Discord
away now
चल रहा है
from the
क्या?
B site.
30 seconds
Time is not on their side, and they had zero information on A. So they're relying a lot on Rossi to be able to also confirm how many members there are.
Healing area.
Start now, going out. Does get cleared a little bit late though. Karan does get pinged. Yizu,
Texture.
similarly though, his texture staying, lingering. Now stuck within the
Oh
cone.
my
Dashes forward to interrupt.
Seconds left.
Locking with that
Spike
shock
down
dart.
A.
Manages to find the kill. Play now. Gonna be stuck to here.
Spike
Well,
planted.
start not finding the
क्या
elimination.
सीन
Now they
है?
have to try to fight their way in for the win. Quick pump there from Meteor, finds a shot to the Marshall, and my God, have they done it again? It's all down to Saya player to try to clutch this one out. Swing under the corner, looks for the first, can't quite confirm the kill. Wrap around the back, Lakia dead.
Oh,
Blasting to the right click, gets
कितना
the job done.
close
Saya
था।
clutches, denying another trip to the
दो
away from
अंश में
GenG,
से
and
एक
T1
लगता
continues
मीटियर
to
का
lead.
यार,
That's one of
कितना
those clutches where you can
close
see exactly how Saya's
था।
mind is working. The angle he checks, he's ready for the wraparound. He goes for the
Oh,
duel against the Marshall. He has everything calculated, and it's still got close. A very good attempt. I mean, Texture, I love that he delays a little bit on the first kill, but look at this. I mean, he waits for the wraparound. If it's not there,
यार कितना close
he
था
assumes it has
यार।
to be the other side, the 180. And Saya doing wonders for T1 to
जब
stay
नहीं
ahead.
हटा क्योंकि
6v6
पोजीशनिंग और
at the
टाइमिंग
moment.
ज्यादा मैटर करता ना।
His knives now pulled out for Texture. And because of just the high impact kills, side player, I mean, he nearly has another Blade Storm online.
Careful here.
I mean, that might be an op in the last round of the half with the Blade Storm.
Oh, Texture trying to invest the ultimate. Hunter's Fury out from both sides here as Karan into the smoke. Does get the flash. Not what he was looking for. He's trying to find that elimination. Texture unable to align the knives. Side player takes his head off, but Izu going to be traded out. The ping, however, coming through. It's a Karan is isolated and dead. An easy cleanup for Rossi.
भाई स्पिरिट का
It's
कौवा
GenG
देखो।
now in a dire situation. Just Lock-in and Munchkin now just
Spirit का
Lock-in
कौवा
1v3.
देखा?
Creeping his way down hall, but has to turn
भाई
his sights
बाहर
back
भी
over the
निकल
door.
सकते हैं, सामने भी निकल सकते हैं, लेफ्ट भी निकल सकते हैं।
Just the one shock dart, Rossi on the jiggle peak, able to spot him out.
भाई ये सब छोटा-छोटा plays है ना।
Lakia.
ये अच्छा लगा। अब से हार्बर
Yeah,
लेके
just
मैं
gotta
जा
go for the
सकता
save. I
हूँ
mean,
वहाँ पे।
all things considered, you're on the defensive side of
All
Breeze.
fair.
If you have a chance to make it 4-8, then I think you have to go for it. Because then at least whenever you press tab, it's not going to feel as devastating. Obviously, the momentum very much in favor of T1 with the content of the match so far.
Who is Azir on
You got to
both
play
teams?
with the
जो
facts
सेंटर
if
में
you're
बैठा है।
on the stage as GenG right now.
Smile next to its face there. And with every reason to have that.
मैं नो नर्फ फॉर वेपन नहीं, शंघाई में होगा।
Not able to get those knives across. Saya continuing to find that impact. Leads up Meteor.
चैट स्ट्रीम लाइक करो, 5k लाइक्स के नजदीक है। जल्दी खत्म करो यार।
Now,
PRX देखनी है अभी।
the knives
हाँ?
are up T1 as we go into the last round of this opening
इनका
half.
पिंग कितना आता है?
GenG going to quite
Land पे
desperately
खेले
be
ना?
looking to make this an 8-4.
एक दो पिंग आता रहेगा।
But there is that operator now for Saya. I believe he has a rifle up by the side as well. But with the Blade Storm online, he's got the options. So trying to make sure they can duel Texture.
Get out of my
If he's
way.
not there, should be an easy site to hit.
मारेगा क्या साया वापस?
Ball's going up. Munchkin just drifting across the opposite side. Entry coming through there from the duelists. Nice. Saya already able to find one Texture with that all power. Puts down Izu, Carpe, Excrit, both caught off guard. Munchkin just lurking forward. Picks him off within the smoke. Saya, however, turns his sights to Arches. Lakia dead. Dashes in the backside. Rossi looking trying to pitch, but Karan arrives up in nest. Takes him down, and now it is all on Saya player. They try to clutch this out if they want that 9-3.
And there's no reason for them to peek, is there? Because the spike's down. They even smoke him off. I mean, they would have absolute angle advantage. He'd have to wrap around, and that's what Texture's worried about.
My ult's not ready.
Still 50 seconds, though.
कभी-कभी लगता है भी।
Playing half
Alpha
wall.
permanent होने वाला है।
Just tucked back, waiting to see if he just goes for that wide
Remember
swing.
क्या सुने, 8 तारीख का
Inching
मैच.
closer towards it. 40 seconds can take his time. First shot goes out to confirm his position. Orb comes back up. Munchkin looks to try to lurk his way back into the site, and he has done so successfully. Now arriving, and will just be count on him.
4-8, not bad. Pistol चाहिए अभी.
Puts him down 4-8 at the half. GenG
हाँ.
still in a rough
Pistula
position.
चाहिए chat. Pistula.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great. Sure, you're going onto the attacker's side, but the 5-7 is where you can see it feels like a 50-50. But with a 4-8, you're definitely on your back foot just a tad bit. So GenG going to be looking at this pistol with a lot more impact. Whereas T1, I mean, they're not too concerned. Obviously, you would love to win the pistol, but it's not like they're going to feel too worried if they're not able to clinch this out. But with how things have been going, the pistols seem to be looking good for T1 so far. This fan, they're from China actually, here to cheer on T1. They said they'll be waiting in Shanghai, and I mean, T1, who would have thought with the performance, the rocky performance they had during the regular stage, that they are now just 5 rounds away from booking a ticket.
And this is the T1 that was expected, the T1 that was promised after some of the off-season showings, coming into this year with the adjustments made.
Improvement तो है ना?
Took them a while to find their form. I mean, a swap of the IGL and captain. Rough, difficult, seemingly necessary changes from the team. And they might just be ready to harvest the bounty.
What in the world? Izu has a sheriff and half armor.
Oh,
so,
okay.
And util. So they are...
It's a force up from...
Wow.
Excurate.
Yes, they're telling him, just go for it.
Oh, no, sorry. It's
Rossi.
It's
Yeah, Rossi just buys it for him.
Excurate's holding a ghost.
Viper ball up, hold on करेगा क्या?
So Rossi, yeah, putting a lot of stock here in this Yoru.
Okay.
This
I mean,
is
obviously...
not a strat that you see very often.
No, but if you can push out, if there's no contact on enemy, he's going to start to dig deep, I feel. They're letting him just run amok on his own.
Extra similarly, though, Sheriff in hand, Excurate over by half wall. There's the dash forward. Get themselves into the site. Already 3 players here, though, very quickly from T1.
Oh, and Karon's ready for it.
भाई Karon का position sexy है.
Here's this.
अब ये लर्क नहीं
That's
करेगा.
going to be the Sheriff now on the floor. Excurate, however, does manage to find Meteor.
अब ने लर्क करेगा
Comes
वो.
up over the top of the wall, but here's the footsteps. Excurate dead. Gets a line up there onto the chest shot. Cannot find the limb as Lakia. Oh, a classic setup. Okay, well, needs to clear that first, but they know exactly what's happening. Side player, however, finding Munchkin. Dart being sent. Both of them lobbed in, but actually kind of whiffing on the mark there. Karon, however, now arriving.
Jord में.
Guns him down through a tunnel.
Sheriff किधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है.
Here in the pistol. 3-3 on the series are these squads.
ये Sheriff किधर तो देखा हुआ लग रहा है यार.
Very necessary win.
Well, thank you for the sheriff, says Karon. I mean, what an investment into Izu, and it doesn't see the light of day. I mean, this is Karon basically converting approximately 2,000 credits on his own.
It saw the light of day. It was just in Karon's hands.
Oh, true. You're right, actually.
That sheriff, it did get put to use.
Karon भाई बोले, hey, thank you for the giveaway यार.
Oh, boy.
But side player still just going for the Marshall here on that defender side.
He'll need to do work with it if they want to try to convert, because that's a lot of credits that Karon was able to bank up, and he's still sticking with the sheriff.
9-10 दिन बाद.
So he can help match the buy going into the next round.
Maybe Excurate के लिए.
Solid spot to be, especially on the attack. And start for now over at A, not spotting anything. It is just Saya player here, Excurate, as well as Izu, not too far off.
So this is something that GenG, even more so than some of their other opponents that they've dealt with this composition, is going to have an easier time with, is that even the opponent has no Sentinel. So now the global presence of the Euro and the Astra give you immensely more value on the potential lurks, while Texture is still sharp with the shot as well. Enemy Marshall down.
Izu saying, surely I can't die. It's Sands again, and he wants his sheriff back.
Oh no!
Forces him out of that astral form, but cannot confirm the kill. Just a classic at range. We're going to be a bit difficult. Up over the top, though. Excurate.
Almost,
Munchkin down low on HP. So a little bit more, though, is unscoped. Texture eventually does manage to find his mark. Rossi gets cleaned up.
Hey, 2v2.
Shock dart though from Carpe, finding one, evening up the odds. The Sheriff in a classic versus the two marshals here of GenG. Already decent damage dealt by T1. So they look to try to win the round, get themselves up to 9.
Timer's good from Texture.
Stock statuesque here for the moment. Izu turning his sights over in towards main. Now back here towards Pyramid. Lock yet pulling away for a brief little moment.
One enemy
Jiggles
remaining.
out. Texture cleans up one. Swing up the corner. Izu gets the headshot. Sends it out.
Izu!
Oh, boy, he said this was mine all along. A 3K as he's finally able to put that sheriff to work.
कर दिया इजू ने.
Stealing
ये
away
round
the
crucial
round
था
win.
GenG के
An
लिए.
eco here for T1 as they move up to 9.
I just didn't realize it was a long-term investment. It absolutely pays off in the second round. Sheriff recovered.
The interest that Karon had to pay on this was astounding.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, Izu, and this is the thing about maps like Lotus
I
and
wonder
Breeze,
Izu को sheriff कहाँ
especially
से
for
मिला.
Izu, these are maps where even if
Karan
it looks like
bhai,
he's
like,
having a rough
नहीं चाहिए तेरा
game,
giveaway.
he'll start to pull off some of the most insane moments that
Huh?
keeps T1 in the game. It's
ए
just
मेरी बारी
something that you can't
मेरा
account
sheriff था
for
please.
if you've tried to prep against them.
Crucial था बे, crucial था.
Now GenG trying to make sure they don't get traded. Going in as a death ball, and you see them all covering each other's backs.
Cuss connecting, Rossi trying to stay tucked away. Izu going to be taken down though as Meteor finds the opening kill here on the side. It's just going to be a clean sweep
कितना
here from
clean
GenG.
घुसे बे वो
Everybody
लोग.
just
What
getting
the
spotted,
fuck?
not given the opportunity to reply
एक नहीं मारा.
whatsoever. You know, the cash, as bad as it is,
Defensive wall
Carpe
था,
and Execute will just
split
hightail
था,
it towards the
jet
opposite side of
था.
the map and try to hold on to their Vandals.
Listen, I'm not saying it's impossible,
Yoru
but
था,
trying to go
blind
for
था,
those
क्या?
off-timing peaks solo to try to get, 2K, something like that, it's always so rough against GenG, especially if they're coming in. If you haven't seen any other util, and
I
they're
don't
coming in
visit
on a
any
set
Sentinel pick
execute,
these days. Some
and
maps
it's all 5 members, you
you
hear
can play
multiple
without
footsteps,
Sentinel.
you know that they have to be covering each other's backs.
Bind
They will
you can
never
play
leave an
without
angle
Sentinel.
uncovered. They'll turn over every single rock on that
Breeze
site.
में इतना नहीं दिखता.
So T1
मतलब
not
Sentinel
finding
लोग
the kills
लेते
they needed, and GenG
Again,
will be able to stabilize with
aggressive
a flawless,
teams
it
नहीं
seems.
And much needed after
वो
dropping
लोग
the
उतना
previous
Sentinel
round.
जितना space ले
That
लेते.
puts GenG right back into it.
GenG ने बोला मेरी बारी.
So now,
So
6 to
basically
9,
अभी कौन जीतेगा
3
बताना.
rounds
By shout out
separating
भाई,
these
shout out to यार,
squads.
shout out to
GenG
love you यार.
back
इतना
in
shout
with
out
an
मिल रहा है.
advantage. Cash pretty broke right now. RT1.
क्या
Aside
लगता
from
है PRX
Izu,
DRX
banked up a
match
decent
का?
amount.
भाई मेरा
They will still
दिल
have a couple rifles going for this round
always with
still.
PRX यार.
There is that
लेकिन
firepower
DRX
there.
एक भी map
Sai
नहीं आ
going to
रहा.
be investing for the Marshal.
I mean, all
एक भी
right.
match.
Yeah, sure. Just try to match a little bit more firepower. It is Breeze, so that is going to have a lot more value than on the other maps, and we know that he buys it no matter what map he's on. The early high tide. It's going to let you know that the harbor is here on this side, and they just walk right past it. That finds no value. So he has to invest the Cascade just a bit further to keep himself alive. And Recon out as well. I
कैसे
mean, this
बंदा
is a
काफी
lot of
टाइम
util
बाद
drawn
आया
out
मैच
already,
कैसे
and then
चीते.
Munchkin gets the kill long range.
Shot
All's
बे,
opened up.
shot.
Peeks in, finds it.
Contaps मारा उसने.
Another key advantage here for GenG. He's taking some significant space though. Works his way out here into mid. In the meantime, Carpe pushing out in Hall. Pull back though, Meteor will be heard.
Yeah, that's a big audio cue. Because now you know the gate crash was fake, but also that he was on the rotate out, and he's usually going to be the tail end. So just in case it's an extra fake, the gate crash is sent back to A.
दो बंदे हैं.
But T1 knows that the likelihood of a B hit is very, very high.
Waiting now, Izu. Oh, spotting this out, tracking it. Think onto that.
Uh-oh.
Now he'll be pinged out. Sends out the clone. Doesn't
मारा
manage to
उसने.
find texture, but
उसने
again,
मारा है.
similarly, the rest of the team starting to fall apart.
Take flight.
As Rossi gets picked off.
planted.
Execute now arriving, but noted by the dart. Once again, this could be he and Carpe having to go for these saves. They are going to push forward though.
बस भाई आइजल बता दो ना
See if we can
दो
spot
टीम
out
के.
anything.
मेरे को पता है कौन है.
Yeah, it just has to be
Chat
exit,
help
so
करेगी लेकिन.
if
समझ
you
रहे हो?
really want to try
Chat
to
का
play
भी
for the
knowledge
win,
देखते हैं.
Munchkin swinging. There you go.
I mean, I think you just stay happy with that. Yeah, I love to see Carpe back off. Don't get too greedy. Because right now, Saya player, he's not that close to the Blade Storm, and he's not going to be able to go for that full buy. So some teammates might have to help him out.
Execute tucked away. You're checking. Swing on the
Format
corner. No
explain
noise
करो.
made quite
जो
just yet.
जीतेगा वो
Pinged
शंघाई,
down.
जो
They
हारेगा lower
suspect
bracket.
behind the box.
और उसमें
It's
से
like,
जो जीतेगा वो
they'll have to
शंघाई.
suspect the thing. They'll just find him. Headshot there. Meteor takes down Excurate. Just Carpe holding onto his weapon. There's GenG.
Even का accurate ने excurate रे.
They demand a fight.
There's 2 rounds separating now the squads.
Dimensional drifts on both sides, so things could get a little crazy in the upcoming round 17. What a clean shot from Munchkin. I mean, getting halls for free. I mean, GenG knows more than anybody else. Without a sentinel, you take down halls, and now the defense has to scramble. They have to be spread out, and that does call for the timeout.
Crucial timeout.
Now that you
timeout.
can match the buy a little bit, right? You can mix and match. So I think T1 will have to throw whatever they've prepped here during this timeout. And part of it is that, again, you don't have as much global presence, so you do have to figure out some way to push out. Going for the conditioning with the high tide, it hasn't been working out. GenG's been disrespecting that entirely. So what else can you do? Is it a push through halls? Is it a cascade or another different type of high tide that they've prepped, maybe on the B side, to clear that side a bit earlier? Whatever it is, the variation has to happen, because GenG, they have been made sure that basically T1, the early 20 seconds is wasted.
They can't get the win off the back of this. It's not double digits for them. It's GenG just being 1 round separated. Dimensional drifts available for both sides. Knives can be held by Texture in case it gets into a dire situation, or they have an economic kickback down the line. So far, I mean, we've seen multiple your ults coming through, but none of them really paired with that Hunter's Fury, that classic pairing on this map.
Oh, so they're going to go for double adjustments. The push out in Hall, but also the Harbor over to B.
Mexicana बन रहा है.
Make sure they don't get caught by this dimensional drift.
Spotting them both out here at backside. Clone sent. Pink gets the reveal on Rossi, and Meteor able to strike, sends in another flash. The follow-up, just trying to hold that second player at bay. Swing onto the corner. Carpe going to be get the shutdown.
भाई दो मारे Carpe ने.
It's going to be revealed here.
It was shouted to मेरे जान. Love you.
Lost at back pyramid. Walls now coming up. Saya player going to be caught. Haran able to come up with yet another successful lurk.
ये इजू की गलती थी. इजू ने बोला नहीं.
Left on the lonesome versus 3.
Flank देख रहा है. सब flank देख रहे हैं.
Desperately trying to escape. He does not, but Karen with that responding fire manages to catch a stray there onto Carpe. But in such a poor position.
इजू ने बताया नहीं. Base से देख रहे हो.
10-10 across the board here on his scoreline. Which metric moves up, kills
10 बार इजू by flank से मार खाया है वहाँ पे.
It looked like he was trying to scramble to figure out what the best mental loop would be here, whether it's wrap around mid or all the way through halls. And I think he considered that mid might be too easy to read, so he's going to dig deep. Now that means he's starting to run out of time. Just a bit.
Happy birthday.
Spotted one on his screen, but didn't quite notice it.
Missed it, yeah, Izu. Had been noted, now they have their sights turned over towards here for a brief little moment at least.
His teammates are pinging it for him.
Extra, swings out right as he looks away. Just not quite noticing. Those few pixels out of place. Ends up getting caught in T1. The timeout works for them. They get the round victory, and now they move up to 10, just 3 rounds away from getting themselves
आज मेरा 18th birthday है, तो मैं आपको भी many happy returns of the day.
Adjustments from Carpe, even with the spray, able to control it, stabilize for the kill. That drops the spike, and
that's huge round, huge round.
Huge round.
it was. I mean, especially off the timeout as well. And you deny the dimensional drift from Meteor. I thought the execute was pretty good with the recon bolt. The timing perfect for Meteor. But the backup just not fast enough as they got held up through that toxic screen.
Flash sign Izu.
Here's everything.
Swing onto the corner, Texture. Third time's a charm, able to find the reset as Izu does get picked off. It can be recovered, but Silent Player will put him down. Solid opening kills, Cosmic Divide. He's committed. Now they're rerouting, looking to work their way back across over towards AT1, getting a sense of this execute in position, perhaps for a punish. And yes, finds the first. Karen going to be taking down the Cove. Sent now, ult invested, reckoning out. Trying to disrupt them here on this plant. Munchkin still out in mid. Trying to go for this lurk. He's so low, but now Munchkin doesn't know what to do. Can't stabilize the aim. Rossi.
भाई एक्सक्यूरेट बोलते
is absolutely everyone. Leaves the defuse for his teammates. There's 4 members left standing. T1
मस्त
move
round
up to
निकाला
11.
बे.
The reckoning was so huge because it lets him know that not all 3 of them are on site. I mean, sure, they could have been main or whatever, but you see on the minimap, his teammates start to look for the lurk. They correctly identify, okay, there's a good chance. I mean, it's going to be Munchkin. Could be anywhere. So they're hunting for him. And that's a good catch. Execute the new IGL, really leading by example on that round. And now 2 rounds away from Master Shanghai, returning to an international stage for T1.
Breathe deep.
Just the Hunter's Fury, but the dynamic duo is available there for T1. Izu now sprinting forward, seeing what he can maybe catch. Nothing gonna be spotted, so just jumps back across. It's not going to be the combo coming through. Overall, anticipating this, do play in very disconnected positions. They give up zero information aside from the fact that they're all back towards spawn. How do they try to work themselves out of this is the question. Execute very far forward, up halls.
ये ज़्यादा अच्छा एंगल है, वहाँ से ऊपर भी चढ़ के मार सकते हैं.
Or he's not being made.
Much info.
I mean, even suspicious about this.
Yeah, even if they go by, though, that A site is relatively empty. Harpy's just looking to survive. He's got the Hunter's Fury.
Here's the wall set up. Creep up the rope. What is that shot from Munchkin? Samson takes him down. As that is borderline miraculous.
Yeah.
Invested. It's GenG go for the plant. Carpe pulling away, not getting revealed. Just trying to spray through, trying to find any straight connections he can get. He does get whittled down to 50, however. He try to get some kind of reveal through that pit. The Hunter's Fury is available to try to flush them out, but
right here.
It's a rough position as they wait to try to get everybody else.
Shots ये लोग
over
के
here on the
लगते हैं ना
site.
chat. Long range stinger, rope में मारना.
You're picked off. Izu able to find one off screen. Saya player watching, turns his back away, works his way through the double doors. Everybody now pushing their way up onto the site as there's the pull in, trying to get him into the sink bite. Wall does fall though. Munchkin able to find one. Karen going to be noted there. In tunnels, texture goes back. Saya player finds a headshot.
No, he's holding it.
It's being held. They can't interrupt the
But,
no, they cannot. T1.
कैसे?
The util, the Hunter's Fury, it is far too late. T1 making themselves a match point.
GenG, so uncharacteristic. They play so far out, in no position to help each other. Munchkin basically has to give it up. I mean, okay, Meteor goes down to the spray. That's unfortunate. What is that?
No butter is healthy.
The kill on Detexture as well. 2 kills through obstructed vision. But at the end of the day, Munchkin, he had to leave the pit. Sure, it drops. He gets 1 kill, but that's so much time lost. So much space given up. And now look at these ultimates on the side of T1 to answer right back.
Absolutely unbelievable. From the early advantage found by Munchkin to now this. Hunter's Fury across, looking for the tag. Nothing other than that shot on the texture found. So eliminations not coming through, but still damage dealt.
वो नहीं हारना था ना, वो नहीं हारना था.
Here in the hands of T1, given that they have match point, they'll take anything that they can get for free. Swing out, Heron here over at window. Shot sent though. Side player unable to find that limb. Texture late on the re-swing. Can't try to shut it down.
They have to clear Saya, because if they don't, this map suddenly becomes so easy for T1 to read, because you got the pit, you already have mid control. GenG has no idea about that. They don't have halls. I mean, GenG doesn't have any map control, quite frankly. So the one guy they saw, they have to eliminate him.
Considering no Lakia just goes walking forward, taking down. Able to open things up a little bit over towards A. Let's find Izu. Side player now. Munchkin here in window. Yep, just has to abandon the poison orb. Jumps back.
And they suspect it though. With the pit, this is the only option, the pinch in, because B is absolutely clear. 20 seconds, excure it. Spine time.
Out, but final shot sent. It hits its mark. Push up into the cove. Right now, stranded. Munchkin and Caron.
By
Execute with no time to get done. Execute drifts away out into the open.
GG.
On the floor. The plant not coming in. It's all over. Munchkin can do nothing but watch the time dwindle down. 13-7. T1 take
BT हो गया
down
Munchkin को.
GenG, and they punch their ticket to Master Shanghai.
This team was at the risk
Munchkin
of
को
not
BT
making
हो गया.
playoffs. This team looked absolutely lost during the regular stage, and now they are the first representatives of VCT Pacific, reclaiming the hype that they built
Shanghai
up during the
bolte.
offseason, proving to all the doubters that they simply needed time.
Santo bolte.
The investment of belief, the effort put in to shifting over to Xcurate as the IGL, it has all culminated in this moment for T1. We still had our doubts. Take a look at the predictions, the expectations set for this team versus GenG. It was a catastrophic difference between the squads, but T1 have proven us wrong today with a well-deserved, hard-fought victory, and now a spot at international competition once more.
Listen, I was one of those people that had high hopes. At the beginning of the stage, I expected T1 to go to Master Shanghai, but this is an upset for sure.
Absolutely is. Obviously, things not over for GenG. They will
G को
find
हरा के
themselves in the
confidence
lower
आया
bracket,
सीधे Shanghai.
much like they
Language.
did back at kickoff. But T1 sitting pretty in that upper final. But we still have to figure out who their opponent's going to be. And we still have to have the action broken down by the analyst desk. I'll pass it back over to Mika.
I don't know if we were expecting the upsets to be done. Now that that week of upsets, that weird week is over, apparently it's not, because we have T1 now taking down GenG to
चलो एक भाई पहुंच गया.
to Master Shanghai.
This was bonkers. I mean,
दूसरा भाई
from the
बचा है.
get-go, it really felt like they had a good read, you know, doing a good job, not letting that op of Texture really do a ton of damage. They were really working the map nicely, really taking advantage of that open space that's left open on the B site without the Cypher to really kind of hinder
Last
your
time
entrances and
Masters
things like that.
एक भाई
there
गया
were
था.
good
क्या इस
responses
बार दोनों
from
भाई जा सकते हैं?
GenG,
देखिए
but
इस
T1
एपिसोड
overall
में.
just absolutely incredible. Never really had any problems with Karon. On whatever side he was holding, on whatever map, it really felt like they had a good read on his positioning and how to deal with him. Yes, he had the crazy, 4K with the Sheriff and the pistol round here, but this was just a great game plan today from T1.
It just felt like, again, every single player had huge moments. Like Xcurate, just incredible stuff on the harbor on this map. Really got to hand it to him, but some huge moments for everyone. I mean, talk about Carpe, solidness, the entire series, eases some huge clutch moments. Saya player, I think,
GenG out, नहीं,
his map
lower bracket.
of Breeze was incredible. You could see, like, even in his mouse movements, he's just so confident, taking aggressive lines, winning with those risks almost every single time. He just felt kind of unstoppable, and even down to that really exciting last round as well. T1, as the caster said, very much not expected. They almost didn't make playoffs, and now they're at Masters Shanghai. Like, how did this team pull off this kind of thing? But I feel like, again, starting yesterday, they started their huge run. They're really feeling themselves. They come into today, they were the underdogs, they played their hearts out, and GenG just weren't ready for them.
I mean, it just goes to show, right? Just like as William said, they just needed a little bit of time, because not too long ago we were saying like, T1, man, they look lost. Oh, this is gonna be really tough for them as they head into playoffs. And now here they are, the first to really, secure the slot into Master Shanghai. And as you mentioned, it goes without saying, Saya player, but how they were just able to deal with the win conditions of GenG, right? One of which was Texture popping off. They were just able to shut him down so many times that he wasn't able to take those duels that would have led the opening for GenG for so many times.
Yeah, very rarely did it feel comfortable for Texture. I mean, he had to pull out some crazy stuff just to even get one kill in a lot of those rounds. So this really causes a lot of problems for GenG. It felt like they started to try to press there towards the end, where they were trying to make those hero plays happen. They were getting stuck in bad spots, and that's credit to T1. Good usage of their utility and things like that. But that's a real problem when you are relying on, yes, you know how good these players on GenG are, but when you have to start relying on that, that's when things go sour, because when GenG was at their best, we saw it on Sunset, is when they're playing off of each other. That's truly the best version of GenG, but this was a great job by T1, really dissecting them, identifying pretty quickly like the late lurks and things like that on GenG's attacker side. So all those pieces of the puzzle came together today.
Yeah, even if you didn't watch the map, you can see from some of the stat lines here, like GenG almost doubling in terms of first kills. So they were like again, Breeze, sometimes you have some sick shots, you get some big wins that way, but even from behind, T1 were still taking some big rounds. They had, a clutch, a thrifty, they had some excellent post-plan situations and setups. So again, it really just comes down to the team diff, like the team playing really well as a whole on the side of T1, whereas GenG did look a little bit lost on this Breeze. I was expecting a little bit more from them. They looked great on this map in the past, but T1 were just too good today.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You have 13 first kills on the side of GenG, and T1's like, it's all right, it's okay. That's fine. We'll use it as info, And I feel like for T1, they know that, okay, GenG is stronger together. What we'll do, we'll pick them apart, one by one, very, very slowly, in a very surgical way.
I think, who was it on the side of PRX had like 383?
Saya player ka dekho be.
Like,
Yes, it was Jing. It was probably Jing or something. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Saya got in at 13-7. He got 365.
Well, I am not surprised, especially with like how many rounds he was just able to get so
much value.
Not only would get, those openings for T1, he would turn it into like 3Ks, 4Ks even sometimes.
He'd identify open space really, really well and take advantage of it very, very quickly. Like, you think back to that 3K with the Blade Storm, like his ability to just understand, he's like, okay, I got the kill on the back of sight. I'm going to press for arches and see if I can catch him a bit off guard. And he does, and he picks off 2 before he finally gets taken down. It's his instant reactions, the 1v2 post plant that he had that was really, really clutch. The way he kind of identified the positions, he was so fast, just breaking his own wrist there. He was going so back and forth so quickly. I mean, that's what you need here from T1.
Yeah, and I feel like, it comes full circle because we talked to Data earlier and he was talking about how you're being proactive and reactive. Now I'm seeing like T1 probably masters of that because then they know when to hold back. They know when to be aggressive and they know when to kind of like, let's play it a little bit safe. Let's just wait a few seconds and then we'll strike when the moment is right. That's why you see them now on stage as your winners for the series. So let's send it over to Jen, who has T1 on stage with her.
Thank you guys, and that is right. T1 is heading to Shanghai. I'm standing here with T1 Saya player. Now, massive congrats, Saya. You guys are the first Pacific team to lock Shanghai. Now, despite the rocky start, you guys still proved yourselves and made it to Shanghai. So, what does it mean to you? How do you feel right now?
We start regular season is like really bad. So we had a really bad momentum, but we know we have a really good resort in screen, so we just keep focusing on it. So and then we made it today. So I mean, I'm really happy.
I think that kind of started to show since yesterday against Team Secret as well. You guys were more confident, and one thing that everyone on the team kind of talked about during the interview is having that scrim performance. Having how good you guys were in practice kind of translated onto the stage. What do you think kind of enabled you guys to do that out of all of the sudden? What clicked?
शायद तो कुछ मत बोल यार, तो कुछ मत बोल, हम सब समझ गए. सब क्वेश्चन ही इतना अच्छा क्वेश्चन पूछा कि आंसर्स हम खुद समझ गए. तेरे को बोलने का कुछ जरूरत नहीं है. Can you go to the next question? क्या बोलते हो? Next question चाहिए.
So then we change a lot.
Okay, so it was that prep talk from Autumn. He's been, he told us that he's been putting a lot of time, staying up late in bed before the match, trying to think of what to tell you guys. I guess that kind of worked. So great results today. Now, when it comes to your performance individually too, GenG Solo actually said in the Korean pre-match interview that shutting down Saya on that operator would be crucial for GenG today.
Very crucial.
Nothing was able to stop you on Ascent and on Breeze. 20 kills in the first half, just alone as well.
Crazy,
what was
Saya,
different
crazy.
for you? Did it feel like it was an extraordinary day that you were able to do anything?
Saya, टेंशन मत ले साया, समझ गए हम. समझ गए जो तू बोलना चाहता है वो ऑलरेडी हम क्वेश्चन से समझ गए. 1-2 और क्वेश्चंस बनते हैं मेरे हिसाब से, तब हमको पूरा समझेगा कि T1 कैसे जीता. अभी हम आधा समझे. समझ रहे हो?
I just believe in myself. I can do it.
सब समझ रहे, सब
I just come back.
Yeah.
मैं तो पहले आंसर
You
समझ
guys are going to Shanghai. We saw Izu kind of shedding tears. Carpe is so happy. What were the talks? We only had seconds before the interview, but what were the reactions from the T1 guys?
We are really in family mood, so everyone's really emotional and
मुझे यकीन नहीं हो रहा है माँ. वो वाला
I
रहेगा.
don't know. I cannot say. I can explain it better, but we are really happy.
So it's gonna feel like a family trip over to Shanghai as well, trying to put up your best performance for each and every one of you. Now, next stop would be the winners of the PRX and the DRX match. Who do you think is going to win, and is there a team that you would prefer to face?
PRX both.
Honestly, I really want to beat them both.
Yeah.
Because they're a really strong team and a good team. But I think PRX is gonna win today.
Oh, okay. Is there a
Bye,
particular
yeah.
Because they're just better.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for your answer.
भाई को सपोर्ट कर रहा है ये.
And also congratulations.
नहीं करता था ना, इसका भाई थ्रो कर देता था. बोलता है मैं T1 में मैं थ्रो कर दूंगा. कैसे तूने मेरे भाई को सपोर्ट नहीं किया?
Everybody with the post-match
Simple बात है
interview.
भाई.
Let's head over
It's
to a
the
little break,
brotherhood.
but don't go anywhere because we have the RX rivalry matchup happening once again. PRX and DRX facing off. So we'll see you soon.
Bye. Full respect to everyone. They played brilliant. Champions. Well deserved. We need to show. क्या हो गया विकास भाई? काहे सेंटी हो रहे हो भाई? तुम अगर रिस्पेक्ट शो नहीं करोगे तो भी उनको मिल रहा है. टेंशन ना लो. सेंटी मत हो. La 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 la.
I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da-da. Ba, 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 ba.
Okay, Team Secret. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
सीक्रेट का वो ये बहुत है यार, लेकिन ये वाला सीक्रेट वाला
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. ऐसा नकली अकाउंट ना बनाए, बात तो है. ठीक है, कब देखने मिलेगा स्ट्रीम पे? होपफुली आज मेरे को नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम करना है चालू, लेकिन टाइम इज हार्ड. अच्छी ग्रुप म्यूजिक मस्त था ना उसका. ये लोग का VCSSL वो खत्म हो गया ना, ये लोग का अभी कुछ है नहीं. बस मैं अगला फेट कब है? एक्सक्यूज मी. नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम में बिगनर्स के लिए टिप है तो खेलने का सिंपल टिप्स है. हेड पे एम करो, मारो, और एबिलिटीज यूज करो. सिंपल बेसिक टिप्स. गेम प्ले फिर से कब देखने मिलेगा बंकू दादा? यार जल्दी यार. रोज अच्छी खेलने का है वो. स्ट्रिक्स के साथ खेल सकता है या फिर एक सेक्सी सा स्ट्रीमर बैटल. क्या हो तो my mouse goes on to la. Excuse me. Hamlo. वाह ज़ूज़ भाई, वाह. न्यूज़ का क्या सीन है, कैसे चल रहा है सर? सर्च अभी नहीं, सीधा 1 महीने बाद. पीसी टोटिक. आज गेमिंग होगा क्या? भाई फन था ना? फन तो था. आज गेमिंग कैसे होगा पता नहीं यार. हालत टाइट है, सोया नहीं हूँ. भाई क्या ये एंट्रेंस? भाई ये क्या एंट्रेंस है? पीछे शॉप दिख रहा है.
Who is locking in a slot to Master Shanghai to follow T1? We are
The
seeing DRX
fuck?
now. You know it, Paper Thin. They want to make sure that the world knows they are back.
The cutest.
International tournaments, you heard Stacks. He always goes.
Yeah, no, I mean, I know Stacks was a little bit angry at me that I was keeping him from going, but
How
I
dare
think,
you?
yeah. But I think he might be able to push past me on this one. They've been looking so darn good this year. It is truly impressive the way that they've come together as a team. Everything seems just so different with them, and I mean in very positive ways, where they feel more relaxed on stage. They look like they're having fun. You listen to their voice comms and some of the content they're putting out, and they're just joking around with each other, just making fun of each other. Just like, like they'll argue whose game is worse today, and like things like that. They're just out there having a good time, and that's really important for this team to have those vibes, to keep that good mentality that helps Stacks as that IGL as well, stay focused on the game. So I have a lot of high hopes for DRX right now. This is, again, I think the best I've seen them in the last couple of years.
Yeah, definitely in a very strong spot. I think that the addition of Bane was actually fantastic.
बहुत crazy
on
था.
their side, and Poxy and
Bane
really
ऊपर
stepping
कर
up on their side. I think he has 2 MVPs already in this regular season. So we'll have to wait and see how these 2 younger players will do when it does come to playoff time and up against a big opponent as well.
Definitely a big opponent. As we, keep saying, Paper
चार
X
player
right
क्यों आ रहे?
now,
पांचवा
pretty much
किधर
when
है?
you say Pacific playstyle, you think Paper X at this point. They've coined that chaotic sort of style that makes people want to watch VCT Pacific, right? And I feel like going up against DRX, it's sort of, I guess, nostalgic for them, but at the same time, it's a new feel because DRX does feel, as you mentioned, like very light. They have Bane also, who has been putting up the numbers. So is PRX prepared for this, especially since DRX and PRX, this is a matchup that we know that it could take a while. We could be going to map 3. We might as well say it already, actually.
I think we're going to map 3. I have very high confidence in both of these teams, so it is really hard to predict who's going to win. Everybody's looking good on Paper X right now, so this is a team that is also just like DRX in very strong form, as you would expect. But DRX is looking for revenge here. They lost to them in the finals of Pacific last year. They lost to them at Masters Tokyo the last time they faced off. They lost in the offseason at the AVL as well. So there's all these things right now that have been going Paper X's way, but it feels different now. It feels like this is a different DRX. This feels like they've got kind of a better read. They've often had Paper X's number. They're a team that, like Team Secret, understands Paper X's style because they played them so damn much.
Especially since these 2 teams, I remember DRX did mention this in an interview before, but this was last year, that because they're tied so closely to Paper X, DRX's style has actually evolved to Paper X. Paper X actually has
4 game PRX जीता, 4 game DRX जीता बे.
That's how closely tied these 2 teams are, right? And as you mentioned, there is a score to settle. CHUMMI did also mention that they were looking forward to this match because they want to get revenge. And I think that, because the fate of these 2 teams are, again, they're pretty much arm in arm every time it's VCT Pacific. So every time you see this match, it's either playoffs or finals time, or it's Masters time as well.
Neck
Yeah, I
to
like
neck.
the point you made about, kind of learning from each other.
चार
It feels like
तुम
every
जीतो, चार हम
really
जीते.
strong region has a bunch of strong teams at the top to kind of learn from each other and kind of build from each other. That's how the region gets strong in the first place. And these two teams have been, as you mentioned, linked arm in arm for quite a long time. It's important to note we had that graph on the bottom. It did go right to left, actually, from older to newer matches. So PRX definitely getting the better of DRX in the recent matches, but it's kind of an interesting point. Because I feel like, especially PRX, we're having some great times so far in this regular season, but also they had some shaky ones with the re-addition of Jing, and he looked a little bit shaky, but then against their match, in their match against Talon, rather, Jing was putting up some huge numbers, and the team really seems to be kind of flowing once again and really trending on the up and up. So really feels like both these teams trending up and up right at the exact right moment and
already
right into
banned
each other right
soya
This
new
is the
बड़ा
perfect
गंदी
moment to be
शायरी
on a
मार
high.
रहा है.
But I do want to mention, of course, PRX, of course, they came from that 13-0 earlier, but as we mentioned
Shorts
during
बता
the
बंग
pre-show,
भाई
right,
वो वाले
PRX
कॉम्स के
did come out
बजे
at the press conference yesterday and said that, like, okay, it actually wasn't as dominant or one-sided as it looked. Like, for them, it felt
पंकड़ो पंको पंके ध्वनि बेल भी बजा.
adjustment for him at this point, even down to like, the chairs feel a little bit different. He mentioned that as well. Everything feels like he has to catch up at this point.
It's still not the full Jing that we are expecting, right? Like, he's still not quite 100%, but he's getting there very quickly. I mean, on Lotus in particular, he looked very, very comfortable. So I'm kind of curious if that is actually going to be the map that DRX banned. So the big difference between these two teams, PRX perma-bans Breeze, but DRX is willing to ban their opponent's strengths. So they'll go for a map that they think that their opponent is better than them on, and they will try to take it away. So I could see Lotus, I could see Sunset, potentially maybe even Bind, because that's been a little bit shaky for DRX. Even though they're winning it, they're still not looking, in my opinion, 100%. And those are the maps that absolutely could be taken away here from PRX.
Same with PRX. I mean, they did lose to Talon yesterday on Bind, right? That could have exposed a lot of strategies on the side of PRX. It goes to show, even dinosaurs bleed, Valdez. Did you know that? Dinosaurs bleed.
Well, I learned something new today.
All living creatures, plants bleed, and even plants kind of
really caught me off guard.
Sometimes they do. It's like the sap or something.
Exactly, yeah.
But going back into our maps, right? Alex did say that they haven't
heavy roti sabji
prepped quite yet.
ये क्या हो गया?
अभी
खा लूं, भूख तो लगी है वैसे.
They've prepped something for sure. So this is another match which is really, really hard to predict. Perhaps we'll get a better clue as we jump into our map select, which we are just about to. And I like that you pointed out as well that DRX are feeling a lot lighter as a team. I think this is something that a lot of people actually, maybe might say that, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it actually does, especially if you're on a stage that big.
But I think it helps their comms too. I think it makes it easier for them to kind of say what they want to do and rely on it. So definitely it's made a huge impact overall. Across the board, even the coaches have talked about how Bane's nature has kind of influenced them to be a little bit lighter, a little bit more fun. So yeah, the Breeze ban to be expected. The big question here is, what is DRX going to ban? Okay, Sunset, sure, that makes sense. I thought either that or Lotus. One of those two maps for sure was going to be PRX's choice. I think this one just is probably the map that DRX feels a little more
गरमा गरम रोटी बन रही है. गरमा गरम रोटी.
Maybe punish this too. To leave it open.
At the same time, PRX obviously looked very strong on the Lotus, the 13-0, and then the Ascent is going to come out here from the side of DRX.
GenG out क्या नहीं lower bracket. क्या जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं like कर दो. 200 likes बचे 5K के लिए.
Play on Bind, and the answer is yes. So they say, well, PRX is strong on this, but we have not been defeated on this one. We played it a bunch, and so they're going to leave that one open. And should be a very awesome kind of map 3, a classic one between these two.
भाई 1 घंटा में फोन चार्जिंग पे रखा.
I mean, I looked at that Ascent, I'm like, oh my gosh. Especially DRX on Ascent has a lot of history, right? So
रुक जाओ, मैं shopping कर रहा हूँ.
I think we can pretty much
Lunch करने का
expect
time
it.
थोड़ा
We're going
casual
into
है.
Lotus first, though. How are we feeling about this? I mean, DRX and PRX, I feel like
करते हो मेरे साथ.
I wouldn't call it like their absolute best map. They're not too bad, but it's going to boil down to the execution, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit tough now for DRX because you saw a different agent composition yesterday. The breach I kind of suspect might have been a anti-neon kind of pick potentially because you might expect Talon to go for that with Governor. So you might go back to the kind of stock standard here for PRX with Forsaken on the Cypher. So I think that DRX is going to have a pretty good read on that. I think the real question for me is going to be the pressure that like Foxy9 is going to be under. Like he's been okay as a Sentinel. He's really good in 1v1s. That's like where he really excels. He's pretty good at lurking. His site holding is going to be put to the test. Him, Mako, and Bane are all going to be under a lot of pressure today, so it's going to be up to them to react to things properly. When do you back off? When do you try to take those fights? Those are going to be really
heavy
important
shopping kar
decisions
raha
that
hu
they're
main.
gonna have to
Heavy.
Especially against this team, right? Heavy firepower. And Foxy9, I do agree.
Hum
He's
manga
been
rahe
performing
hain.
very, very well on
Chipas!
but you're going to have something. You're going to have Jing. You're going to have Forsaken on there. And not to mention, Divine Mind Freak have been performing very, very well as well. So, gentlemen, this is going to map 3, but who is taking this? Have your predictions changed at all after seeing that map select? Let's bring out our predictions right over here. So it actually is evenly split. It's not too much of like what happened earlier in the series. Congratulations, by the way, Chubby Ninja, for that. You are the seer for this week. But right now, it is pretty much evenly split. I feel like, again, this is so close, though. This is like 49-51%.
I think what it comes down to really is DRX,
Very
very consistent, very strong
GK
team. They looked
bhi
great in
nahi
regular
jeetegi.
season,
100%
but as you
jeetegi.
mentioned before,
100%.
like how is Foxy9 going to look under so much pressure? How is Bane going to look under this pressure? Can they stay consistent? That's a big question for DRX. On the side of PRX, I feel like they're a pretty streaky team at the moment. You know, they can 13-0 you, or they can just drop a bunch of rounds in a row seemingly for no reason because Talon are finding angles, and it's like, where was the team that just bopped them? Like, how did you drop map 2 after 13-0ing them? How does that happen, right? So maybe some, you know, Alex slamming the desk moments to get them back in line and keep them consistent on their streak. But you know, if they can come out strong, if they can show the, I think, higher highs that PRX have potentially over DRX, then maybe PRX get a nice early lead, and that's enough to bring them across the line. Otherwise, I think the consistency of DRX will bring them to the win in the best of 3.
Ooh, what about you, Paper Thin?
I think it's a slight edge for the form that I'm seeing from DRX. It looks a little more stable. They look a little bit more cohesive as a team so far. You're still having some of those issues where PRX gives up space and information, and it doesn't click mentally. You know, we saw that round on Vine where Talon wrapped all the way into spawn, and PRX had no idea.
use करता हूँ मैं Blue Yeti.
PRX is kind of notorious for, unfortunately, is kind of their Achilles heel, where sometimes they're just not fully engaged mentally.
They can tunnel vision.
Exactly, and that's something that DRX is really good at punishing and really good at taking advantage of. So I think there's just going to be a slight edge here, but if the executions are good for PRX, it's going to be tricky.
Ooh, very slight edge indeed, because as we know, this is a match made for VCT Grand Finals, and this time
crazy
for a slot to Masters Shanghai. It's DRX and PRX, so let's take it to the stage for our final series of this day. We're in for a big one, everyone. Strap in.
आ जाओ भाई क्यूटोस भाई बंद क्यों है हॉट
사실 저는 일부 리그에서
लिंक ग्राइंड कैसे चल रहा है लैंग्वेज
무섭기도 했는데 그냥
क्या तुम्हारा फेवरेट चिप्स कौन सी है बताओ
이런 식으로 했더니 오전 전승을 해낼 수 있었습니다.
DRX back on top against GenG. 너희들 벽쳐라 사랑해.
기존에는 스택스 혼자서 오더를 하는 DRX였지만 지금은 제가 중간에서
मेरा टोमेटो वो है बे
그래서 서로가 더
टोमेटो बनाना चिप्स
Going to win it, and it's a 13-0 from PRX.
Obviously, we weren't aiming for the 13-0, you know, but it happened. So yeah, obviously we feel very happy about it, you know. I think for Talon matches, maybe not just them, but I think any other teams, I would just focus on myself, you know. I don't really care about.
जोलो चिप प्रिंगल प्रीमियम अरे वैसा नहीं रे
포세이큰 선수가 저와 비슷하게 플렉스로 팀 내에서 모든 역할을 다 소화하면서
चिपस वाला चिप्स रे लेस बीच टाइप में
하지만 분명히 그런 선수
करेला चिप्स कैसा है करेला चिप्स
1등이 되는 거기 때문에
पिंकी करेला चिप्स टीवी पे देख रही है ना वो लेस ब्लू कुरकुरे देखो मैं क्या क्या मंगा रहा हूँ मैं बोलता हूँ, ठीक है। एक तो बनाना चिप्स, ठीक है। एक स्वीट बनाना चिप्स, ठीक है। एक लहसुन चिवड़ा, ठीक है। और एक मसाला टोपाशियो चिप्स मिर्च पाउडर के साथ। बस हो गया इतना शायद। भाई पोटैटो सॉलिड चिप्स भी अच्छी है वैसे देखा जाए तो। इतना बस हो गया फिलहाल के लिए। क्या बोलते हो? टॉपिक का ये होता है वही भाई।
DRX, the uncrowned champions, they've gone through the regular season as the only undefeated team. And even with some new members, this team looks poised to be the year's Pacific champions. Can they keep that streak to claim this series against one of their biggest rivals? Can they do it against PRX, a team that's coined the Pacific playstyle, a team that's consistently shocked the world over with power plays
What about
and some of the
nachos?
heaviest
अभी song नहीं
firepower
है
that
कोई
we've
डांस
seen
करने
on
के
the
लिए।
VCT stage. The team might be a little shaky, but as we've seen, PRX at their shakiest is still one of the scariest teams to be up against. Paper thin, there is no underdog in this series. We're looking at two teams that are already practically hovering over that Pacific trophy. Who's it going to be?
PRX बोलते।
DRX, but this could also definitely be the rematch we see in the grand finals. These two teams looking so strong. PRX, it's just a matter of time before they hit that peak form. You just got to hope that as DRX, you're able to shut that down, keep it in check, keep it at bay a little bit longer.
क्या आज एलेक्स भड़केगा?
The other players are going to have to kind of keep Bane in check. Things start to go sideways. It's going to be on them, to help keep
क्या
his
आज
mental there.
एलेक्स
I mean, he's been
भड़केगा?
great as the vibe guy. Now you never know. I mean, if he starts getting punched, he might kind of falter. So I'm really curious to see how this goes.
केले के चिप्स आपका फेवरेट लगता है? हाँ, स्वीट बनाना और टोमेटो बनाना, ये दो।
DRX wins, it's like, oh, that makes sense. If PRX win, we're like, oh,
Yum.
okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
अभी आना को हैप्पी बर्थडे बोलना, डन इन मानस, थैंक यू फॉर द 40।
So I think it's really just going to come down to who's got the
मैं आज उसको मिलने वाला था रे, फिर मैं उसको
mindset
मैसेज
who
किया।
can hold their mental strong
रात
and
में
not
वॉच
fail
पार्टी है
under that pressure.
And you can hear the crowd over there. They're on fire. They're cheering for both teams equally as well. And it just goes to show how powerful both of these teams are. So let's get into the series. Let's toss it on over to our casters, William and Achilles.
इतना पतला कैसे बनाया तूने?
Thank you very much. We keep throwing around the term El Clasico. Some orgs are trying to adopt the term El Clasico. This is one of the other El Clasicos. A meta one between GenG and T1 earlier on across a couple different games.
Yeah.
But this one here in Asia,
इसको बोलते हैं रोटी, फुल्का रोटी।
time. The record at the moment, 4-4. Two of those events not in VCT. If you didn't go ahead and take those out, the record's still 3-3.
Yeah.
So these guys are very well versed with one another. Get to see which one comes out on top. DRX haven't had the better of PRX for the last 4 times. It's been those streaks coming through.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, the meta shifts happen, and DRX haven't been able to keep up ever since the old retake Vision Strikers disappeared. But now they're trying to edge back. Obviously, PRX, they showed their new composition yesterday against Talon. It's explosive. Just talked about it a little bit. But it's not just explosive for the executes for things like that, but it has so much reach that DRX, they will have to calculate this very well if they want to answer back on this Lotus.
And PRX, I mean, just looking astounding on this very map. DRX, of course, will have been watching, will have witnessed that 13-0 that PRX delivered to Talon. Still decided to let it go through. So obviously, maybe not expecting PRX to hit that same stride, or just having some very solid ideas about how to play against this, because he was also worth mentioning again, a very new look. It was this is a composition that PRX had never run on Lotus prior to that matchup.
And also, on the side of Talon, head coach Frost said that for some reason his team, his players just don't know how to play against Breach. But I imagine that'd be very different for DRX with Stacks in the crew. One of the OG breaches for sure. So DRX surely well prepped in this first map.
The most OG breach of them all on the opposite side. Granted, he's playing Faye, but guys, this game is ready to go, as are we. So let's hop into Lotus. Map number 1 between PRX and DRX.
थोड़ा शाम को बर्गर हो जाता तो
The majority of the fans here organizing their shouts for DRX, but we hear a little bit of an answer back from PRX.
Careful there.
Though not in the classic 1, 2, 3 style of the Korean
No,
fans. Their voices will be heard. And Buzz with the half armor. DRX has been really going for these boss buys on their pistols, really making sure that Buzz is there ready to fire.
Fighting!
Barriers now dropping. Util will fly.
नहीं बे safe kill है बे
Over the
PRX.
top here from DRX as they go pushing forward already. Roll back from Forsaken and something. This was in position for the connection.
Never mind.
Flashes out. Players caught. Mako only able to answer one
Good
back.
save
But
नहीं कर रहे.
loses
I'm sorry.
3 of his teammates push around the backside of Rubble, and Mind Freak will be able to get the better of him. And Foxy caught drifting into B. PRX starting things off very strong with the pistol round win.
Yeah, so the timing of that peek out from PRX, very
sorry,
sneaky
Bubbo.
because they took out the turret in mid. You're thinking it's not going to be a full stack on A. DRX gets a little lax, but that smoke is just bubbling out towards Rubble. Catches DRX completely off guard. The pop flash is good. And that's a classic PRX answer back in that pistol. And now we have 4 buys, a pretty heavy investment. They'll risk dropping one weapon maybe up to the Marshal as well, and that's not too much economic damage into the bonus.
Taking some forward space, working his way up here on the mound. Right and Mind Freak behind him, so there's a ton of firepower here. Boombot going to be spotting at least one. Push up. Just holds in for that orb. Trailblazer not sure how much it's spotted. A couple players had been playing back. At least seen 2 around the corner.
Well, the thing is A main already you're past the toxic screen, so you have that information. You're still holding at a distance over by B. You've secured the orb, and you've denied any sort of information from out. So DRX, you know they have to rotate. Door opened up.
First flash sent, paint shells flying in here from Jinx. Snappy on the headshot. Bane gets taken down. Foxy9 dead as well. Once again, able to find a singular kill here. Spike stranded now in the sight. Or cut out for them. It's a couple shots across, but eventually they swing in. Mako will find a second. And full flash here on a Mind Freak, but eventually will be able to steady that aim and find the kill. So 2 rounds to start. PRX overall.
चलो दोनों round मस्त counter हो
Yeah, I
गए.
mean, obviously winning the anti-eco, that's not the surprising part, but I think the fact that PRX are willing to just send Jing in through the revolving door, things like that, when you have the weapon buys, right, confident in the paint shells and what it's covering, the coverage from behind him on the other side of the revolving door, that way they still have a bit of a mini crossfire, still back up to trade. And then you just keep them tied up with the jump peak, something comes in from A. Overall, you realize the magic continues from yesterday. That pacing from PRX, it's not going to stop.
PRX qualify है कि नहीं? ये game जो जीता वो qualify.
Pull back again. Heavy presence though. I mean, C-Sight is just completely being ignored by PRX thus far.
DRX, they're constantly still setting up defaults to see if there's a push out, but this is an absolute trap play from the other side.
Fault line in, Bane in a bad spot. He's quite a bit of damage there from those paint shells and Divine. Finding stacks, finding Mako. Foxy9 able to reply in kind though. Cleans up 2 as Divine and Mind Freak both get picked off. Jiggle peek there, the baby door. Bane gonna be spotted. Forsaken comes away, not taking any damage. As for now, DRX gonna be cutting sound, but still advantage very much here in the hands of PRX, just given the HP. You know how accurate they can be with those Spectres. They'll make it look like a Vandal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And they'll be moving while they're doing it, so just some things that only PRX can do. But this is a good rotate. You know that you've already have the crossfire set up from PRX over
push forward, though.
Door. Yeah, this is early. And you have to suspect that this is possible. You have to suspect the rotate might happen, too. PRX doesn't play traditional.
Because there's no protection on those weapons. Some armor coverage. Some rifles in hand for the remaining 2 players here. Bane. Spawning, yep. Both of them here.
Fault line.
Fault line, getting the stun. That interrupts the plant. Now they have to pivot. Work their way over to C, but already door tapped. Very well aware of this one here.
Buzz thinks they're going to chase through B, but they're both already here on the site.
Foxy needs to hold his own.
Crazy.
Happy with that headshot to get himself a 3rd.
Crazy shot tha.
In the round and in general, now Forsaken. Last one standing. Buzz at 9, around the corner. A paint shell to play off the tap of the spike.
निकल सकता तो है.
Pushing in towards the Killjoy, and Buzz swings out from Waterfall just in time to get the kill. 3 players lost though, still bloody, but DRX, they do get themselves on the board. They can breathe a sigh of relief. They are no longer in danger of getting 13-0'd.
Well, the death talks about Foxy9. Can he keep up with the members of PRX? I don't think that's the concern. Overall, as a team, PRX still 1 step ahead.
ये shot थोड़ा भारी पड़ गया ना?
The snaps are good, and he keeps them afloat. And afloat is about the best we can give him, because obviously that was their buy round. It's not the cleanest. Half armors across the board, but the operators already out for something.
Vandal, एक op, एक sheriff, एक stinger.
Just yesterday's absolutely disgusting flicks put on display. They very much want to try to clear him off the angle.
He's going to go for this.
He's looking for the peak, swings out. Shot. Does catch Mako there in the leg. Obviously unhealable damage here for the side of DRX as Buzz put a botch on that entryway as Foxy9 now under pressure and cannot escape. They hound him down. Plant will come through, but man advantage here for the side of PRX. Jing, one away from that showstopper. Mako closing the side, does get the catch. Takes him down, swings out for a little bit more. Puts some damage across, but cannot find a further elimination. Punishing Mind Freak.
Mind Freak ko marna padega.
The double approach swinging through, they will be able to take him down. Stealth, Defy, and Forsaken both tagged up. Something approaching in from Waterfall. Buzz, his back is turned. Taken down, now it is all on stacks. Trying to hold the line, get themselves this round win, but he's only going to get himself a singular kill. 2 players left standing.
Well,
very much helped. PRX will not let DRX.
That's again round katam.
Yeah, DRX definitely trying to sync themselves up to the pacing of PRX. Obviously, it's been a little while since they've had to actually play this squad. Sure, they've scrimmed now and then, but ever since AVL in the offseason in 2024, they have not played a match yet. And it just so happens that they have to meet him when the magic has returned. Seems like Forsaken realizing maybe it's a little too early for the mega hype up. Himself back down on the seat. But overall, things looking good. Seeker's online, so is the showstopper. You know it's a broken buy on the other side. Buzz will go for the hero rifle.
Quick slide forward, this time a gamble from PRX on the opposite side of the map. Likely feeling that they're going to have the advantage, much regardless. As door broken. Wow. Right that. Something finds a shot, does get punished as Mako recovers the rifle.
By Dawai alt Razer.
The pit, but obviously Seeker's had showstopper that feels really risky to use, especially with just these weapons in hand. You couldn't barely recover the rifle there for Mako. There it is, the Vandal.
And on the aftershock, not finding the correct positioning there to get the punish. Full flash in, but now Stacks is tucked in behind the box, ends up getting taken down. Showstopper the dive in, Bane. Look at the headshot, takes him down to Mako, dropping the pit. Hold on to the defuse, the spray across. Bane able to fish for Forsaken. And it all comes down to Mind Freak. There's the first, and he cannot quite find the second. Puts Foxy to 58. With that DRX DRX themselves a second round win.
An absolutely huge trade from Mako.
That
gives him the opening to break through tree. You realize that it was 2 people by Baby Door. There's no other trades coming in. Nobody to fire back from the revolving door. So they move quick. And they're able to constantly juggle this one rifle back and forth between the surviving members. Foxy actually sneaking in that Phantom right before the last trades as well. Gives him the firepower. And there's that energy. All focus on Bane as he's really been able to keep DRX high throughout this stage.
Okay, well, pacey push coming into something. Claiming 2 players very swiftly. Foxy with a fly on the 2 back is Mako now on his lonesome, pinched, and PRX just up the ante. They don't give them a moment to breathe.
It's things like that that really just break an IGL's heart, right? You just got some footing again. You're thinking, all right, let's go for the default.
But the
thing is he dashes past the Paranoia.
I
mean, yeah, Buzz is a little bit ahead. But you don't expect him to go past it and still get extra kills. That ruins all your approaches.
Hey guys, देखा?
Now that's the early timeout.
Guys, क्या हमको मालूम है PRX push करने वाली है?
After 6 rounds
yes,
of play.
coach, we know.
Attack side, not going their way quite just yet.
Actually,
all this map did used to be defender-sided in Pacific. When you're playing against PRX, you need everything.
हर बार भाई, हर बार समझ में नहीं आता है. एक loaded team हर बार इतना कैसे?
Fantastic call. I mean, PRX basically pulling a tiles crunch against the team that invented the tiles crunch over there outside of C. That is enough for CHUMMI to want to intervene.
And I think one of the biggest things is obviously, you know, Bane saying that he's been helping as a secondary IGL. And we've seen the magic that can bring for DRX, but same thing happened to Talon yesterday.
Yes,
PRX just doesn't give you a moment to even discuss just round after round, it's relentless. So I really like the early timeout from DRX. Try to course correct nice and early. Give your players some time to breathe and reconvene. But obviously this round, it's going to look tough. You've got ultis, but you got stingers and a judge on the attack. He's about the only site you can hit with that collection.
Already though, 2 in position, just alongside that
एक और Thirsty निकाल तो सकते हैं लोग.
DRX comes in, Devi shifts over, try to reinforce, and there it is, tap on the door. Nothing spotted, they hold back for now. Forsaken does send out the fault line.
भाई imagine stun करके अगर वो मार दिया रहता door open के time पे तो सब मरते ना DRX वाले.
There's the bouncing entrances. The Buzz actually is able to find one there. Devi cleans up 2, however. As Devi will get himself a 3rd. Stacks with the Sheriff will be able to put down something for a 2nd kill for the team. It's going to be PRX, not allowing that kind of half investment to come up with too much damage.
Excellent read from PRX. So first of all, they're just sending you so early on to buy time, right? To pressure them, see if there's a reaction, but there's nothing. You took mound control. You were past the top of the screen on A. You saw nothing. So even GenG starts to rotate back towards stairs. Now everybody's eyes are already on B. And you've been cycling through that breach util just to make sure backup is there. DRX has no idea that they've been read like a book in that previous round. Now it's just going to be rubble pressure again with the fault line. And I mean, you just have to respect it every time, even the paint shells come out. And DRX, they will always start each round with 10 seconds already down on the clock.
Lotus PRX का है. इनको सिर्फ GenG से नहीं आ रहा सकता
Forsaken. Playing out in front, shifted over.
बाकी लोग कैट में गन नहीं रहती बेंच.
Connector, sights turned back over towards Baby Door though. Suspecting some added pressure. That A side, but as he swings back in, enough attention bought. Mako able to find the punish. Forsaken dead, showstopper for Buzz, just looking to try to create some additional space here for the team. Something approaching from the back, gets the 1-tap, looks for a little bit more. Stacks, eventually he's able to find him, and then Mind Freak also swoops in. Got a quick spot there on the Buzz. As Paranoias go flying, and Foxy9 from behind will be able to take him down. However, the deadliest member of PRX is still here nearby, and that's going to be Devi. GenG, however, dead, leaving Devi all his lonesome. Sultan looks to see if he can try to clutch this one up. The Seekers to chase. Clear out on 1, knows that he's playing close, needs to get the others here. Devi works his way around it onto the site.
He knows both of them are out in mound. So that smoke not really getting the value that they wish. Both Nanoswarms gone as well.
Nanos cleared up, there's the tab. He wants to try force him in one after the other, but Foxy will be able to get
Jod bolte Foxy, Jod bolte.
DRX, again, bloody. Keep 2 players alive. They get themselves a 3rd round win.
That shot from Something, I almost thought that the round was just over from that.
It
was so quick. Yeah, well, and it was against Mako, and it was the one site that they had control over. I mean, everything seemed to be going Something's way. Dig in deep, but DRX starting to play a little bit out of their own shell as well, right? They're not the old DRX. They don't always wait for the perfect util setup. They'll go for these silent lurks. They'll start to open up the map a bit more. They realize that PRX has been moving very quickly. This is a very fast adjustment off that timeout.
Judge in the hands of Something, and he's crept up.
Prime DRX की याद दिलाती है बे, कुछ भी बोलो.
Basically shoulder to shoulder with
Ben आने के बाद पता नहीं क्या हो गया, एकदम crispy DRX हो गई है.
He's just gonna blind clear.
He's trying to keep a wide angle.
Actually, yeah, swings out wide enough. He's able to get the headshot before suffering any damage. Major punish found there by Mako. Is now DRX get ready to open up this C site for the taking.
Man, Bane actually just shrouded stepped forward to make sure that he can match the pacing for the Paranoia.
Working his way out of door. Turret holding him at bay, and Foxy just adjusts the angle a little bit more, finds that punish. Looks like this round will certainly, now certainly is going the way of DRX.
मैं समझ गए लोग क्या कर रहे करके.
And
मेरे को लग रहा है लोग समझ गए.
They're all set up, and Mako, he's online, ready for it. He was the one trying to keep them in the game the whole time, but now
divide a challenge and win.
Okay.
13-4 and 5 here.
Goodness, 13-4.
Read है लग रहा है.
To hear from Devi ahead of the game starting, saying I don't really think about anything else other than my own play. And clearly, he is very much dialed in on that at the moment. The spike will detonate, though. DRX this time significantly cleaner on the round victory. We'll move up to 4, bring this within touching distance, and because of how scrappy these rounds have been, cash not aplenty on the side of PRX.
Yeah, and this always seems to be the case for PRX, quite frankly. I mean, they could be absolutely dominating, and then they'll still just barely have enough creds round to round because a lot of it, again, focuses on trading.
PRX bolte.
Obviously, back at kickoff, PRX versus GenG, that was some of the scrappiest we've seen in terms of credit management. But DRX, not so much the other side. So warning his team about the judge. He's saying, yeah, it was a judge, all right? They're starting to do those things. But I think that early timeout, the adjustment, understanding that PRX has just been swarming the map within the first 30 seconds. The good adjustments, right? Not just waiting for the push out, but starting to try to meet them halfway. These are good default adjustments from DRX. And now
either
Coach Alex
8-4
trying
or
to make his own
6-6.
adjustments off of that.
Let's see what he comes up with. There's already 2 timeouts burnt, 1 apiece before we jump into round number 10. And honestly, that's what you love to see. When it comes down to just high-level, strong understanding of your opponent's gameplay. Again, I mean, the 9th time that they've clashed overall. Yeah. Granted, yes, some roster changes for sure.
Game sound increase कर थोड़ा बराबर है game sound.
But still,
मेरे को यहाँ पे बराबर दिख रहा है.
that identity, it lingers.
Yes. Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, especially because, you know, the coaches haven't really changed. Sure, you know, from all the way back in the day, you have the addition of flow from player to coach on the side of DRX, but the philosophy of leadership has been consistent for both sides.
About to try to check forward, but something ahead of this, and the drag across, second bullet connect. It's Mako dead. Bane lurking forward.
Bane
a stranded position. Trying to TP out. GenG rushing forward, looking for that punish. He's able to find it. It's not steady.
कैसे मारा GenG ने दो को बिना damage का है?
Yeah, it's anticipating this. Does get the catch on to something. So Foxy taken down. Clean up blast pack. Sent. Swipe taken, but second blast pack not gonna do you a damn thing, son. Buzz ends up falling as GenG will collect 3 in the round. And the timeout here for PRX will work his magic and get them a 6th round victory here on the defender side.
Yeah, it almost feels like Stacks maybe imagining the smoke might last a bit longer, or maybe just forgetting that PRX, they're always going to be 1 step faster than you imagine, right? He thinks Bane's going to be safe after that shrouded step. He don't see the swing during the animation, so he tries to back off, get a head start. And Buzz, I mean, he just had too much he had to do there, trying to survive, get kills, pick up the spike. But now, ults on both sides, quite healthy. Definitely looking a bit scarier on the side of PRX, if I do dare say. That rolling thunder, not anything to scoff at.
A little bit of util sent out towards A, but Prowler now flying on this side. They know they had to shift it over as something spotting out quite a many few.
Okay, so DRX, they realized that the early breach util wasn't there, so they are able to bait out the fault line. But you still have to account for this rolling thunder. Seems like they're in a position to try to bait it out. They're not going to rush into it. See if the reaction is there. It comes.
Rolling thunder going to hit on everybody.
Oh, no.
As the stun is in, something collected. 2 quick kills. Buzz Mako going to be taken down. The rest of the team trying to backpedal, trying to get themselves out of this position. But Stack far forward, committed, dead. Foxy now, the last one standing. We'll see what kind of damage he can find. The Dragon Cross will eventually get a second elimination. But PRX, they'll make it 7.
And just a little message over to DRX. Still
a
lot of love. Obviously, age-old rivals, but DRX definitely isn't feeling a bit of that right now as they're already down 3 rounds in the first half. See if they can at least stabilize 7-5. I mean, sure, that's not too bad. Yeah, you're on the attacking side, but all things considered for Pacific. Now just with the Sheriff, despite being the top frag, he gives over a Vandal. A buy over to his teammates. Phantom, it seems, over to Buzz.
Space taken here from GenG. Shots across, Bane avoiding that damage for now. It's probably trying to check. Taking a bit of damage now, paranoid. Defin swings out on the corner. Foxy with that share. He'll put one down on my break! 4 quick kills delivered. Is about to buy. We'll have the
I scored, baby!
It's 8-4 on the half. PRX out in front.
Ice cold,
crazy sprint
baby.
transfer on to 3. I mean, up, down, left, diagonal, everything. Playing tic-tac-toe on his own.
क्या transfer
He
था
hasn't
वो
really
भाई?
needed to show much in this first half because his teammates have just been barreling through. But he decides to take a piece of the action himself.
क्या
before he
spray
gets left
transfer यार
behind.
कैसे
And
बे?
you have 8-4 ahead of DRX.
हाँ?
Absolutely incredibly hot start here from the side of PRX. PRX trying to fight
वो
back.
D हटा के
Even the
P कर
wins
दो.
found, pretty much just the 1 out of 4. It's been somewhat clean. The rest have been very hard fought. A bit of a struggle. Your sign flipped upside down there, son. It says DRX win 2-0.
Yeah, obviously upside down. It looks like a different score there. He just goes through on the chaos. Oh, what?
Crazy था
How
ना?
how is that second and third
Crazy
kill
था
headshots?
बे. Crazy था.
Just another Tuesday for him.
And it is. I mean,
14 assists.
just sequential kills.
Every team's got one. And he's absolutely the one for PRX.
Manfred ने क्या मारा?
I mean, even Forsaken scoreline, sure, he only has 3 kills, but 14 assists. Incredible.
Caster ने भी बोला बे.
Absolute value
Caster
on
ने
that
भी
breach. It just goes to show the style they've been playing. DRX, not too many assists
क्या
on that
लगता है?
side.
A से B तोड़
Lets
के
you know that
जाएंगे
they
या
barely
बोलेंगे
just getting
fuck it, A
through
ही
on their
चलो?
own kills, whereas PRX, these are all setups from that breach. It's all coming through. The flashes are there as well from Devi. And now, bit of a death ball, but they're still going to hang back with the spike.
PRX for now, just clustered together. Bane there alongside Rubble. Buzz nearby. Paranoia at the ready. Tap onto the orb. The smoke now dissipating. Sees one. Fault line sent. Does not connect here onto the Omen. Well, shot sent out. Devi going to be taken down. Buzz now trying to send the paint shells with Bane's able to come up with 2 before falling. Swing out. Buzz eventually does find something.
थोड़ा बस का left
The
right हो
positions
गया
get
था.
reinforced, and DRX will be able to
Crazy
take down
fight लिया.
PRX, tying up the count on pistol
Crazy
round
fight
wins.
लिया.
So
वो
DRX
stun
played
थोड़ा
a
left
lot of
right हो गया
mind
बे.
games
उसको लगा
just
कि
in the
right से pick
pistol
करेगा,
alone,
उसने
right?
left से
Obviously,
pick
early
ले
you
लिया
get to take
यार.
robo control, but then you break
उस
baby
stun
door,
को तो
but then you
दो
take
नहीं मार
the
पाता
orb.
था
So
Bane.
you really mask the numbers over by Rubble.
D हटा के
And
pick कर
during
दिया
all
तो
this, you're wondering, okay, there's still nothing. They're still not biting on the orb. What could it be?
थोड़ा सा
But they're still peeking out of mount, so Bane stays ready,
चप्पल बैठ
stays
थोड़ा
true, and then the
सा
backup
बड़े
from Stack
से.
so quick. The Prowler right before this is really what secures the round there, allowing Buzz to stay alive and still get another
ये सब
kill.
jokes US में चलता रहेगा, इधर नहीं
4
चलता dude.
Bulldogs now. DRX has been going for the FPX spy the previous couple matches, but now it's just going to be
Dark
full
comedy ना
buys.
करो. मेरा चैनल डार्क होएगा.
Sheriff here from
अभी
Devi.
stickers आई है बीच.
As that Guardian rings out, Stack's the only
Dark
one picking
comedy
that
करना
up.
है इसको.
Just send them packing. Something going to stay tucked away, though, alongside the door.
DRX का IGL कौन है?
Yeah,
It
so
always gets made over towards Mound.
that's a lot of space already taken from PRX. They still now have some options. DRX going to clear it.
Finds one. Mind Freak
Clear
still
to-
here. Around the corner, but Prowler comes out. Decent sense there from Stacks. Counts the presence of at least one
मैं
more.
ऐसे ही कल कोई unmod हुआ था मैं
The
सुना.
flash, the push forward, getting ready to maybe come through here is fault line.
देख ले गौरव,
Forsaken
देख
assessing
ले.
where he wants to send this one.
Target कर रहे हैं लोग.
Just too many angles, though. I mean, yeah, it's an eco, but you want to do whatever damage, or at least get the spike down. You know, get some advantages for yourself, but
ये बड़ी अच्छी
it's
बात
tough.
है ये करो.
you still have nothing to clear the Killjoy util over on C.
Well, they've confirmed the Sheriff now.
30 seconds left.
So it's just a fake then.
Okay.
God.
And just simply do that. Is Bane now in a bad position. Has to try to get himself out to safety. All the flashes sent. Jing bouncing around the corner. Finds one. Guardian shots coming through. Has him lined up. Stacks eventually.
Short based
He's able to find the fourth.
10 seconds left.
They can't afford any more deaths. The investment here on the round was absolutely monstrous. Jumping forward here onto the site, Foxy9 will be able to take out the
भाई ये तो close हो गया.
Good lord.
Man.
Predict map score,
I mean,
guys.
yeah, messy for sure. Not the type of finish that DRX wanted, but I think it goes to
PRX.
highlight again. It helps a lot when you've had someone helping with the calls a little bit. Stacks, he's had more moments that he's able to just zone in on his own fights. You know, and also having just more faith in his teammates. I don't think it's just Bane. I think it's the entire team understanding that they, what values to call, what to just make sure that everyone's focusing on their own game, things like that. It's freed up Stacks to find a shade of his former glory, now as the IGL.
Oh, well, these races about to clash. Buzz here against Jing, and Jing gets the better of him. The amount of damage exchange as Trailblazer spots out Bane, tries to TP out, gets himself into the smoke, takes an immense amount of damage. 2 HP remaining, but somehow he's alive. Weapon swapped over into Stacks' hands. As Orb does get taken. Maka, what is that? Oh!
He saw him on the juggler, he pre-fires it perfectly.
That was absolutely disgusting. Now, Foxy, putting some damage down, had the opportunity of a lifetime to get the catch on the 2, but only will find his battering damage and need some in exchange. BB door broken. PRX now pushing their way into this C site. So 4 Vandals held. Stacks trying to work his way up. Does get taken down as something.
Right there.
Easy enough kill for him.
क्या मारा बे वो शॉट देखने गया वापस.
Foxy swinging, gets a little bit of damage across on the divide now, down to 26. Mako wanting to try to push in, but Forsaken snapping with a headshot, finds that kill, and they know where the last player is. He's going to go pushing for it. Pushing to swing back out. Foxy.
आराम से एक और गन नहीं गिराना है.
He's out of ammo on the Bulldog, pushes up the Classic, grabs the Vandal.
ये सेव करेगा.
Warning shots, and then just looks to drift
6-9
away.
Saturday मेरी जान. Let's go PRX.
Not terrible for DRX. 88%
जनता बोल रही PRX जीतेगी. ये होती है प्यार.
Everyone will have to reinvest into armor though.
ऐसा नहीं कि DRX को प्यार नहीं करते. लेकिन PRX हम नहीं कर सकते. समझ रहे हो? बाकी टाइम पे मैं DRX चूज कर लूंगा.
3 of those rifles carried over from that previous round. I think Mako's going to be very satisfied with that sheriff shot.
Oh yeah. Just disgusting. So we'll go ahead and get ready to take a look back at it, but yeah, I mean, we saw the Razors getting ready to collide. Really?
Listen, there were just too many kills.
I guess
there were just too many kills. Well, something. Not too much to celebrate just yet. And now the judge out. Now that's another thing you got to worry about if it's PRX. If they're ever down on eco, on their econ, it's nothing really to worry about. The judge will always ring true for Jing. He'll close the gap.
Foxy on the juggle now. Pops those nanos. Jing taking quite a bit of damage on the entry. Paint chill available. The K will expire. Foxy just skirting around the side. Boom!
Almost,
Finish the job. Avoids the paranoia. Something pushing up the ramp. There at Bend. For now, Spike not within the site. Everybody pretty much from DRX arriving here to reinforce the position.
And they're still watching for that lurk. You've still got the alarm bot. Bane's still checking all the other corners. Divide will clean up one though.
Foxy dead. Bot doesn't last long. Spike now within the site itself. Plantable position. Still holding it Bend. Buzz just around the corner. At risk of taking damage. Stacks pushing some back, but Divide will be able to find the first. Another fault line invested. Buzz comes away with the 1 kill before falling, but now it's all on Bane.
भसड़ कर दिया भाई, भसड़.
They know he's coming from Bane. He spotted him earlier with the paranoia over by the site when on Forsaken's lurk. He's got the jump peaks going.
Everything for him to do here. The young upstart. Guy found himself suddenly in Tier 1 Valorant.
क्या टीम है भाई?
Trying to clutch against this squad. Finds the first, the swing in. He gets it, but something timing it. No chance at a flick up from Bane. He will put him down again. Bloody. Back and forth between the squads during the round, but PRX coming out on top, getting themselves up to 10.
Oh, wow. That's how it happened. And on that kill on Stacks, I mean, Buzz, he was behind the pillar, but he's focused on a potential pinch out, right? He's focused on PRX trying to swarm the site. So he doesn't swing fast enough on the trade, doesn't realize that Stacks is going to be losing that duel so quickly. Falls apart a little bit, and PRX now showstopper in hand. DRX, the weapon's not there, so the retakes don't feel great, but they don't have many other options.
Reveals multiple. Summer at the ready. Paranoia going to be sent. Trying to stave him off.
पैसा लगा है.
हाँ
क्या बड़वा?
Bot sent cleared immediately. Flash on the backside, not going to be spotting too much, but Jing up over the top, comes away with a kill. Tries to pull back, and Buzz swinging out, just caught up in the crossfire. Something strikes him down. That hero rifle. Not getting much done here for the side of DRX. Spike now playing.
White के अलावा क्या काम है
the world
आपका
against him at the moment.
मेरे
Yeah, and
पास
he knows they're going to hunt for him too,
तेल का
so
कुआं
he's
है
not going to focus too much on the marketing side of things. He really wants to try to at
12
least do whatever damage he can, then go to the spike. I don't think the
करता हूँ
spike is going to
फिर जाके
be
तेल
in range for
निकालता
him,
हूँ
as all approaches have been blocked off.
हल्का सा बुंड में डाल के
see.
आग लगा देता हूँ
Now Jing,
खुद की
after
गांड
that kill
जलाने
against
के लिए
Main on top of that pillar, the bait with the blast pack, but then he
क्यों
jumps
ऐसे
back
questions
out.
पूछते
All
हो?
crosshairs turned towards that smoke over by Main. And then the main forces jump in from tree. Absolute great baiting from Jing.
Well, mercy shown here to Foxy9.
very realistic answer
Will be allowed to die to the spike. Handing
दो
over any
राउंड और
additional
दो राउंड
charge.
और
PRX not showing much other
अरे
mercy
okay Binks
than that.
यार these questions are hurting me यार
Streak starting to build up here for them as Jing just catching a glimpse. Bane not realizing it here is something able to just get that slight readjustment to the left.
बोला भाई एक तो देखो
Then
आज
he
का
needs a
सुपर
tissue.
चैट रेवेन्यू देखो यार एक
You might want to spit his gum
देखो
out, maybe.
25 rupees
Whatever he wants it for, it doesn't matter. He's got
Jing's
time
always got
as the
plenty.
timeout comes in.
कब मैं वड़ा पाव चटनी के साथ खाऊंगा पता
All
नहीं
right, DRX, their adjustments after the timeout in the first half were excellent. See if they can make the same ones now. Obviously a bit harder,
business,
letting
excuse
PRX
me.
run amok with the initiative over on the attacking side. Coach Alex,
अगर
just
cast
as much
होएगा,
to say.
अभी तो $5 आया
Still some adjustments
$5
that he
नहीं है
thinks
वो
are worth
VPN डाल
making.
के दिया वो रुपीस है वो तुमको दिखा डॉलर
And
वो
again, just
VPN
given
यूज
how
करता करके
well versed these teams are, how well versed the coaches are,
Hey, Ken,
I have to
बता
suspect
रहे
that Alex is going to have a sneaking
एक
suspicion as far as what
10,000
Termi wants to set up.
डॉलर
Played against him enough
10,000
times,
रुपीस वो वाला
observed them
VPN
enough
वाला
with
बता
DRX's gameplay,
वो
both
बंद कर दे रे
regionally
चैट
and
का कब तक
internationally in the
बचेंगे ये
past,
लोग
to
कब
kind of get a
तक
sense of, okay, these are the ideas Termi typically likes to go for on the back of timeouts. Let's see if he's right.
The op. So I was wondering, yeah, if DRX maybe just goes for a faster push out, right? Because they've been
share
trying to
करो.
respect, you know,
यार
they'll
my
use the
screen is
util, but
stuck.
they'll wait to see where the flood is from
डाविली का
PRX and try to
चीज मार के
react to
टैंक
it.
वो the 10 यार
So DRX, I imagine,
Don't
might
worry,
go for a heavier investment.
ऐसी साथ में
But
मैच
PRX, they're
देख
ready
रहे
for
हैं
it.
समझो
They'll match
कर है
it,
भाई
even the potential showstopper. And something's got to be up, and that's the death on C. Sight
उनको पता
absolutely
नहीं है
opened up.
PRX strong है
They saw the util flying
भाई,
out
अभी भी
over
time
by
है
the A side. PRX, their sights are on.
thank God and
Marco
thank
quick
for
trying
the
to reinforce
डाविली
the
चीज
position, but
I've got your trail.
Podstock against him, Seeker now chasing forward.
Ek fasa.
Trailblazer going to be there on the back as well, sending the whole damn zoo at him. Showstopper, pop from Jing, looking for the entry. Mako playing a ring around the rosy with him, does find the kill. Fancy footwork from him, but something with the shorty will be able to take him out in the end. Brink not ready for the double push. It's Buzz. Does manage to find two, but he can't fire it off.
close
Ends up being taken down. Full flash
Heavy
out on the
blind.
Bane. Swings out a little bit
Heavy
too
blind.
wide. Had no idea of his positioning.
Heavy blind.
PRX with two left standing will get themselves up to map point.
कुछ सीख रहे हैं
Man.
तू कुछ सीख
I
रहा
mean,
है
I don't
तू
know.
सीख
I don't
रही
know
है
if DRX
मेरे को
suspected
नहीं
the
सीखना
operator
है,
because
तुझे
it doesn't
सीखना
quite
है।
seem like they did.
मैं ऑलरेडी इमॉर्टल हूँ
Or at the very least, maybe they just thought he'd
मैं
be
भी
hanging back,
immortal
you know,
हूँ।
against the showstopper,
अरे।
just like he did yesterday. But this jump peak is very wide, and something doesn't miss a beat there. He's there for the trade on the side as well. I mean, that's just how quick they
ऑल्ट
are.
मार दे तो ऑल्ट नहीं
Well,
निकल
he
सकता
does
है
his
बे
best. I mean, the double peek out of the
Nerf हो
smoke is
गया
a
है।
heroic attempt.
Nice, save up, save up, save up.
Every all player ever.
ऑफ आ गया
Straight into it.
Whoa.
Trying to go for the flick. That would have been one for just a
20
lifetime.
बंदे रिवील हो गए
Paint shells will try to hold the rest of
कहाँ से
PRX
पानी
at
गिरा?
bay. Wants to safely get himself over here
कैसे
to establish some form of rebel control.
ड्रॉ है फिर भी कॉफी गिरा है Very
DRX did have the
realistic,
knife
हाँ
out, but they're not going to push it.
मैं इमॉर्टल
Sure,
हूँ
the fault line is
आयरन
down. It would have been an opportune moment.
Hey!
They don't have a pinch ready, so they don't
चाय वाले
want
बंदे को
to
कॉफी का हाथ मत लगाओ
They now understand that the rotations have already happened for PRX.
Second setup here on the smoke.
भी
from
जाएंगे
Bane.
क्या
He's trying to maintain control of A while Stacks.
G,
Walking out over here towards B. They both end up falling.
Jing is back
He and Mako both put on the floor
ऐसा
by
शॉट
King.
जिंगी मारता है बे
Damage traded, but kills not found. Off in hand. It's an easy shot for something.
समथिंग भी मारता है
A decent way to go ahead and cap off this map, it would
आराम
seem.
ज़्यादा
TP
सच्ची भी
attempted
पेट डाला
out, Buzz
बड़वा
finding one, can't steady it for the second.
ये कभी
Bane
कभी
will
मेरे को
fall.
लगता है
Divine
इंडिया से
closing out the last two
यार
kills. As that is going to be still another dominant showing from PRX on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems like people just
thank you for the 1,000 मेरी जान के टोटे
they've still got all sorts of weaponry to watch their back.
Okay, well, that's map 1 done and dusted. DRX in a position where they needed to respond. We've got Ascent coming up next, but first we'll have the analysts break down all the action from Lotus.
Well, you guys heard Devi earlier. We're coming for you, bro. That's what he told Stacks, and that is exactly what happened. I don't even know if I should be surprised at this point with all of the plays that we saw on that map, because it's just PRX doing PRX things once again.
Yeah, it was just like quintessential PRX. I think in general as DRX, you're going to have a tough time here in this first map. Whatever it would be, whatever you don't ban, they're going to pick either Sunset or Lotus, which are very, very strong maps for this team. It's hard to deal with their tempo. It's hard to deal with their pace. You know, you can see at times you'd have some crazy good shots from DRX, but really the speed and aggression that PRX plays with is so difficult. If you make one little mistake, if you don't connect one time, I think about that Foxy lurk where he comes out of C, gets 2 players out in the open, but because he kind of has to readjust his angle a little bit on his first shot, all of a sudden he's screwed.
There's no readjusting. Just don't think. Just keep shooting, keep firing. That's the PRX style.
It just felt like a very PRX dominated map, obviously, like we've been talking about, and you can see in the scoreline, right? 14-5 first kills, and it felt very similar to the map that they played against Talon on this map, except that DRX, like you mentioned, they were hitting crazy shots, they were fighting back a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's still an extremely PRX one-sided map, essentially. You know, some rounds here and there taken by DRX, but especially in the second half, they just looked kind of lost. PRX is
earning close to $1.5.
I mean, the shots they were hitting, like Mind Freak's spray transfer the one time, like something the entire map with the operator. GenG just really solid once again. Looks like he has missed a beat from his match against Talon. So yeah, I mean, PRX really scary. We always knew they were going to come out strong here. Even at the beginning of the map, we're like, okay, PRX take the first one. I think the big question is what happens on the second map. Because, you know, I think DRX can certainly bounce back and have a very strong Ascent and potentially win it. But PRX, certainly, it looks like, you know, the streakiness I talked about, they're currently on the good streak, and they're really going up at the moment.
Well, we saw what happened yesterday. It's not completely over yet, but as we can see, you know, of course, something on the board there. Not too surprising indeed. We have Foxy 9, though. He was holding his own against, you know, PRX in a lot of rounds. It's just that, again, PRX is PRX, and we keep talking about it that way. But, like, for example, right, you bring up GenG as a player. There are certain skills. Ideally, in the world of Valorant, there are certain skills, certain utility that you can use to kind of like stop another player, right? That doesn't work on GenG. Like that doesn't work on GenG. It's like, oh, throw a satchel, throw a snake bite. No, GenG is immune for some reason to all of those.
Well, GenG understands the micro movement in this game in particular so well. Like, he's so good at repositioning himself to avoid your utility or to avoid your angles, to give himself a favorable situation. There was one where he gets onto rocks at A really quickly, and there's a DRX player waiting in A main, and he just kind of gets the first one, repositions himself so that follow-up player doesn't have a favorable angle against him and has to wide swing, and he's just dominating him. I mean, it's things like that that make PRX so tricky because they're so confident. They understand not only how to be aggressive, but the proper way to be aggressive. And there's very few players and teams who can play like this, as we've seen across the global stage. There's been some who've tried to mimic this. No one's really been successful. And again, going back to like how to deal with it, it's so hard for a player like Bane. Everybody in the world that comes against this team for the first time almost always loses. And Bane here struggled, and this is why, because it's so hard to understand how to play against them until you really do on stage. You can scrim against them all you want, but on stage they are a different animal.
I think it's also because, like, you know, these two teams haven't played each other for some time. So in terms of like the DRX PRX matchup, they might be a little out of shape in terms of facing each other, right? But I feel like because PRX are such instinctive players, what Alex mentioned.
chat. हाँ हाँ cold coffee दे दो. Yes, cold coffee. No sugar also, mango. Hello, muted, mere mod. Kaise ho, dudes? Same, I'm also having cold. High five. Cheers, sorry. Cheers. समथिंग ने हेयर कट किया है। कुछ ज्यादा नहीं है कॉफी, मैं नहीं पी पाता इतनी। मैं पानी पीती हूँ कॉफी के नाम पे। इतना मेरा इतना पानी होता है उसमें, इतना इतना सा दूध होता है और फिर आइस होता है, जो भी क्यूब्स। 70% वाटर। मेरा फिर से चालू हुआ है शुगर। मैं बीच बीच में खा लेती हूँ, जैसे कल बर्थडे था तो केक लेके आई, मैं केक खाया। वैसे शुगर खाती हूँ, बट आई ट्राई टू अवॉइड एज मच एज पॉसिबल। ओनली मिल्क मेरे को बहुत एसिडिटी देता था, तो मैंने कम कर दिया। आई फील लाइक समटाइम्स आई एम लाइक लैक्टोज इंटॉलरेंट, so I have reduced the milk. It is like less milk, more water. Healthy also. Try green mango juice. Green mango juice नहीं, आम पन्ना बोलते हैं उसको। फिर पानी पी लो। नहीं, ये फ्लेवर्ड पानी है। Replacement of sugar, honey. I add a spoonful of honey. देखो बहुत सिंपल है मेरा। वापस बताती हूँ, पहले बताया हुआ है मैंने, पर जस्ट इन केस इफ यू डोंट नो, इट्स वेरी सिंपल। फर्स्ट टेक दिस मग, बराबर लिया, उसके अंदर 1 चम्मच मैं हनी डालती हूँ पहले। फिर इंस्टेंट कॉफी मेरी है, वो है, मैं ब्रांड का नाम नहीं लूंगी अभी, ठीक है, नो प्रमोशंस। फिर मैं पानी डालती हूँ गरम, इतना सा पहले, ठीक है, इतना सा गरम पानी, उसको मिक्स कर देती हूँ। कॉफी डिजोल्व हो गया, हनी डिजोल्व हो गया, सब हो गया। फिर एक्स्ट्रा ठंडा पानी डालती हूँ इतना अभी। फिर ठंडे पानी के बाद मैं इतना सा मिल्क डालती हूँ और फिर आइस डालती हूँ। इजी हेल्दी कॉफी। यहाँ कोई गुड़ खाता है? गुड़ वाली चाय पीता है ना बिंक्स? कोल्ड कॉफी में पानी कौन? हेल्दी पीपल, हेल्दी पीपल। It's like mix of Americano and a latte and some things. Yeah. कॉफी कब डालते हो? हनी के साथ, गरम पानी के साथ। I mix जैगरी, हाँ मतलब I'll order जैगरी this, बट हनी के साथ अच्छा लगता है मेरे को, पता नहीं, लाइक जैगरी का टेस्ट थोड़ा अलग होता है ना। हनी इज ऑल्सो शुगर, हाँ। हनी भी शुगर ही तो खाती है, फिर हनी देती है। ये अमेरिकानो का क्या होता है? कॉफी, दिस कैपुचिनो, अमेरिकानो, लाटे। नीचे करना
एक ही है,
बस छोड़। इतने प्रिटी टिश्यूज वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। या ड्यूड, ऐसे दोस्त आएंगे हाउस पार्टी के लिए तभी यूज करेंगे ना। गाइस आई हैव बिकम दैट पर्सन, यू नो, ऐसे गेस्ट आएंगे घर पे तो ही नए बर्तन बाहर निकलेंगे, वैसा टाइप्स बन गई हूँ मैं अभी। तुम भी बन जाओगे, बड़े होंगे ना तब। हनी भी शुगर खाती है। अरे यार उसको बना रही थी मैं, तुम भी। खाना खाते हो? हाँ, मेरा आज का स्टोरी देख, वो मैंने खाया। हनी बीज, अरे आई नो रे बाबा, ही सेड हनी शुगर, हनी में शुगर होता है करके, आई जस्ट सेड हाँ बराबर। मेरे पर क्यों फेंक रहा है उसको?
ये इसका नाम हम रखेंगे उड़ुआ। उड़, फिर कॉपी में जा सकता है। गेम हो तो चिल्लाती है, मक्खी हो तो चिल्लाती है, वाटरमेलन काटना हो तो चिल्लाती है।
100% हनी हुआ तो हेल्दी भी होगा ना।
कोई एक गेम है जिसमें तू चिल्लाती है?
नहीं। I like shouting. My name is only voice, no?
Of DRX, pivoting over, playing the Cypher, playing the Viper.
Taking a page out of DFM's book, quite frankly. Obviously not the Rays, but
your name
going
is not
for
voice,
that
it's sound.
global stall and lurk possible on both
और
the attack
sound को
and
कैसे चुप
defense,
कराते
which
हैं मेरे को पता है।
in theory, I kind of like it, right? You know that PRX isn't playing the Killjoy. You know that they're not playing the Cypher, so you can get around with that.
I mean, realistically, since the question was posed, when was the last time that we saw DRX kind of stray away from the standard composition? Wasn't
good
really
old
since
days.
Lock-in when they were running that double initiator, had the Sova fade set up here on Ascent.
And that's still somewhat, you know, excusable.
As far as the Viper's concerned, I don't know that we've ever seen DRX piloting this. So let's see how it does look. As for now, slow going here on the pistol, but it's a 5-man stack up from DRX and Gelato.
Yeah, and that Sage Wall on B lets PRX know that they can just stack over on A. They even have mid control, and they're not going to see anyone stationed outside of B main, so this should be a pretty hard read from PRX.
कितना slow खेलना पड़ रहा है भाई।
Brown coming through now.
अरे जैसे हार्ट रेट बोला भाग रहे वो लोग।
Set up. So you can just stay alongside this, but no, quick clears it. Reaction, ooh, narrowly fast enough there. Stacks will avoid getting caught. It's going to be the dash up over the top of Mako, swinging through, does manage to find Mind Freak, so he gets taken down. Attempted a break here on the door. We soften that one up as the plant comes through from Stacks.
Yeah, there's not going to be no flank around from DRX, so they just have to hold on the site. That half armor helping keep Buzz alive with 55 HP.
क्या लगता है retake या no retake?
0 point back available. Fragment, send, try to force anybody out.
Oh, sexy blind दिया बे.
Going to be taken down, but Forsaken comes up with that kill. Foxy trying to find the kills. Softens him up quite a bit, but can't find that elimination. Devi all on his lonesome though at 4 HP. Will get gunned down. Mako is able to find him, as well as 3 others. Or 2 others for DRX to go ahead and take the pistol on Ascent.
Something मार देता ना वो blind आता, ना वो nade आता, ना वो suppress आता.
The spy cam and the trap wire, still keep eyes on mid. The trap just barely saving them fast enough so they don't get caught completely unawares on the flank, on the lurk in from something.
Basically using that cloud burst as a bit of a one-way to just find that opening kill.
Blind में भी बंदे का movement दिख रहे हो?
Continuing to be clean, yep, just gets the info, knows that he's going to be low, but look at this buy from DRX. 3 rifles.
Back to it.
2 Vandals and a Phantom.
Yeah, the FPX spy, they've really been favoring it on a lot of these maps, which is why I was a little surprised over on Lotus. But it returns here on Ascent.
ये map में, Sunset में.
And obviously that is also a threat against the Sage Wall as well. It's not really going to find much value. It'll be broken up pretty fast if GenG chooses to use it.
2 Sheriffs in play though here for PRX. I believe at least one of them noted it over in mid. This cam does get cleared out.
You're hearing it from Tree as well. So you still have the lurk from Foxy9 with just a classic. He'll try to hold on to any information in mid. I don't imagine he's ever going to peek out. He's just there to catch the lurk, see if there are rotates.
Still needs to be Johnny on the spot, given that he doesn't just have that classic in hand. Dash forward, Buzz looking to take some space. There's the greeting though, as Devi puts down 2. Quick kills, found something, getting 1 as well.
Hello!
Stacks in a 1v2 scenario. Pinged out, the recon finding him.
रुक जा, something के लिए रुक.
Tap on the spike plant door, now broken. Stacks decently aware of their positions.
Something's already in.
He is, there's the swing forward. And now he's turning his sights away from Forsaken, who goes ahead and finishes off. And that is a catastrophe for DRX here.
Sunset में भी खेलता है GenG.
Pull off the eco win.
Oh, the close hold after the flashes as well on the execute.
दवाई
it's not GenG gets the kill, but
बोलते.
it's GenG draws out the crosshair.
ये क्या था भाई? ये क्या
The
था?
Sheriff's ring true. Devi holding that long angle. It's an excellent setup on quad between GenG and Devi.
इको आ रहे PRX बोलते.
It only
2-0
eliminates
बोलते.
this one side.
Shanghai
Really relying on
बोलते.
Buzz staying alive with his cloud burst over by quad. Now DRX going to have to rethink things while they go through another eco.
Noise made here.
Are you supporting the cutie stacks or the PRX?
Around, but now it's just orbs funneled.
I'm supporting PRX.
Right here.
Cutie stacks.
Doctor was the hold him back. Spray coming through. making the presence of this Odin very much known. The rotation around towards this side of the map is going to be coming in for DRX.
And he's still hearing the poison cloud as well, so Forsaken just checking as they still see nothing over by A. Now the wall should be getting ready to break right on the 1 minute mark.
Shock card. Good damage found. Foxy and Mako both tagged to about 75. Now the entry beginning. 0 point sent. There's the ping on the 1. Shots across. Forsaken looking for that damage. Unable to find there. Foxy will be able to take down something. Spotted the gun barrel. Goes back in with the ADS, but eventually he's going to be overwhelmed. Jing now, however, arriving. Takes down Buzz. 3v3 with the weapon advantage here in the hands of PRX, but Odin recovered. Held here by Foxy Nice. He tucks back in the boats, but now Bane dead. Jing hit up with 3, looking for the 4th, and he will have it. PRX lose out on 2 members, but they get themselves a second round all the same.
The Battle Sage, a lot of the Pacific players, they said Jing's who they think of when they hear that term.
Jingo,
and He's here to deliver.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Certainly.
Oh, absolutely.
The new age one, now that he's leaning into this even more so.
Sunset
and Ascent, having that be a part of the comp. My previous would have been Zest.
Ah, yeah, okay.
But a time long since passed.
I mean, Mako back in the day. Also very good with it over here in Korea as well.
कल से सारा
Wait to see if that returns in stage 2.
कल मुझे गाली दिया
The rifle
उसके पहले डीडी से भींचो हुआ अभी मिडिल फिंगर दिखा रही है स्ट्रीम पे
KJ turn, you have to worry about
सारा टॉक्सिसिटी बाहर आ रहा है
मैंने तो कुछ नहीं
This drone will just get spotted out.
Yeah, so with that drone out, you have to imagine that it's a plant over in B main.
Bottle से जो bottle से आप
Usually
को
gonna be the
लग
opposite. So it's just a fast hit on the other side, but they have a chance.
Tucked away. Now they know. Swing out the mind freak. Still good for this.
देखो पाटल से बोलते
They shut it all
Bro,
down.
ऐसा नहीं है अभी
DRX
ऐसा नहीं है 4-1
cannot get anything going in their favor.
4-1 bay.
PRX just have the answers time and time again.
I feel like I've seen Mindfreak get kills from that spot every time they played Ascent this year. He always just brings it out. The round that you just don't expect it. DRX only thinking about the drone over on the B side and imagining that they absolutely have the advantage over on A. The tunnel vision's coming through. I wouldn't be surprised if a timeout happens in this next round just because that mistake shouldn't have happened.
कैसे तूने लेंस को हाथ लगाया
लेंस को नहीं लगाया साइड में लगाया
कैसे लगाया तूने मेरे सेटअप को हाथ कैसे लगाया आप मेरे सेटअप को हाथ कैसे लगाया तू
Having to wait out these last 20 agonizing seconds. He says, well, there's just nothing else that I could do. No attempt to be made.
ऐसे होता है
Also just isn't even sure if somebody's walled in with him. Because that would be a very PRX thing to do.
Intentionally as well. So we're very clear.
Yes. They will keep up the habit here.
वो हार्ट बना रहे
This time with a smiley face.
And then he broke it.
Oh, Forsaken.
Cracked the heart.
नोट डेवलपर की फोटो का
Broke it in 2, and that's what DRX fans are going through right now.
पूरा टूर्नामेंट में एक
DRX looked absolutely unstoppable
एक
during the
बार
league
भी
play.
फेस ने किया है
Obviously, they didn't have to
ऐसे
play
दिख
against
हो रहे हैं
PRX.
DRX
One enemy remaining.
जिंग आ चुका है भाई जिंग आ चुका है
Get the attention. Got to get the fist bump.
All right, no
Jing
timeout.
आ चुका
Of
है
course, an eco here. Just one rifle saved over. See if DRX can course correct. We haven't really seen the Cypher and Viper have too much impact on their lurks, on their global presence.
And this 0 point catches pretty much everybody. Mind Freak for the swing out. Fragment sent his way. Has the TP out. The safety swing up though. Foxy9 is able to get in there. Finds that elimination. Fragment now to delay the approach into A main. Up over the top though. Off the back of the flash. Buzz. Knife to the face. Devi gets taken down.
D5 का बात किया था हाइट दो
DRX in a much better spot this time around.
भाई
Jiggle the weapons through as Dart will find one. Looks to try to reposition. Not going to be able to really get the shots through that. For now, Buzz safe. Smoke's coming down. Double approach. Getting ready to come through tree as Mako gets himself crept forward. But now Jing gone.
ये राउंड
Imagine you
जीत
have to save
गए
with the op. I mean, sure, your eco is fine, but
क्या खेलते
doesn't
हुए
seem
दोनों
very
teams।
likely against 5 people with rifles picked up.
No, certainly not. Forsaken just gonna fish and see what he can find. Any kind of damage, anything to knock back this economy from DRX this time around. Looks like DRX do have the upper hand. A solid setup from them.
Mako
Gun
surely
मिल
goes
गया।
on the hunt, and Buzz as well with the Blade Storm. Uh-oh.
Does so, and he actually does get something. Forest trouble. Forsaken now, last one standing as Mako swinging out the ADS coming through, but no, Mako will deny it away. Picked up a vandal, put it to good use, dies to the spike. DRX gets second.
Yeah, and you deny that op, so it has to be a reinvestment if it's going to come through. Not actually going to be able to do it if you want the Odin as well. So. Now this is a very PRX-esque round from DRX, right? As soon as they realize they have a moment to get that kill, they just never let the foot off the pedal. Foxy9 swings in. The buzz absolutely just runs through. Foxy9 happy with the shots today.
This is a nice spot.
And as he should be. He's the one who's always trying to keep them in this right now in terms of duels.
दवाई ऑफ दे सकता था something को, लेकिन something ने ऑफ नहीं लिया.
0 point. Just going to be spotting out something. No operator in play, however, so
switch up on the poison cloud. Always use contest for B main, but now it's A. They take mid control. PRX has a bit of a read on this thanks to the Sage Wall again, though.
All command coming through. Still this Odin that they're going to have to try to contend with and already stacks. Taking a bit of damage there on the entry. Still alive on his feet and is resible for the time being as Bane trying to intercept 2 players but ends up falling to the wayside. Jing backside comes up with 2 kills. Up a third again. Can he find another 4K? Last man standing. Divide won't give him the opportunity. He'll just gun it down. It's from one round looking excellent from the side of PRX to everything crumbling in a matter of moments. PRX pick up their 4th win.
And let's just be very honest. This play, the pinch in from Market with the null command, it's great if you're playing against Killjoys and Cyphers, right? You imagine they're hanging far back to counter the null command. But against the Sage, it doesn't really mean much. That wall's going up at the start of the round. I mean, sure, the null command's still going to be powerful, but it's not giving you the advantage you think you had. They just can only watch Market, then they back off. The wall still has to be broken. Now you've been slowed up. DRX has to
यार मजा नहीं आ रहा यार एलेक्स भाई को इतना शांत देख के मजा नहीं आ रहा
just playing with one side of the map every single round for the first 40 seconds.
Timeout in the same exact spot as we saw on Lotus, same exact score, that 4-2.
भाई टेबल पे एक डेंट तक नहीं आई है यार 2 दिन से.
Slightly different, but result right now looking the same.
ये PRX को सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते अपन.
In the driver's seat. Granted, yes, it is that defender side. DRX electing to go to this map. It has been old fate before them. They're very likely expecting that they would be in a much more dominant position here.
भाई टच स्क्रीन से खेल रहा है something.
Looking to try to course correct.
See what CHUMMI and Glow have found when they're watching the player POVs. Obviously, they can also only watch DRX's side of things. One of the toughest jobs, in my opinion. Trying to be the one responsible for course correcting in the grand scheme of things, but you still just have the same resources as your players. And now it's not the early wall from PRX.
iPad player.
Slow things down and the reposition.
और बोला valid mobile आया नहीं है.
Here. Playing in mid, just outside Market and Pizza.
तो जिंग की जगह मारने को कितना गंदा टॉक्सिक बन
this pressure to be applied here. Taking tap in the switch, does manage to spot out one. It's being made, smoke drops, Jing finding the kill. Second note backs away. Himself now looks for the challenge. Tries to steady and he does again.
खुद को मार के रिवाइव कर दे जिंग.
Today. And cleans up one, stacks. A bad spot, just a classic in hand.
Jing be like excited पे मैं मारता हूँ.
From the side, but Foxy unable to come up with it. His Forsaken will steal away the ace right up into Jing's face.
नहीं चुराया.
That's fine.
Wow. Not like this, Forsaken. How dare you? This is perfect for Jing.
13-3-1.
ये होती है.
I mean, jeez. He heals, he deals, he'll do everything.
क्या do है नजर ना लगे हाँ.
I mean, just play deathmatch at this point.
Best specific.
One bullet. Oh boy.
Now the wall goes back up. So that previous round PRX basically
क्या translation क्या है?
What does
they
that
saw
mean?
their util early to push them off, slow them down, stall them on the mains. And then they were waiting for him, and then trap was sprung.
गाली है वो हाँ क्या?
Tempo.
Okay. Bane shooting before aiming there. Foxy though brings Jing's reign of terror to a bit of an end. Finds him. The catch over here in B main now. That neural depth going to be invested. For the attempt on the breakdown, here the door and the wall.
Team
As they get ready to flood their way onto the site. King's down, Buzz getting ready to try to challenge, but Forsaken still comes away with the kill before the flash can connect.
Cage triggered.
Bane has to go huge here on the lurk. He can come through main, he can go wrap around, it doesn't matter, but he has to be the absolute crucial part. As everyone else is now stuck in the site, waiting for the flood in.
Try to करेंगे.
Monka, was he considering sending the ult?
I mean, push comes to shove maybe, but now with the timing, you imagine that they're trying to hold on to it, maximize their rounds.
Flash comes through. Clears the wallbang attempts. Spot in that regard. Fragment expires. Answering one. Flushes stacks out into the open a bit. And yeah, Mako says, okay, hell, I have to send this out. Hit invested. Bane does manage to find the backstab onto one, as Mako will be able to clean up the others. DRX.
Viper
Go
out
ahead,
के
they get
वजह
themselves a
से
third round win here in
यार.
the first half, but decently costly from them.
Marco cutie.
Yeah, the pit, I mean, you would have loved to keep it, but obviously expertly used, just enough time for Bane.
Chat 6K likes कर दो.
It does
सिर्फ
seem like
300 लोग
Bane
बचे.
a little lost in the
300
sauce right
handsome
now,
people
right? Not
like
able
the
to
stream
keep up with
right
the tempo.
now.
PRX, a little bit the nerves coming in, a little bit antsy.
मजा आता
And
था
then here
मैं
on
इन
the
लोग का
backup,
गेम
it's a little
देखने
bit
लेकिन
late there on the swing around as well.
अब
You
भी
already
bored
saw
नहीं
the
हो
shots
सकते.
coming in from lane.
But Netflix
Still
में
so
series चाहिए.
cautious.
PRX versus
Talk
करके.
about, how costly that was from DRX.
जो भी जीता है वो
Four
मैच
ults
से.
built up here from PaperX now. That res has been available for God knows how long.
पता चला 11
Well,
एपिसोड
why
जीता
res when you
हुआ
can just kill
दिखाया और
everybody
लास्ट
else?
फाइनल एपिसोड में
Jin Wei.
हारने वाला दिखाया.
Here.
Twist.
And even just this, using the wall at the start of the round, then saving it, waiting with the slower,
Mako
just
mas
these
clutches
small
करता है.
default changes. Makes things a lot more
अच्छा
difficult
team
for
है,
DRX,
DRX
which only
बहुत
has
अच्छा
one
team.
initiator. I mean, they can't just fish for info non-stop on
ये
a
पहला
cycle.
लॉस रहेगा उनका शायद.
They're going to be drifting away from mid. Flash out from Divide.
कोई पूछ रहेगा दवाई का कोई स्पॉट हो दवाई बोलता रहेगा ना झूठ. नहीं कोई स्पॉट नहीं है, मिड क्लियर है.
B main. We'll spot out the
सेल्फ
Viper.
ब्लेंड हुआ है लेकिन कॉन्फिडेंस पूरा है. ए कोई नहीं है
Only
मिड.
one, but that's enough to draw their attention.
Something though scoped in. Finds Foxy9. Mako does get the trade out. Forsaken going to be taken down. Wall up. There's the res. There's the pick from something. Mako
Brother
now gone.
bolte.
Okay, back over here on A. As Devi holding things down from tree. He'll have find the first one, but Mind Freak in hell.
Clean.
That's exactly where he just sent stacks
Clean.
of Bane. Cleanup is absolutely perfect from the side of PaperX.
मैं रहता था ना अगर मेरा एज शुरू है सच्ची बोलो बिना बॉल का रिवाइव
Three
देता.
rounds won on
भाग
this
के
attack.
चला जाता.
Yeah, and it's not always with the best reads either.
Slim
I mean,
over.
some heroics needed here for DRX.
Huh?
The previous round, sure, it's a decent attempt. But this one, I mean, the fact that he catches the Cypher first, you know that Viper was spotted earlier, so you know there's another one. Something's ready for it. Changes his angle. Knows the pre-fires are good for Mako.
Thirsty.
Got a taste of it in the previous
मतलब
map.
वो लोग का वीक बाय और वो लोग ने जीता.
Flawless.
मतलब एक को भी नहीं मारा.
And now the wall held again, slower. I mean,
so
PaperX
flawless
knows
है.
that they can just stall, right? The lurk, sure, we just have to watch for mid every now and then. They're leaving it open.
Oh,
wow.
That vertical flick would have been impressive, but Mako comes away with that a little bit faster with the classic of all guns. Finds that. Slow orb now going to be sent. Hunter's Fury, however, out from Forsaken. Wall goes up. Jing, a bit of damage there from that snake bite, but wrap around from Buzz after the entry.
उसको समझा भी नहीं पता है साइड में.
Can be scooped up.
साइड से अगर समझा भी
From the
नहीं.
side of DRX now. Still have to get the spike planted, which is coming
सब
through. now
ऐसे
from
वैसे
Stacks.
राउंड से हारते हैं ये लोग.
Wall just trying to be broken to make sure they have more angles.
It's the gun, grabs it. Buzz, not sure which way to look. Mind Freak getting ready to approach here. Out of market, double approach out of alley. Mind Freak finds the first. Bane going to be taken down. Paranoia sent. Forces him off the angle. Gun barrel spot. Buzz finding one and the perfect.
Jard
swing
be
time. Comes through
Foxy
Fox.
Jard.
A thrifty win here for DRX to get themselves up to 4. They need so much more than that if they want to have
Nice
a
on
crack at
Bunks
this
Max.
map.
Smooth.
Absolutely. And quite frankly, it feels like, for whatever reason, DRX are getting these round wins in the fashion that their comp isn't built for, right? It's a lot of this death balling, it's a lot of the trading, it's a lot of the first kills just off of their mechanics. But it's not about punishing the fact that you don't have alarm bots, you don't have trap wires. It's not about the global presence of the Viper and the Cypher. I mean, sure, if you're playing on the stage, you do whatever it takes to get the win. But we haven't quite seen them use it to perfection. Obviously, it's going to shine a lot more on the defense, though.
भाई देख रहे हो ना.
Wall
देख रहे
boost
ना
here.
12वीं मंजिल पे
Over the
खड़ा है
top, trying to see if he can spot anything at all. Mako playing far enough back.
Here.
Oh, but that gun barrel was spotted. Something aware of Foxy9's positioning. How do they get the punish? Well,
Spike
just
down.
don't pay attention to Foxy9. Divine just swings out, finds one. Now, Foxy9 tries to go for the counter trade. Something strikes. Finds elimination quip. Updraft the tuck into pizza.
बैकअप तो है
Mind
माइंड फ्रिक को नहीं मारना
Mind
था
freak, but now
लेकिन
Mako
ठीक है
gone as
समथिंग
something continues to advance forward. Nearly. Gets a couple shots through there onto Buzz. Get under the door.
No,
the
he has no
pickup, and
idea.
the timing is just off. He manages to stay alive. Hold on to the spray and swing in. Bane somehow comes away with that kill, but now Buzz is dead. Something gets himself a third of the round.
इजी विन बोलते
This player here on the team, all the pressure on his shoulders.
जिंगू आ गया
Big joins in, that heal. Available if they want to just try to push it back up. What the hell is that fadeaway
Hey,
shot?
mop is
Bane
slow.
finds it! And what a clutch! The 4K to get them over the line when they needed it most.
प्लेयर तो है बेन
A seemingly unwinnable position, but somehow
प्लेयर तो है बेन
triples his kill count in that round.
I mean,
प्लेयर तो
it
है
took him a while to get used to the PRX way, but he's figured out.
Oh my.
हैवी क्लच था हैवी
jiggle.
क्लच था
Yeah, let that be heard.
Yeah, I almost said it too. We got that shot on something.
वो लोग भी देखते हैं ना
I
तेरे
noticed.
स्ट्रीम छी भाई बोला
I think we were all thinking the same thing.
Tested my limits there. Could not believe it. Buzz revealed shots coming to fruition though. Can't find that kill. Poison Orb dropping. Something able to find one, but traded back. Foxy9 finding the kill, immediately investing the ultimate.
Okay, but the spike is still very far away. Foxy9, he has to hold on to the site for so long. DRX almost has to just hope that, yeah, PRX spreads back out, right? Because the spike still isn't planted. Paranoia will give it away a bit.
By hunting noted. Does find one. Buzz take it down. Mind Freak now finding stacks. Spike picked up, but Paranoia crashing across. He tucks back into
Bane
boats.
has to go huge.
This backstab, but Bane absolutely has to be monstrous. It's been noted pretty much every single time. At this time right now, the creep up. Nobody watching for the market. You should have seen the gun barrel. Sees it now. Strikes. Finds one. Suspect that the other is going to be approaching here from Alex. And now he's tucked away a fake on the TP. Trying to play mind games against Mind Freak. Mind Freak
by heavy diffs
Kill found.
हो सकता है
45
कोल्ड बोलते
Mind Freak takes him down. 7-5 on the half. PRX will be out in front as Forsaken.
Excuse me
And he just plays around with his teammate a little bit.
That's PRX. They're always having fun. And quite frankly, that's what seemed unbeatable for DRX this time
अभी
around.
तुम लोगों
is
को
that
पता है
they
कि
were having fun during
पिस्तुला
league
कौन
play.
जीतेगा
But right
W दबा
now, the way
के
PRX is playing, you can tell the pressure is back on DRX. A lot of fans expecting them to be back on the throne here, not just for Korea, but for Pacific.
Guys 150 likes for 6k और 6k लोग देख रहे हैं अंडी मंडी जिसने लाइक नहीं किया अंडी मंडी
सबसे highest
You can see the
female
nerves
following
really getting to DRX throughout this match.
highest female following
Used to being the ones in the spotlight, used to being the ones that were the
Male
lone
following
hope.
भी है
The last 2 seasons found themselves being the bridesmaid, not the bride. That's been for PRX, GenG at Madrid, and now T1 qualifying ahead of DRX as well.
something के keys number देख
They take those accolades of their colleagues here personally. Getting
ये
revenge
93
here
होता अगर
over
2 round
PRX,
throw नहीं
that would
करते
be a big boon
भाई
for the squad.
PRX
Something
और
that they've
throw
wanted
का
for so
connection
very
नहीं
long.
है
I mean, you take a look
ये
at the
लोग
match
throw नहीं करते
for
वो
all time,
throw
like I
ये
said,
लोग
the
को
last
करता
4
है
times they
समझ
have
रहा है
faced, they have fallen to PRX's hands and they haven't
Team
been able
build
to take
different है
maps against them.
सबसे
Since that
highest
grand
female
final.
fan following तो
Oh,
आपके
just a
Binks
reminder, was a reverse sweep, the first in a best of 5 in VCT.
बोलूंगी मैं
Valorant history
toxic हो जाऊंगी
means that the total
एक
map
दिन
win
school
streak
friends
for
का
PRX
live
is
stream
8-0.
हो जाए
That
सारे
is
मेरे school
brutal for
friends
TRX. I mean, they always seem to be the absolute kryptonite against PRX. But now it just might have been reversed. So unless DRX can make the defense magic work. Now, I do think this comp should shine a lot more. Obviously, you know, you rely on global lurkers, things like that. At some point, you're going to have to win your contact plays. So on the attack, in theory, the 5 rounds should be fine. It's just that today's momentum makes it seem just so much scarier. Seeing the trap over on A, but it's still a double stack with the Viper and the Cypher by B. The Toxic Screen seemingly letting PRX know that They're not looking for retakes. They're looking to hold on to that site.
Is this B fake go A, let's go round?
They're going to be looking to maintain here. Jing crept forward. Trap wire around the corner. Viper wall as well to try to play through as he goes on this Sage lurk. Bane, quick peek out. Spawning a couple players over here at main. Shockdart landing at his feet now. Interrupted before he can try to send the paranoia. That very much Buzz. What a snappy shot from him on the ghost. Reveal in. Bane able to play off the back of that one. Does find Divide. Quite the turn here, but Forsaken looking to equalize. The stacks dropping down off of Heaven. He needs a bit of damage for it. Swings out. Takes a challenge versus Spine Freak, but ends up falling down. Mako now being intercepted. Barely wins out on the fight, but gets tagged up to 36.
Saw the jump up. They should be ready for it.
Makalu.
Forsaken here. Just on the side of the smoke. Push coming through. Foxy, quick jump shot. Able to find it and able to finish it. 2 kills from Foxy. DRX will go 3-1 in pistols. And they start off this second half with the right foot forward.
Huh?
So the joke in Korea with Foxy9 is that he's just been absorbing everyone else's talent, right? A little bit of Space Jam going on because he talked about that in an interview 2 years ago. But right now, he's showing absolute results from it. Takes a page out of TFM's book with the setup, takes a page out of PRX's book with a jump out of the smoke, brings it right back to him.
By heavy way.
Quick readjustment. Now, Buzz, Outlaw, still going to be that triple bulldog here.
Jing prop fragger bolte.
Pistols in sight for DRX, but
Jing's
3 sheriffs in the hands here. Wow.
That's an investment. And it might not pay off with these Outlaws.
The flash is just so damn good. Stacks and Bane both get taken down. Sheriffs be damned. It was the classics that find the value. Buzz now positioned here on site.
The
tap on the orb.
Well, he needs backup, though. He's got no exit.
Lols ho gaya be.
That is a catastrophic start here. Shock dart sent, try to clear any potential trap wires as Buzz will be taken down. As the high pen of that sheriff coming through his Forsaken swings up, shuts down DRX start off a halfway any form of advantage here on Ascent. PRX have the perfect reply.
I mean,
no.
Wow.
There's nothing you can do, Mako.
This is a perfect setup, right? They invested in 3 sheriffs, you got the Outlaw. I mean, on paper, DRX should be on for like 4 rounds in a row.
It
just, the flash catches Stacks. He's just out there in the open. Can't do a damn thing.
Slay these boys.
Say, okay, pick off Bane, kill Stacks. Easy kills, weapons recovered.
Bane's been having a rough time. So is Stacks, only 2 kills on the board. Sure, you've got 9 assists, but it's not enough to keep you in the lead. Bane, just too many targets. He's been shaky. I mean, you thought that the clutch might have revitalized him a bit, boosted his energy, but not quite back at his peak form. Now you know the Outlaw's in the opponent's hands. DRX respecting that.
Oh, ये wall करके ऊपर वो
still keeps him safe. They've already taken over A main control, so DRX can go for the stack.
Something up and over the top. Foxy over to that left-hand side now of both. Stacks one, but I mean everybody else just melted dead. Foxy joining them in the grave as Bane will be able to put down 1, so 2 kills found. PRX still charging onward, now 9-6.
Final round, guys. This is it.
Good.
This is
absolutely crucial
Shanghai
round for
और
DRX.
lower bracket वाला.
They have to
भाई
go
GenG
for the
बाहर हो गया.
just in case that Outlaws carried over.
DRX versus GenG. 100% DRX जीतेगा. 100%.
Have to bank it all on this round and assume that you have to win it. 'Cause otherwise, match point already looming at the doorstep.
दोनों finalist out.
कौन था finalist?
GenG.
Flash attempt again. Bane just backing off as the shock dart comes chasing him.
Knowledge कमाल का.
Yeah, PRX already adjusting very quick to try to take away these trap wires, right? They're not relying on the 0 point anymore. They're relying on absolutely eliminating all of the trips.
Guy DRX.
So the adjustments are quick.
Cut off that window access. Oh, the jump spot. He was blinded. Forsaken didn't see him, but the return fire from Divide with that ODD is good. Mako stabilizing, finding something. Stopping the TP from coming through.
लड़ेंगे ना ये लोग फिर
Turn his
भी.
sights now up mid. Slow orb. Mako not going to go chasing either way. The team just goes ahead and backs off.
Oh, but this position.
It's being watched by two at the moment. Stacks and
Nice!
Foxy with a bit of a 50-50 and
Oh,
Foxy with a very
shot.
clean shot.
Cage triggered.
Punishes the lurk.
ये बॉल इसलिए मेरे को नहीं
Assessment's
पसंद
happy to
पता
be made as Ching just casually strafing back. Does
है.
find a
मेरे
shot
को
there on the
पसंद ना
Mako.
पसंद से क्या होने वाला है. अच्छी बॉल है
Even
वो.
if they don't close out the round, do additional damage to this economy that has had zero stability on the side of DRX.
Yeah, they'll even draw out the neural path to make sure it's not an impact ultimate, but...
What's this?
Here's a drop.
Drop down, but Dark in, turn on the flash. Foxy, crisp and clean,
Razer
finds
blend
that
दिया ना?
hit. Jing now challenging again. Just wanted to do a little bit of additional damage, but won't be able to find the
Crucial
kill.
था ये.
DRX,
ये round crucial था
get into the
जीतने के
first
लिए.
proper rifle round, will be able to
अब
go ahead
DRX
and clean that
comeback
one up.
कर
They
सकता
keep
है.
themselves close.
ये round
Still
हारता तो गया था
more
comeback.
work to be done. PRX, they have money for this round. And if they can just go ahead and turn around here, get another win that puts them up to double digits.
अब
Yeah, the
comeback.
Odin, of course, being
खुद को
dropped
flash
matters a
किया.
little bit, because that
दूसरा
can
क्या
help a
उन्हें
lot
flash किया है.
to eliminate some of these setups that you have with the Viper Cypher combo.
इसने suppress फेंका है. Flash कोई और
But
फेंका
we'll
है.
see. They've adjusted well so far. Foxy9 now taking it upon himself to bring up the energy for the overall team. Leading the score with 16 kills.
W दबाएंगे हम.
That's it.
W दबाएंगे.
Fragment sent.
W
Big
दबाएंगे
suppression
हम.
found
W
here.
दबाएंगे.
Spray in, smattering of damage going to be found. Something tagged up quite a bit. So you can just tucked into the corner.
And now you know that PRX, I mean, you know, obviously PRX sometimes they do still rush in no matter what, but with the 0 point dying off, you imagine that they will at least wait a couple seconds, and now the potential rotate spotted. So DRX, it's looking rough to try to regain any control, but they at least still have the trip to rely on mid. But once this gets broken, that B site's looking very dangerous.
There's the clear out. Attention now having to be paid towards that market, but as that null command, that 0 point I should say, goes across, that's going to be forcing everybody from DRX back. They pull way back into the site, and now the rotation starts to come through here from the side of PRX.
Yeah.
Push them as far to the limits of the map as they possibly can. Something lingering around a little bit to see if he gets a peek out. And now they will go stomping their way in towards A.
They know it's weak. They tagged 3 members on B. This is perfect. They'll even wrap around up to heaven to make sure they can cut off the backup.
Fighting back to the base, holding his ground, finding 3! Somehow catches something
तो
once
कैसे
again.
मारा?
Mako gets the other 2.
Bing!
Casualty. It's been a slow start, a very rough game from him so far. That is 2 critical rounds where he has come up huge.
Absolutely demanding respect back on his name.
This is just... Why is it always something?
क्या shot था बे?
The killer, you're like, there's no way he gets... Okay, somehow he
Crucial
got it.
rounds निकाल रहा है Ben. Crucial.
Jeez.
Unbelievable. Well, 8-9 now. 1 round separating. PRX
पूरा
will call their first time out of
बराबर
the
था
match.
PRX का.
I mean, it's a good time here for PRX. Obviously, the round gap already tightened up a bit. But overall, you thought that the adjustments were still there from the players for the most part. So it seems like Alex just kind of tossing an idea out there and letting the players talk it out themselves, trying to gather all the information together, try to find the solutions. Now, they've already solved the first part, right? Trying to just eliminate the trap wires rather than trying to find the Viper and the Cypher. You can't rely on the 0 points, you can't rely on the null commands when you've got, you know, the Viper and the Cypher who can be on opposite sides of the sites of where their util is. So you just gotta hope that you're destroying it. And now, looking for a speedy hit with the Stingers. The null command here. See if DRX goes for the classic DFM setup.
This goes here.
You know, it's crazy that we're seeing things like that. I know.
World Cup.
But hey, they were the ones who pulled it off so well against T1, who's now the first team to go to Masters Shanghai. So things are all up in flux.
Yep. Quick snake bite there from Mako.
अब तेरे से मारा बे बात तो है.
Slow up any of that pressure any orb takes. It's something he wants that orb. One away from having that Blade Storm here in this thrifty attempt.
Saken also wouldn't mind a Hunter's Fury nice and early if they can maybe get into the site. But no reactions. He's a little worried about that, if anything. Now, DRX,
ए जाएंगे वो लोग 100
it's an interesting different setup, right? They stacked all of their util on B, expecting a B hit. At the end of the day, it is much more likely with the no command, usually the go-to choice.
Lives do come through here for something. Start working its way back across the opposite side of the map with everybody else. Quick TP out, Bane with a check. Spots one.
That should keep all the focus at high alert here on the A side.
Smoke sent, no command now through Mako, unable to try to go up the works with those snake bites. On top here is Foxy9, a little bit of damage down. The knives eventually do find their mark. Mako, Foxy, both going to be taken down. Buzz arriving, finding the head there up Jing, finding another, drags across and narrowly does get something as well. Forsaken now, last one alive. As the dart goes through, they know exactly where he's at. And there's a swing out from Bane.
यार इतना अच्छा thought था यार, दो मरे थे.
Overall from the side of PRX,
सब लोग को left जाना चाहिए था. River इतना जल्दी क्यों दिया?
DRX, the biggest win streak that they've had this entire series on either map.
Yeah, not only the biggest win streak, but not counting the Pistol of Ascent. The first time that PRX isn't in the lead this entire match.
देखो, एक के लिए
I was thinking to myself, I mean, this seemed like a risky setup, right? Just relying on the fact that it should be a B hit. Both these guys with no util to hold themselves over on A. But the trades are good, and Buzz very quick with the backup. One of the traps still being destroyed.
Scrunch attempt here from DRX, but PRX, they completely avoid it. Opposite side of the map coming through, so now starting to panic, saying, okay, set up the smoke. Try to stop things from pushing forward here. On the side is there's the dash in, there's the TP. Foxy9 able to find Mind Freak. Something got himself forward, but Mako strikes him down. Snake bite the fragment, both stacked in on top of each other, making sure that this choke point is completely unassailable for the moment.
Defense is looking too strong.
Everybody's here for DRX. You still have the cam over by B as well, so just worried about the mid lurk.
Oh, do find Mako.
Just
to the corner of the wall, pushing forward enough. As Foxy... Come on.
You can do it.
Screw it. Right. Smoke comes in, pushes forward. Can't get that trap wire set up. I mean, Rez is available, but basically be a sacrifice.
Yeah, and with that choke point, not the greatest bait either. Obviously, the wall already used. So they'll just try to go for a rotate, maybe a bit of a pinch. I mean, you can tell PRX knows that there isn't much strategic hope in this round.
God, be.
Spike down,
snappy with it.
आ गया वो लोग का एक एलम एक के शॉट करके.
Check on the cam, just making sure that there's nobody pushing their way up in towards B main. And given the cash on hand, PRX will just stay tucked. 12 seconds. Down. DRX, they will gain the lead, 10-9. Cash have plenty in their hands.
Exactly. So much econ banked up. Wouldn't be surprised if the op comes out in the next round, although maybe just because it's against PRX, they hold off on it. Buzz
looking for it. They'll get taken down, but Foxy will be able to find the buy right there at the end.
Final timeout. Final.
Timeout called. Essentially back-to-back here from PRX.
I think, is it time to have some chips?
Now you've lost the lead.
Map chips.
Curious to see, because other than the trap wires,
bind जाएगा देख लेना. Bind जाएगा तो PRX जीत गया.
POV.
कोई ताकत नहीं रोक सकती PRX को हारने से. Bind में.
They haven't worked mid too much, so that's one thing to consider.
Mid to spawn जाना पड़ेगा. नहीं, ये लोग को
Foxy9, I mean, DRX, they've got so many ways they can reset up for that, though.
फिर A या B.
They could set up their util there. They could go heavy on one side. Still have someone just watching with the jump peaks. And I imagine that might be the next step for PRX. Don't have to necessarily go for a rush and a pinch, but at least work the map a bit wider. The trouble being that, obviously, their composition not the most built for it, because they don't have a great way to watch their flank.
Alex, more animated as time goes on. I mean, we saw the battle of the coaches just yesterday between he and Frost.
Now that was something. That was a battle for the years for sure.
Well, Alex is working back up to a similar level of energy here. Hunter's Fury, Rez online. Really quick on the window as it looks like DRX getting a read that this might be over. Maybe they even want to try to go for another crunch.
Yeah, looks like it would be the setup for it, right? You got stacks in place for a pop flash. No, it's just going to be the 0 point in his hand for now.
Smoke sent something Fishing with some shots here in mid. Why still some kick behind it here on the side of PRX, but 2 stingers in play, plus that bulldog. Damage absolutely can be dealt. Percent stacks pulling off the angle for a brief little moment.
So
you know you've already given up mid, so you kind of have to back out, which makes Buzz's position a bit trickier. Can't hold on to B main no longer. So ideally, normally, you would want to push out of A at this point to control 50% of the map. But DRX...
Stacks.
Sleep
at the wheel. Stacks turns back, finds that kill. Fragment now coming down. Wall set up. Forsaken. He's going to be okay for now as the healing does come through. Slow it up on the approach, but there's 3 players waiting for this push coming in. Buzz trying to stay safe, eating a lot of damage there from the fragment, just hopping up into the corner. Stacks tucked against the box. Now spotted, now swings out, just gonna take it down. GenG able to find that kill. Bane getting to buy. He falls, Forsaken. Buzz now trying to hold things here. Backside, but eventually will be felt. Kills come through. Mako and Foxy arriving. Foxy going to be a little bit more cut off as Hunter's Fury opened up. Mako just trying to play elusively here. So far the plant not coming in. 15 seconds remaining.
Snake bite not quite landing, but you know one was backside.
They decided to play this one.
Scanning ahead.
Recon over the top. Clean out, but gets a ping on the both. That is critical.
Now you just have to win your duels.
Creeping forward, spots one. You know that they're both in that position. Mako trying to clutch it, but Forsaken.
Forsaken!
Things up at 10 to 10. PRX not out of it yet.
Crucial round. Volume
when they
to come
got stopped with the fragment, it looked like the round was over. They got paranoid. They were stuck behind the wall. The site was flooded. There were 3 people on the site. They tried to go for the staggered peaks, and PRX is just too quick.
Nice shot.
You know, even the weaker weaponry.
That goes there.
Oh, it's
just
not.
Take a swig and breathe deep.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was a clutch at the end of the day, so it's not like it was easy. But here is that op now. You've got the 0 point and the pit to make sure that B main is safe.
Sexy mara be. Sexy mara go turn.
Playing is pulled off the angle, but given the tension to mid last round and hearing that drone, Buzz wants to try to take some space over here. Pushing lurk forward. Smoke now down. Is he going to push off this one?
I think he might on the last second of the dash here.
Oh my God! Why? This is Tommy shot. Yeah, look at that smile on his face. He knows he just got away with murder. The judge just shook his hand and said, "You're free to go." Unbelievable. Now, window spotting one. Foxy unable to find that kill. Bane trying to hold that tree door here onto the site. Clear up to the 0 point, swing over the corner. Foxy got that double ding. Finds a follow-up kill. Bane setting lead. Takes out something. Smoke does dissipate. Mind Freak now all on his lonesome. Stacks head spotted.
I have the spike.
Doesn't want to play around with him, given how clutch Mind Freak has been. No, actually gives him the opportunity. He's going to rotate out. Mako now ready to match. Guns drawn. Mako finds the kill in the end to give the lead back to DRX.
What an incredible round. Starts with the nastiest spam through the I mean, it's not even a full spray. He's just vicious for it. I mean,
like that was it. It was just a burst.
But a heroic hold from the rookies over on DRX. Fox and Bane bouncing off of each other. And Bane once again gets the better of something. He's dialed in now. And the kill onto Stacks lets Mako know that the rotate's coming.
Again, kickback economically here for PRX.
A huge tag with a 0 point as well.
Spawning out quite a decent bit there. Shot dart not going to be clearing that wire. Second attempt, though, will go ahead and find it.
Dude.
Cyber Cage makes it tough that their own smoke not finding much value because they would be making noise through it.
Revealing area.
Caught up over the top of full flash, connecting onto something, and Stacks regains his vision. He's able to find the headshot. Up over the top here, knives at the ready. K coming through, and there's the reveal. There's the meat grinder play. The setup strong here from DRX. GEELI able to find one with that frenzy. Push up Bane. He's already taken that kill. DRX will get themselves up to map point.
Trap.
And the majority of this venue holding their breath, knowing that they weren't quite free. Now starting to let the cheers come through on map point.
This goes here.
Operator still held in the hands of Buzz.
Bind up na hashtag ke
The
saath.
series might just potentially be going the distance, but at the very least, DRX ascent, the overtime, it very well could happen.
Nice!
That was the attempt at the thrifty from PRX. You see a sigh of relief on Stax' face.
I mean, you can tell it has not been easy. This is the first time DRX is really, truly being challenged. I mean, yeah, they dropped maps before, but they always still seemed pretty happy.
Last chance to hold on here for PRX. Need 2 in a row.
Yeah,
They want that 2-0. If they want that overtime, push up. Oh, he saw it. Spotted for just a moment. The dash now at the ready. Jing, does he peek the drone? Goes and bails him out. He pulls off the angle for a moment, clears it. Wants to go for the re-peek. He does so, and Jing taking out the res. Not in play. Divine now shut down as Stax. Been coming alive at the end of this
Bind
map.
bolte, bind
It looks like, ladies and
bolte.
gentlemen, things are not over yet unless Forsaken comes up with a play of a lifetime.
Last player
A 1v5 ace clutch just to keep them alive. Mako reading it, sends out the snake bite.
Impossible.
Holds him
Bind
back
हारा
for now.
टैलेंट किसी ने अभी फिक्स हो गया लोग का bind.
Multiple angles that he's got to think about here. The way to try to isolate each and every fight, he finds the first. Looks for the second, but then Stax strikes from back ramp.
2 round दूर थे from
DRX.
Shanghai 2 round.
A rocky start on ascent to extend
Bane
this
crazy
series.
killa.
We are going the distance today, ladies and
Bane
gentlemen.
sexy killa,
Full
Bane.
maps played in both of our series, as both of these squads still vying, hungry for that tick in the Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, this whole day is delivering for what it promised, but we'll send it over the desk to break down the action in more
DRX
detail
जीतेंगे,
before we
नहीं.
head to map
रुक जा
3.
चिप्स लेके आओ. पंकज
Well, we did say it was going to be a map 3.
Pangal!
One thing we didn't get right, though,
Last
that
match,
this was going
chips
to
चाहिए,
overtime. But it looks like DRX, they really wanted to finish this quickly. It took some time before they got their groove, I would say. And even Buzz woke up a little bit later in the series, but that ending was very, very strong from them.
Yeah, they look like they finally figured themselves out a little bit.
खाना पड़ेगा
it is
खाने
a
के
set, right?
साथ
It
ही
is a
पावर
defender
मिलेगा
side of
PRX को.
starting on that side. It is a bit heartbreaking that you win both pistols and then immediately lose both the follow-ups. That's where I was really worried for DRX. I'm like, oh, no, this is not good. You can still see that the firepower is there for PRX. Like, they look really, really confident for the most part, but I think you kind of saw that part of the reason that DRX switches to this comp is it does cause something a lot of difficulty. He looks like he's really struggling to kind of identify where can I find that open space, where the trap wire is going to be, you know, how am I going to see past the toxic screens, things like that. Like taking mid control looked really challenging for them. So I think you saw, especially on the defender side, what exactly this DRX comp was meant for.
Yeah, the second they swapped over, definitely looked a lot better. You know, PRX, they had a decent start, 7 rounds on the defense. You felt like they were in a pretty okay spot, but, you know, as you mentioned before, I think once you kind of take away the power from something, and then you obviously have Jing on the Sage, so you don't quite have that entry power, and you're on Ascent, so it's like, well, you know, how are we going to find entries? And they had some really good moments, too, PRX. Like, that's why it was still a close map at the end of the day. They were still able to find, like, 3 rounds here, and certainly, you know, pulling off the, you know, the second round after losing the pistol a couple times was pretty interesting from them as well to maybe get some momentum, but at the end of the day, just not enough, and some really huge clutches from the rookies as well, like Foxy9 and Bane holding down the A site multiple times when it just did not look possible. So shout out to them. They make this interesting. We kind of knew it was going to go to binds. We didn't know exactly how. It didn't have overtime, but maybe we get overtime for bind.
Yeah, we already knew, guys.
Bind DRX का strong है एक चल रही.
Something I feel maybe missed the presence of an
चल
entry,
रही.
right? Because you know, you have something diving in and he can cause as much chaos as he wants because there is that security of a second duelist that comes in. Maybe he didn't feel as secure doing that, especially since Jing had to hang back a bit. That taken, like, Jing still made Sage look like a very much the duelist.
Yeah, oh no, I mean, the thing is Sage is a good fit for Jing when you are playing on maps that really don't suit double duelist because it's just kind of he can play for himself a little bit. They do get a lot of information off those walls, actually. He can play off of those in so many different interesting ways, but mostly it's
first half बाप खेला था यार जिंग ने second half में
fast with GE, right? Like when he's on stage, you just kind of frees him up to frag. So it's a similar concept, I think, with Jing in some ways. But the problem is that you're talking about, without those two duelists, it makes Paper X a little bit more readable in a way, because you kind of know where the attack's probably coming from, because something is usually leading the charge one way or another. But when you have him and Jing on duelists, it makes it really challenging to kind of understand exactly where are they pushing from? Are they pushing from multiple angles? Are they actually executing on this site? All these things kind of come into play.
Yeah, and then the times where you don't quite get the reads, you had some really insane pushes from the side of DRX. So I feel like, it kind of was 2 and 2 put together at the end of the day from DRX. They barely got across the line. Like, we easily could have seen this go into overtime. Like, some of these last rounds as well were just kind of insane. Like, Buzz had a huge clutch as well. And eventually it just felt like Paper X just kind of ran out of steam just at the very end of the train track. So DRX, they bring us to this third map, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially since, like, as you mentioned, it was very, very close. All of these rounds, really. And I really do have to commend Bane, because, you know, eyes were on him because he's the newcomer on the squad, right? Going up against Paper X. He really did deliver, especially when it mattered the most. When Paper X was all in there, we were wondering,
these teams are on different levels.
Apparently he can.
Well, that 3K from A-Heaven was unreal. I mean, the swing back towards window was out of this world. So I think it's kind of part of getting that feel of the speed and the tempo.
DRX में winner Bane है बे. Crucial round निकाले उसने.
Starting to have to move a lot faster with his adjustments with his aim, because
he absorbed their speed.
Exactly. I mean, and a lot of times that could be difficult, because you see this with teams where you talk about Paper X drags you down in the mud with them. If you play at Paper X's tempo, it can be really difficult to deal with. But you can see that DRX can go toe-to-toe with them, because they've done it before. A lot of these players have been there, done that, and it just took Bane one map to kind of download that information.
Yeah, I love that, especially since, you know, you saw how that carried over to the other players, right? So how it carried over to Buzz as well. Once, like, you know, players like Bane and Mako said, okay, this is the speed, let's pick it up a bit, let's pick up the pace. They were able to get it. And I feel like, you know, DRX did so well in those rounds that were a little PRX-y for them, but I feel like in the first half, though, PRX, they still controlled the tempo, and they still got more rounds in the first half, which means, viewers, we rank up a bit for this little game. Let's go over to our board here. You and wow, look at you guys over here on the set. Well done.
Viewers.
Good job.
They're above
Good job. Yeah. Hey.
I just wanted to rub that in a little bit.
Yeah. You know, this guy, he really, really wants to win, but you guys are doing so much better. And Paper Thin, you are back.
I mean, he knew it was Paper X. He just voted against.
Yeah, I voted against what I thought was going to happen. So.
And here for Valdez, but because you kind of like you won twice, so I feel like you kind of have 2 lives. Like,
I feel like you deserve a one up
with
here.
that, yeah, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Give me a little dodge
move
bullet,
him like
you know.
a millimeter down.
Yeah, sure. That seems good. Yeah, thank
you. You're so confident. Just like, yeah, sure,
it was close
whatever.
too. I mean, they almost clutched, like, it was 6-3, right? Paper X.
Yeah.
And then DRX got 2 rounds in a
now
row, and they almost tied it up.
Now you're just being patronizing.
They almost tied it up. And
enjoy your radiant, by the way.
Yeah. Feels good, man.
Yeah. But no, you are right. Paper X is like that kind of team again, where you have to absolutely run at the pace that they're going. Otherwise, you are going to be left so behind. And DRX is just one of those teams that can catch up with them.
Yeah, again, it's the experience factor for DRX. Like, they've been there, done that for the most part, other than Bane. Everybody's played against them before. They kind of understand what it takes to defeat this team, what it takes to kind of react to them, kind of just... You almost have to do what Alex talks about doing with his own team. Turn your brains off and react. You have to have, like, those instincts built into you as players to be able to challenge Paper X at the right moments. And you saw a lot of good stuff. Even when Paper X still beats you, like, you know, there's that one moment where they're stuck behind the wall, and there's, like, Stax throws the fragment right before the wall comes up, and there's a paranoia. They're doing all the right things. They're on the site. They've got 3 on the site. You still get beat, and then they still are able to recover. They're still able to bounce back and have good rounds. So, I mean, that's a testament to everybody in the server for DRX and the coaching staff, and everybody's prepared for this. So, I mean, it's looking good now for DRX. I mean, you never know with Bind. I think both these teams are pretty good on it, but
It's impossible to know. I mean, who's going to win this? Like, do we have a coin? Like, can we flip? I don't know. Like, PRX seemed like the absolute huge favorites after the first map, but now DRX, they kind of stem the tide. They put up the wall. They say, okay, you're not going to pass. We are going to stop you. And now maybe they do it again, or maybe PRX, they come back. They were able to come back against Talon, so maybe they're slightly favored, but I really don't know.
Maybe, and that's where the mental game comes in, right? Which team is feeling more pressure at this point? Because both of these teams, as we jump into the third match, both of these teams, they do tend to let the pressure get to them. DRX has been working excellently on that this whole stage. PRX, though, we do know that levity is a big factor in them. It can make or break a team, and right now, what are we seeing, gentlemen? Are you liking this so far?
Sure. I mean, it's like I was just curious if somebody was going to try something unusual here because I think DRX must have focused on Ascent in their time off, knowing that was likely going to be a map that was going to follow through. So they kind of maybe just thought, all right, our bind comp is good enough. We still have the Cypher in there. So we still have the Viper. We still have these agents that we feel like we have a good read on how to slow PRX down. PRX obviously hasn't had any time since yesterday really to change up their comps, so they didn't have anything in the back pocket. It's going to be an absolutely close affair on bind, I think. I think it's going to be very, very close.
Yeah, just play comfort, see what happens, play your game. At the end of the day, the agent comps only mean so much, right? I think it's just going to come down to who has the better mental, who can steel themselves for a really important third map, because again, you're fighting for that spot at Masters Shanghai, and I think both of these teams deserve to be there, so only one of them can get that spot today.
I would not want to play GenG.
Oh, yes.
I would not want to play GenG.
Not in that situation, but we're going to see who does and who goes over to Masters Shanghai as we step into bind. Over to our casters, William and Achilles.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, here we go. This one for all the marbles. Masters Shanghai, the upper bracket.
चलो भाई 10 सेकंड में राउंड खत्म करो 10 अटैकिंग में है सब कुछ है सही है गो करो चलो सीधा यहाँ से डब्ल्यू दबा के शंघाई चाहिए
Pacific crew for Forsaken saying let's go to Shanghai together. The older brother kept his end of the promise. See if Forsaken can match it. Bring both Susantos over to Masters Shanghai. Now PRX on the attack. Didn't play too much of it yesterday against Talon.
For now set up. 0 point at the ready. Sent. Does get cleared out.
आगे PRX disqualify नहीं लोअर
बैक as well. Gone. Util taken down. DRX forced in towards backside.
कुछ नहीं करना लड़ो.
Clear on that as the Trailblazer on the hunt. Swinging out of Lamps though. Stacks able to find 2. Something puts him down. Flash coming through. Foxy playing around the time with this Cobus. Oh boy, things are getting messy now. Foxy 9 goes absolutely crazy. Gets the 3K here in the pistol. This DRX, they pick up their 4th pistol of the series. Now here's the crucial question, William. Can they close out the anti-eco?
चलो guys, रात को मिलते हैं.
But my goodness, what a start.
2 in 1 map in that previous map seemed rough, but they did win it afterwards anyway. But yeah, I love that Max Stacks backs away, right? You
Volume 69% क्या? Let's go PRX.
And you say, okay, this is too much. And Foxy 9, he really is just absorbing all his opponents. He's thriving in the chaos.
Set up on the wire. I believe it was spotted. Yeah, it certainly is now. Tap on the orb. Snakebite comes through.
DRX.
Minor amount of damage found here onto anybody.
Refilling lamps with the Bulldog. The TP to make it seem like it's just going to be a fast rotate away, and then PRX might just wrap back around to short. No, they're going to go all the way.
भाई एक ही टिपी मारा वो लोग को नहीं लग रहा है कि मतलब
it looks like he's meant to be the fake, right? A little bit of pressure onto A, the hit onto B.
So on that jiggle out, Buzz taking a nasty shot there from Mind Freak. Orb gonna be satched up.
It's 2 orbs for free from PRX.
And there's the counter telecport once again.
And they could just wrap all the way back to B. I mean, they still have 40 seconds.
Playing like it's Fracture.
क्या चल रहा है?
Pac-Man style. Tuck back, Dizzy. Not actually getting the blind there. Bye. Lucky to come away with his life, but now the hit gets ready to actually come through on B. Buzz tucked away alongside the double stack boxes. Fragment going to be sent. Shaken up over the top, cleared out. Stacks able to find him. Shot's coming through as here's that wingman, pushes up into the smoke, is able to clear it out. Plant now delayed. Only 12 seconds remaining. Blast pack sent. Jing does manage to hound down Buzz, but they're gonna have to try to get that spike on the floor. At least deal some additional damage. Mind Freak finding one, finding two. Time is gone. The round is over, but damage has been dealt. DRX will be able to close out the anti-eco this time around. They lose 3 players. They recover the most costly weapons.
Yeah, I mean, they give up a lot, right? Both orbs. They drop 2 weapons. Bane only had a ghost. Give a lot of kills, a lot of points. I mean, Mind Freak only 3 away. Jing also only 3 away, and they've lost both of the first 2 rounds. No plants either. So this is PRX still holding on to a lot of resources that they could build into a snowball. Bane, it does seem like he's really back in the zone. Had a rough start this match. Now proving why people were praising him throughout the league play.
I heard some people were talking smack, and boy, did he answer the call. Vandals, Ghost, and a Sheriff. Guardian here for the side of DRX is Cam tucked back. Safe for now. Mako wants to take some forward space, but PRX decent enough read here. Buzz gonna have to be careful, as there you have it, something. Outlaw in hand, comes up with the kill. Pain Shell now flying in towards back sight. Molly set up from Pain, trying to slow things up, trying to get some damage across. They drop their way in, but this time around, he's able to win the fight. Jing takes him out. Buys some space. Back box, now dead. As the Outlaw continues to ring true.
Now the upgrade rifles as well.
Pops up Cubby. Flawless. A very fine reply here from PRX. Their first attack side win.
Listen, DRX might be up 2-1 in terms of round score, but PRX is looking solid with all the other setups. I mean, you got 3 ults close to being online. Yeah, DRX, they have a couple too.
Check it out.
Oh, wow. But the thing is DRX hasn't really been able to take control of the orbs.
Contact, boys, contact. Let me call.
Something wants to take the reins again. It's been doing that since the offseason, it seems.
Flash out is for that orb pickup.
Yeah, finally some control of the extremities from DRX.
A bit of re-aggression here. Mind Freak posted up, though, trying to see just over the top of this smoke.
Spots one.
Spotted him, but can't find the damage there. Smoke will now dissipate. Buzz, playing on a knife's edge here. Oh, Smoking. Oh, he wants to use this against him, and he has.
Heal there.
He'll get knocked down to 5, but Divide, he's got the healing. He's right here alongside him. Can go ahead and get that Brimstone back up to full.
Okay, but Bane does push back out. So at the very least, DRX still has some semblance of map control. They've lost showers, but they have B main. Thrash shouldn't catch a target.
Checks forward. Over in towards Lamp. Space, that space now taken here is Mako. Spotting out Jing. Cam not getting too much seen there. It's Foxy. Position going to be revealed. Wants to clear out that wingman, swing in. Headshot is found. That's going to be Forsaken, take it down, but now spray across the smoke. Foxy 9 falling. Stacks trying to hold this line, but he cannot. He gets picked off. That's all on Bane. He's been noted. Wide swing out from something. He'll be the one to come away with the kill. We're tied up at 2-2.
PRX running away with the credits and the ultimates right now. Use the Thrash. He's already back up to 3. Got Showstopper and Orbital Strike right on standby. It's not looking good. And small things like this. You know, the off angles that you can create. You're on Bind. There's a lot of ledges, a lot of boxes that you can use. We've never really heard Mind Freak make noise in these cams. Getting fired up.
Bola.
Now,
hey, DRX man, sorry to say, but you guys are on eco.
Buzz is not having a good time.
And you can't even take the orb.
I do believe the count is Stacks to get some forward space there. Garden does manage to get an excellent headshot across. Dizzy up over the top. On the blind. So far, just 1 for 1. The Raze is dead.
Bench QT बहुत मत मारता
है. Does that hit? Yes, it does. Something kind of forced out. Oh my goodness, the headshot.
Why?
Down to 3 HP.
Auto.
Just trying to create an off angle here. The heals are going to come back out, so it's not going to be an easy kill. But Mako and Foxy9. They've already pinched onto it. If Bane can just stay alive, not all hope is lost, though it is an eco.
Still getting tagged up. Wingman spotting him. He's got to pull back even deeper now.
Flank देख रहा है.
There's Mako from behind. He's
ऐसा
able to
देखने का
find
जरूरत
one.
नहीं था. Normal देख
But
सकता
try to
था.
clear the angle.
Spike planted.
3v3, but HP bars low, and Mako still swinging in. Ends up falling. The reveal coming through. The neural theft is committed, but they just dive out of the cyber cage and take him down. Bane dead at the same time. As PRX gain the lead 3-2.
Yeah, I wondered if they might actually use the orbital strike once they had the pinch onto Garden. I thought it might have been an opportunity, but it seems like they had already made the call to just invest the ultimates, the utility into the next round. And Buzz, I mean, no support there either. Obviously, the smoke not actually blocking bullets, so it's always going to be a risk.
In 5 round, you'll get 2.
That's the early timeout. DRX, they've been course correcting with early timeouts. This time 1 round earlier than the previous 2 maps. But the calls have been good from the coaching staff. We'll see what they identify. I mean, for one, that smoke on B main, yeah, you might be able to hold control of vision, but you can't rely on it. PRX is not going to respect it. The thing is they'll spam through the smoke and they'll still take showers control as well. So DRX maybe having to invest a little bit more onto one side rather than hold on to these widespread defaults.
Very rocky, slow start here for Buzz in particular. Just been getting punished time and time again. So the game plan is going to be in front of enable that raise here, but inside of PRX, it's a solid rally back so far. I mean, this was the map. We saw versus Talon yesterday. Talon doing a good job of really understanding how PRX likes to approach this map. Now they look to try to change things up so they're not just running the same strategies here versus DRX.
Something's already only 1 away from the Thrash again, and he has the operator, and credits to boot. I mean, Mindfreak's capped as well. So is Devi. Very rich on that side of this map. So, okay, it is going to be a bit of a heavier investment into showers. They're not going to contest for B main.
Oh my goodness, GenG just will not allow for Buzz to have like just any good times at all. Nice punish from Mako. Will just get the timing shot there on a Forsaken. Trade up in the end, but what an entry from GenG.
And at the end of the day, PRX takes control, right, of both extremities again. So sure, they're down in numbers, but they'll be able to apply better pressure. Currently spread out, looking for 1v1 duels.
Enough, that's not spotted. Stack does he won't realizes it now. There's that shot, tucks back, tries to avoid the dizzy, does so. Devi in the meantime, swinging up, Bane spotting. Used, but Devi finds the kill.
Crucial.
Something now joining in on this side of the map. The rotate coming back through from Mindfreak. Flash in. Mako spotted. There's the orbital. Tries to swing out. Tries to take the duel. Ends up falling.
Yeah, game.
Puts down Foxy9. What started off as a numbers advantage is very swiftly taken away from the stacks. Now the last man standing. Timeout from DRX this time. Not looking to really find value. Devi will find himself 3K in the round as PRX now 4 rounds consecutively stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, and PRX, this is the type of team where they'll take the risk to spread out, right, with the lower numbers. They won't bunch up, but they'll take it so slow, looking for advantageous contact plays. And once they use the util on B, that's when Devi now creeps up. The staggering of how they push up 1 by 1 on all 3 different lanes is so good.
Thank you indeed. Huge opener there from Devi. Also had the setup. That flash there in showers.
I mean, look at this. So PRX, they've conditioned them to give up on B main control. But they're still pressuring A short. They've always been able to take control of showers. DRX, yeah, you have the cam this time in showers, but you're not feeling safe, especially not on an eco. Stinger is bought up.
Bane now rotating, trying to reinforce this B site. Just he and Stacks with Stingers in hand. Blazer will scout forward. Nothing really going to be spotted there as Fragment comes out to try and delay. HL's into the back. Crash now. Rushing up into the side. GenG.
What?
Catching a glimpse. Must see the gun barrel of the Stinger. Just takes him down there. In tube. Dives into the back. Does end up falling. That delivers a weapon over into the hands of DRX. As for now, that 4v4. TPs across the cam. It's going to be walled off. Mindfreak lingering, going to try to go a bit of a backstab attempt here, perhaps. Full four-man rotate from DRX, working their way across, but Mindfreak, no, not going to go for that attempt, decides to TP back in.
All right, if you can get into the site, you still got that cam over on Showers to deal with Mindfreak. The op.
Ball goes down, Buzz swings
Let's
down.
go, baby.
The op picks him off.
Let's go.
Peek, finds Boxy
हाँ तू
9.
मारेगा ये ले हाँ तू मारेगा तो मारना सबको मैं ही मारेगा तो टीम क्या करेगा आराम से
But a 1v2 still to play through. The orbital strike. He's got no idea. He's got no HP. Forsaken. Just next to truck will be able to bring him down. It's decent damage dealt, but ultimately, PRX, it will carry forward the operator, and they have so much cash as they now move up 5-2.
Oh, DRX fans.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the little damage.
Oh,
no,
he's just fishing.
I mean, Device teaching everyone how to fish on PRX.
God damn.
Holy. I mean,
triple.
Nice attempt, but like the creds just banked up, and Buzz just not able to catch a single break. I mean, he's out trying to get orbs, he's trying to get whatever point. He still doesn't have that showstopper online.
One away from
2 centimeter के बाद बेस है उनका घुस.
Just been denied, starved of any value. PRX again applying pressure inside of the map where DRX are going to be weakest. 0 point, spots out 2. 2 in Showers. We have others elsewhere nearby.
A shot से जाके सिटी तक का.
Does lead
You
to
all
me
need सिटी तक का ult.
back across towards this side of the map.
PRX realized that Showers doesn't have Cypher setups.
Orbital coming out very early here.
Lol.
Getting sent, just trying to stop, dissuade this push up, but PRX, they say we've got plenty of time. They look to play this one out patiently.
Cycling through the one-ways. The orbital helps mask some of the tripwires as well.
Trailblazer, quick clear on that one. Mako still forward. Tugs back, trying to now avoid this ult. He stuns but he will fall, and Mindfreak catches Band at the same time.
3 जन
2
का
kills found
stack
smoke,
था.
dissipating. Foxy, ready for the jump. This find one, looks to try to challenge against Mindfreak, but Mindfreak just turns back around and finds that kill.
ए लाओ रे 5 बंदे लाओ रे
Will
चाहिए
help protect as the wingman gets the plan.
5 बंदे लाओ रे
Snappy enough.
PRX को रोकेंगे
Take it
5
down.
बंदे लाओ
It's all on Buzz. Killless thus far.
GENG
It's been spotted for a brief moment, I think.
GENG डर मत ult खोल
flank, but either way, you
Alex
have to
भाई को हम
save.
संभाल लेंगे.
I mean, Buzz individually, sure, he'd love to
Ult
prove a
खोल ले
point,
GENG.
but now's not the time to do it. And right now, I mean, DRX, they're trying to go for these holds where they think they have trap plays ready, but PRX is countering the util timing so well. They wait for DRX to go through their cycle, and then they catch him in an offbeat with their own util. The smoke onto heaven, perfectly timed right as they enter. And at that point, DRX start to file in one by one.
इधर गए भाई hello chat.
And one of the biggest differences
DRX
is back when
fans.
GenG took down PRX at kickoff, it was about staying together, right? It was about always going for the trades. Whereas DRX right now is about trying to use the util to set up individual advantageous fights, but it's just not working out. There's just too many targets, and even when it is fair, PRX is still ahead.
Well, now 6 rounds netted here for
अब
the side
होगा
of
DRX
PRX.
comeback. पहले उनको बोलो थोड़ा guns
Was that
दे.
attack from Talon that
अब
gave them
होगा
the
comeback.
most struggle? But
I mean, to be fair, it was also Surf's lurks, right?
Yes.
A huge impact there.
This is already more rounds than they were able to find in that series
होएगा रुको.
on the
Tejas
attacking
भाई.
side. Nearly as many rounds as they got across the entire map. That was a
Sorry to say
13-7
लेकिन आप
scoreline.
land हो.
PRX looking very much alive and well here.
भाई something off miss नहीं करता लगता है.
Sheriff's the line
कुछ है
share.
लग रहा है. Off.
DRX players. All goes across. You can see that silhouettes there. The 4-man push getting ready to come through. Trailblazer trying to lead the charge here. 0 points sent out. Just go ahead and try to cancel that one out. Gets reveal on to 3. As TP used. Crunch coming in. Jing able to find one. Puts down Buzz just to continue to make sure that he can't find any value in these rounds. Gets that punish. Mako, however, still here. Snake bite sent. Thrash cleared out. Another snake bite to try to further delay as the wingman pushes up. Gets in ahead of it. Hinges upon the headshot as well. Forsaken going to be taken down, but now Mindfreak striking from short. Foxy turns his attention back. Find that kill. Mako gets another one tap. Something now all on his lonesome. Foxy drifting in, and something has the read.
What in the world?
Bro!
Puts him down, gets the spike plant. Just for good measure, as PRX now at 7, and all of these round wins have been consecutive.
Yeah, DRX, if they didn't win the pistol, things would be even more dire. And this clutch from something. I mean, I would have thought that Foxy9 had an opening here just because that timing's so short. It's not easy to have an internal timer like that. Right on the spot. Usually it's the long wraparounds that you read, but something not taking any chances. Currently 14-3. Buzz.
But for the AWP, he does get the connection, but Stack's dead. Jing coming away with the advantage, and now the heals right back up to 100.
No info now on the side of DRX. But it's not like they feel confident enough to push out either.
Spotted both there on the Trailblazer. Bane here as well. Just waiting for the moment. Swing out, attempt the paint shells. Showstopper in hand here from Buzz. Where he wants to try to send it. Sends it correctly. Is able to find Forsaken. He's not going to connect. Now PRX shifting over here towards Foxy's position.
Yeah, Foxy gets the read for it. He gets the call that they've rotated out for the time being. Still 50 seconds, but he'll try to keep himself safe. Now that cyber cage will have been noted by Mindfreak.
While he's available, do they just suspect that Mindfreak kind of staring in that direction?
Buzz might be the first point of contact here.
Devi trained on the angle. Buzz on the peak. Able to find it. Spike now dropped. Mindfreak to the corner. Foxy able to find one. His position revealed, but Mindfreak plenty to try and deal with here as the molly does get sent. Flushes him out into the open, but Foxy will find the headshot. And as Buzz starts to come alive a bit, it's going to be DRX getting themselves a third-round win.
Crucial round for Buzz, right? Not only getting on the board, but very, very big impact kills, gets that confidence back up, and you get to keep the operator. Some big ultimates on your side of the defense as well. A great decision here, realizing that the Boombot's going to bounce out. Uses that against Jing, makes it look like he's backed off.
7-3 पे
One of those moments where playing solo queue, you see your 0.
ये पूरा हाफ F पे जाएगा तो भी हाफ हम जीते.
Are you serious? And then they just start popping off.
Sometimes that's just the weapon you need. Judge and Showstopper in the hand of Jing. It's going to be a fast hit. Good 0 point though.
Slowed up though, as
and the narrow command just to make sure.
Everything that Stacks had basically thrown at that one to stave them off.
यार ये W को रोकने
So it
वाला
does seem
hit
like
मारो
the
यार.
0 point was initially just a fish for information, but then he hears the noise.
भाई वो देखो balls of
So he
steel
just has
देखो.
to pop the
Something
ultimate.
बस
So now
spike
the
है अकेले
cycling
घूम
not
रहा
quite there
है.
for DRX.
ये होती है balls
Going
of
to be
steel के लिए.
challenging here on this angle at
अकेले
Showers.
क्या चाहिए उसको पता नहीं. Spike उसके बाद है.
Showstopper, meanwhile, back over on the side itself. Jing up over the top, seeking target. Stack's going to be taken down. Mako able to find 2, tries to tuck back into the smoke, but it's already been spotted. Up shot, wide from Buzz. The wingman goes in for the plant. 2 players left as Bane arrives. Foxy still wrapping around through spawn. Bane clears out lamps. Still a lot more.
कौन बोला था वो? कहाँ गए
This is
PRX
tough for
fan?
Foxy9 because he has to be able to get the first contact, and he will.
Can he get that reveal across? Yes, he can.
इधर नहीं
Mindfreak
गए
now going to be
जितने दे रहे
spotted.
तुम्हें.
They know where he's
Ah,
playing, but
guy.
he can isolate. If he finds one, that's going to give him that orbital. He also still has the molly to try and delay. That gets sent first and foremost.
Only goes in a little too deep for DRX.
Outside. They have the double stack. They have to get committed to this defuse now. Tempted a bit of a high-low. Mindfreak, knowing that they're going to be sticking to this one. Swings out wide enough, but the defuse has already come through. Just a hair off being able to try and deny that one away. DRX, narrow margins, but they give themselves up to 4. A chance at 5.5.
A great read from DRX, knowing that the Showstopper was going to come through. Not only do they delay it early, but Mako hides right under the smoke, where Jing's just going to be flying through. He actually goes right inside of it. That brimstone smoke going all the way down to the floor. You can't really see the legs there unless you're standing far, far away from it.
Oh, nice.
It just has not been easy today for DRX.
Certainly not.
यकीन नहीं हो रहा है. जब उनको यकीन नहीं हो रहा है, तुम्हें कैसे यकीन होगा?
So the pit's online. I wonder if DRX just uses it on a timer just to tighten the map a bit further. But of course, you never want to leave it alone on bind. There's too many ways to pinch.
Now, maybe expecting that it's going to come out if they go over to that A site.
LOL!
Start working their way forward as Cam spotted at least one player. Something noted there. Thrash online. PRX though. Seeker sent. Everybody's still stacked up over here towards this teleporter. We're trying to draw on some of those rotations, but Foxy going to be detained. Stacks able to find one. Man, Foxy dead to his own teammates. Molly, however, means that the trade up is there. Stacks taken down as he tries to swing out from backside.
Love you.
There on his face. Mako now
अभी अगर जिंग नहीं खेल पाएगा तो मोने की जगह पे बेन को बुलाओ.
one left alive.
क्या खेला ये राउंड PRX की तरफ से. Love you यार.
As the uphill just spam him out. Is not giving him any hope, any opportunity whatsoever. 8 and 4 on the half once again, much like we saw on Lotus.
I mean, Buzz is usually that guy that's really staying in the game, creating space, and PRX just will not give him an inch.
दो ट्रैप था, कैम था, सप्रेस था, मॉली था, स्मोक था.
Bit of an unfortunate team kill there with the Thrash detained, slowing Foxy up. It's stuck in his own team's molly, not able to escape it in time.
Ben is
you
a
can tell the
PRX
smiles
fan from inside.
have all been wiped away from DRX.
Ben be like,
I mean, a lot of players, ex-pros have talked about the power of just really keeping the joy going, right? Not letting yourself get too pressured on your own. DRX struggled with that for 4 years. Seemingly, Bane was the magic. They needed to escape it, but not today. Not in front of a home crowd, not against their rivals of PRX. Everything on the line.
Pistols widely in their favor. They need this one to be, as you pointed out earlier.
Hi, DRX fans, where are you?
2 of their 4 rounds. Was that pistol? Was their ability to finally close out the anti-eco? And then widely, it was quiet from the DRX camp ever since then. You need to repeat that off the rip here, but then, you know, you're looking at a bonus conversion, etc. This attack needs to be absolutely monstrous. And that just doesn't feel possible unless Buzz really starts heating up. It's all the turnarounds.
Something के side पे जा रहा है.
Not going for the half armor for Buzz this time. Favoring a little bit more utility across the board.
Something के side पे जा रहा है.
Understanding that
तो थोड़ा scope है.
They definitely play a lot of flood retakes.
B पे नहीं जीत सकते.
They'll go for a lot of aggression. That harbor really
B पे नहीं
enables
जीत सकते. DRX भाई. Last बार बोल रहा हूँ, देखो डीले में आप स्क्रीन देख रहे हो, लेकिन
one would say he
last
had this
बार बोल
map
रहा
to bind. So DRX
Don't
wanting
go
the
B.
util to counter that.
Don't go.
Orb set up. Find something ready for a double face out at long.
Like yeah.
0 point, only catching the 1.
Mostly gets tagged by it as well to make it look like it might just be 1 here on the site. But something's watching.
Buddy.
Wall set up and Stacks taking an immense amount of damage there, down to 34. Smoke's coming through. Paint shell to check over towards Cubby. Divide with that Trailblazer, knowing that he's up above. Just can't quite get the angle on him. So for now, sight will be DRX's.
यहाँ पे जो खड्डा है, वहाँ से 2 flash जाएंगे, वहाँ से नेड आएगा और गाप फटेगी.
Yeah, Buzz has to watch out for his left side around elbow. He has to remember that they were trying to spam upwards.
Smoke dissipating. Spotted. Spray through. Takes him low. Sight's back over that way. Puts a couple more shots through and gets some decent damage dealt. Heals streaming here from Divide. Flash looking good.
One down.
First one to fall. Buzz on the repeat. Able to find one. Tries to get tucked back here alongside the wall. Gets that mid-air headshot there on the Divide. Mitchell in hand, but the covering fire coming through as Mako and Bane clean up the rest. They keep Buzz alive as the RX keep the hopes alive and take another pistol win.
A huge round for Buzz and great backup as well. Even Foxy9 jumping out of the smoke just to keep Buzz alive. I mean, if he had gotten the kills, great. But he dies, keeps Buzz alive, and then Mako's still there for the crossfire. And it seems if DRX can figure out the reason they won that pistol is because they were ready to trade for each other by being staying grouped up. Rather than going for 1v1 duels around utility, that could be the key to victory.
Second paint shell not even necessary. Solid there. Pop off a bit from Buzz.
Ben, we need you.
Buzz angry, able to find 2 quick kills right off the rip. As it is just a blink and miss it round. PRX plus forward. They W key game out into B long, and DRX, they push him into the bin.
अभी तो पिस्टल खत्म हो गया था.
PRX finally getting a taste of their own medicine.
ये राउंड अगर DRX जीत के बचता है ना, तो मैं मानूं.
Yeah, just play it out.
ये राउंड 101% PRX का है और मेरे को शॉट आउट
in and out of the high tides. But again, I mean, if DRX can recognize again, it's about staying grouped up, knowing that the PRX train does not stop. Coach Solo joked about it. He said all he told GenG was to trade before the grand finals of kickoff.
थोड़ा लाइनअप मिस हो जाता तो
taking some very forward and
Balls of
aggressive
steel देख रहे हो
positions there.
something पे
Couple shots over towards Buzz.
पीछे
Breathe
ट्रेड
easily that
लेने
he's
के लिए
still
कोई बंदा
alive.
नहीं है, but he doesn't give no fucks. Something by
No
catch
sentinel
him
on the side of
Shanghai होंगे
PRX,
जाने के
so
नहीं.
a lot of pressure on Mindfreak to try to hold on to Showers. Foxy9 knows that if he can get the right timing, he should have a better chance keeping control of this.
Sentinel's play was not a problem for PRX on Lotus.
True.
Gonna try to make sure that it's not
God बोलते हैं.
an issue for them here. Cam spotting onto one, something no, he's now crept forward, taking space instead in Showers. His rotations starting to work their way across over towards B. Players still set up, looks like, okay, Forsaken just wanting to set up that harbor
किसके साइड
wall.
पे जा रहे देख रहे ना?
He's a little bit more unassailable as final smoke here from Mindfreak will be sent, just replacing that one as short.
बस लग
Around the side, is he gonna be sent?
गए.
Mosh now turn. There's the entry from Buzz. Able to stabilize that spray. Finds one in the smoke just behind him.
30
It's
seconds
Mindfreak,
left.
statuesque for now. They check out Showers. Nothing spotted there. Buzz joins in with Foxy9.
Good post-plant control for DRX. All they have to worry about is the flank, but the trap is there. So GenG should be spotted.
Mako hearing the footsteps, swings in,
Nice.
maybe not anticipating two players. Mindfreak now makes his
Nice.
presence known. Jing still approaching from behind.
Nice.
Gets the headshot Bane, taken down.
Nice.
Mindfreak finds Foxy9.
Nice.
Now all on Buzz. Big
Nice.
shells at the ready. Sent to try to interrupt, but they hold it up to half. Clear them off for a brief little moment, but cannot get the kills. PRX with the defuse will move up to 9.
I mean, just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? DRX, they try to go for advantageous 1v1 fights. They can't win it. But PRX, they'll win all of theirs on the retake. Sure, this one, a little bit of a swarm, but Mindfreak, solid
Game
as
देखिए.
always.
One enemy remaining.
Right as the high tide rises. Just knows the timing around that utility.
हाँ भाई, shout out to मेरी जान. ये होते हैं गेमिंग. गेम खेलो तो ऐसा खेलो वरना छोड़ दो. देखिए तू खेलती है ऐसा
So
गेम?
far from DRX. Those first two rounds, a little bit of damage dealt, but
खेलती है कि
finally
नहीं?
PRX.
अभी बोलता था वरना छोड़ दो करके. ऐसा खेलती है तो ठीक है.
But going for a jiggle, but double push up out of hookah.
लग
This is going to
गए.
be devastating. There's the first one. Looks for
मार
the
रे
second,
मार.
but decides to back away. Doesn't want to
S.
overdo it.
इनके कीबोर्ड में एस किसने दिया?
Mindfreak stays tucked here, shoulder by shoulder, and Stacks does
S
end up
किसने
falling
दिया इनके
fine.
कीबोर्ड
Peeks
में?
out of long, it's able to find him. Mako breaks open A a little bit there as Showers in their hands, but Forsaken still needing to be dealt with. Foxy, smoke creeping up out of the wall. Forsaken unable to find the adjustment. Mako gets himself a second kill, but now it's going to be TP's in from behind. Bane out deep, does have that spike in hand, but he cannot get the shots. Should have spotted the second player as the Seeker now chases in. The other one expiring, they knew that Mako was already there on the site. And this is now a very dire situation for DRX.
Spike कैसे जाएगा
Spike's
साइड
being
पे मेरे को
absolutely
देखने
pinched,
का.
and Mako, he wants to try to create some space,
Gotta
but
win this fight versus something you would suspect, but instead he's going back over towards A.
स्पाइक कैसे जाएगा मेरे को
it's
देखने का
just in
स्पाइक
Showers.
कैसे
Bane
जाएगा.
has no idea.
So Flash gets ready to come through. He cannot turn away from it. The buy will find the
यही
kill.
मेरे को
Yeah, you can
देखने
see
का
him
था.
leaning back in his
30
chair.
seconds left.
Knows that he absolutely
ये
needed to
देखने
survive
का
there,
था.
needed to find that kill. Mako now dead.
माको भाई ने
A
पूरा
one tap
साइड
from
खाली कर दिया.
something to
मैं
get
तो बोलता हूँ
PRX up to
हेवन
double
फ्रैक्चर भी
digits.
साइड
3
खाली करके
rounds
आओ.
is now separating
क्योंकि स्पाइक प्लान नहीं
PRX
होने वाला.
from a ticket to their second Masters event of the year.
देख रहे हो ना?
DRX's start to the rounds are just getting
Ben
red
bhai, love
hard,
you,
right? The early smokes, I mean,
Ben
this
bhai
is
भी like
all
दिल से प्यारे.
relying on the fact that PRX adheres to the rules, that they respect the utility, they respect the default timings, and you know that that's not how they play Valorant.
Good read, G.
Good
Good read.
Well, timeout now
Good read.
called from DRX. Last one of the series. PRX still holding on the two, so even if that run back does come in, Alex has plenty of opportunities to try and disrupt the flow.
क्या?
DRX. And wondering why they had to meet PRX right as
Yeah, after this
the magic
सीधा
returns. Not only
बैठ के
returns,
जाके
maybe
discount
even has
लोग
gotten
जाऊंगा,
even
ठीक है?
stronger. But at the end of the day, it's up to them to have to battle through it. Been good for it in the years past. They really want to buy the faith of their fans back this year. This would be the moment to do it.
While yes, it's not full dire straits quite just yet for either team, you have that lower bracket. that match.
Go 3B.
Tomorrow
Super
night.
by आप चुप रहो. Finger on the lips करो.
Against GenG.
और
all of these teams are going to be playing
Masterclass
tomorrow night. Winner
PRX
of this
gaming
versus
देखो.
T1. Loser
Masterclass.
versus GenG. Be damn certain that GenG not going to be looking to have the same mistakes as they had earlier today.
चलो.
PRX though, they might have a read as Foxy on that peak. Does spot him out. Kill not found though with a Sheriff.
Yeah, but look at PRX. They already read this, right? The only time that Foxy9 pushes towards Hookah is when it's a B pinch.
Mosh try to slow things up. Jing
Did
takes
he
out
not
Mako.
fire in the
Showstopper goes
hole?
ahead. He spots one backside.
Huh?
No, the rocket connects into double box.
Huh? Did you?
Something finds
Did you
Buzz,
just
cleans
try
him up. The orb attempt
kill?
is there from Stacks, but he will just end up falling all the
Yes,
same.
जानते
Looking
नहीं
like
है
a
ये
flawless
map
off the back of
किसका है
the timeout is
करके.
Foxy. He needs to die
You see.
at some point. Doesn't want to just carry over that Sheriff, knock it.
Send final में आ. Send final में. Final next
I mean,
month.
if PRX really wanted to deliver the mental damage, this is where they would just let Foxy9 live, quite frankly.
Oh, you just run away from him.
Yeah, you spot him and you just say, all right, peace. I mean, for now, sure, there's still so much time, so you're
Where is
protecting the
that
spike,
1310 guy? Dundo? Mods?
some
Dundo,
teams
नाम वाम
might do
address
that.
Dundo?
PRX, though, they'll always enjoy the extra kill.
Do you think Masters में उतना
A
Viper
little
पे
bit more
करेगा
on the
होएगा?
board, obviously Forsaken, Jing, very close to their ultimates. But it's Savai who cleans it up. And like you said, Kilios, flawless coming in. And now PRX 2 rounds away from making it to Shanghai. Forsaken 2 steps away from joining his older brother onto an international stage of VCT.
And similar scenes that we saw
जल्दी
from the
भाई
start of the
भाइयों
map.
को पार्टी करने हैं जल्दी चलो.
First 2 rounds going the way of DRX, and that streak building up.
Huh?
Now 3 rounds consecutively here in the second half for PRX.
बहुत चंगा है. साथ में जाएंगे
They
एक
made it
मैच.
all the way up to 7. This time they only need to make it to 5. Thrash online, pit available for Mako if they can try to get
Brother
themselves
से वो
into some
husband
kind of
wife
advantageous
नहीं,
post-plant
हाथ पकड़ के
position.
जाने के लिए.
And 0 point will spot out the 2 players over on B.
So now DRX finally playing like they used to against PRX, which is let them push out. They have to. They don't have a Sentinel. They do have double initiator, so a lot of info still able to get gained. Already takes shower control. Already gets the showstopper online for free.
Orb take is there. So now the Thrash, the showstopper, 2 critical tools available.
क्या करेगा DRX
PRX
मेरे को देखने. 13-6. I'm calling
pushing
it.
forward. Trailblazer looking to scout over towards Long. Something now in a position to try to backstab if they pull back far enough, and Mako is not reading this at all. Something gets the value. Again, Buzz up over the top, turns back fast enough. Is able to find a vibe, and now the showstopper in play here from Jing. Jumps forward, sends it over towards Garden, cannot find that kill. The Tane does go through, Bane caught over Garden. Stacks wrapping around backside. Comes with the kill on him, but he's not ready for Jing there in 2. Kill found, Jing gets another, gets the 3rd. He's looking for the 4th, and he has it!
Jingle! पीछे वाला बेट हो गया लेकिन कोई सीन नहीं.
He says, I missed out on the first one. I wasn't there with the team when they went to Madrid, but by God, I will be there when we go to Shanghai.
Bye, Jingle.
I mean, how do you stop this guy? He's just ready for every single shot.
Alex भी like ये जगह पे मौनी होता था.
And now match point.
वो वाला thought आया रहेगा Alex भाई को लग रहा है.
Absolutely ridiculous showing from PRX. I mean, seemingly just discombobulating DRX, not even able to play around the orbs.
Jingle बोलते.
I mean, it's not even like DRX, they're not just losing aim duels, they're losing the map.
Some players just own certain sites. You think of Zest on Ascent A, you think of Jing on Bind B. Shades of his performance versus NRG.
You are powerless बोला PRX को.
Across the map.
हाँ ये ले power. ये ले power. तू भी ले power. तू भी ले power. तू भी उतारता है. ले power.
Reckoning coming his way.
Yeah.
Has the reveal, but it's a 1v3.
Yeah.
Everything stacked up against him.
Whoa.
Stacks bled out a couple pot shots his direction. 41 HP. As the volley, he's got a small spot to tuck away in, but Mind Freak is aware of it. He spares him his blushes, he shuts it down. As PRX will defeat DRX 2-1, another victory for them, and they punch their ticket to Master
भाई लेकिन
Shanghai.
सच्ची बोलो DRX लव यू यार, अच्छी टीम हो आप.
Winning both individually,
DRX
but
के सामने
also as a
सपोर्ट नहीं कर
team.
सकते.
Reading the timeouts, the
DRX
prep
बाप
was
टीम
there,
है लेकिन
and they had to play a match yesterday. Almost got
DRX
knocked out of
goater.
playoffs by Talon in what would have been an incredible upset. But they come in and they remind DRX that they are not to be trifled with. Completely dissecting the game plans and the map at its core against the Korean Kings.
Just consistently stopping them from building up any momentum
like
there
मैं
on
आ गया.
Gorgeously done from PRX. The fans here to show their support, absolutely
हाँ भाई DRX वाले
rewarded.
किधर है?
And of course, it's just the beginning because the upper final is tomorrow. The Susanto showdown once
It
again.
returns.
We'll see which team is going to be able to come out on top of that one, but either way, we've got a Susanto summer in Shanghai. As both brothers will be participating in that event. One more slot available, plenty more games to be played, but first let's break down the action here from this third and final map as we send it back over to the analyst desk.
चलो भाई, अभी मैं जाता हूँ, सोता हूँ.
अरे थोड़ा इंटरव्यू आएगा ना, जिनका आ सकता है.
वो ऑफ स्ट्रीम देख लेंगे. मेरे को अभी रात को एनए करना है और उसके पहले मेरे को 2 घंटे पहले नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम करना है ताकि मैं थोड़ा फ्लेक्स कर सकूं. मेरे नए स्टिकर्स ही नहीं बता पा रहा हूं मैं तुम लोग को. हाँ यार, तुम लोग को पता है कि नहीं कौन से मॉनिटर सबसे बेस्ट है? आज रात को पता चलेगा. ठीक है, चलो रात को आज मैं जल्दी आऊँगा. एनए के पहले थोड़ी गेमिंग शेमिंग्स होएगी, उसके बाद एनए मैचेस होएगी अगर जान है तो. ठीक है, चलो यार जा रहा हूँ. बाय 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 बाय, टेक केयर, आदियोस, चढ़वे फादियोस. लास्ट स्लॉट कौन है? अभी लोअर ब्रैकेट में होएगा DRX वर्सेस जेंजी, जिसमें जेंजी जाएगी बाहर और DRX होएगी क्वालिफाई. तो PRX, DRX और T1 ये हो चुकी है क्वालिफाई फॉर द शंघाई. लेट्स गो. ठीक है, चलो बाय गाइस, थैंक यू, लव यू गाइस, टेक केयर, सी या, मिलते हैं. लव यू, बाय बाय, सी या. लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब. चैट को गुड नाइट्स. बाय.
एंड करना होता है, मैं इधर लेके बैठी हूँ कब से, बड़ा फाव.